consumers and stakeholders, and, thank you, thirdly, empowering workers by prioritizing their well-being through strengthened social dialogue, fair wages and safe working conditions. Global dynamics, including evolving EU regulations and shifting consumer preferences, are reshaping the apparel industry for the European market. Consumers, especially our Gen Z, and here it won't be that much different, so the young generation are increasingly aware of the ethical and environmental implications of these choices, the choices they make themselves. They want to know where their t-shirt is from, etc. This demands a proactive approach where sustainability becomes a driver of innovation and competitive advantage. The upcoming LDC graduation of Bangladesh, which is a good development, of course, also requires enhanced sustainable competitiveness. This forum offers a space for knowledge sharing and building partnerships. The Netherlands is actively contributing to this effort for over a decade, and we will continue to do so in the years, decades to come. For example, we are accelerating circularity in the textile sector through a so-called hackathon for young changemakers. In this hackathon, students from Groningen University, BGMEA University of Fashion and Technology, and Bangladesh Apparel Exchange developed their early stage business ideas to increase circularity. There was an overwhelming amount of applications, and 7 of these teams are showcasing their ideas here today, and I highly recommend you all to have a look after this session. So please give it a while and then have a look a bit later. Overall, we have a comprehensive multi-year strategy. This circular textile strategy aims to contribute to an improved enabling environment for a more circular, sustainable, and competitive ready-made garment industry in Bangladesh, one that complies with current and upcoming EU regulations and directives. This is being achieved via 3 market areas. Firstly, recycling of post-production waste. Secondly, traceability. And thirdly, circular production and design. On a government-to-government level, G2G, activities including a CERF track focus on advocacy and policy dialogue for circularity in the RMG sector, as well as capacity building for the local government on the evolving regulatory environment. Then, on a business-to-business level, we invest in trade missions, such as we are having this week, networking events, and pilot projects. Technical support to manufacturers, branch organizations, and the RMG industry focus on technologies such as recycling, traceability technologies, best practices, and improved cooperation between stakeholders in the value chain. So then we talk about brands and manufacturers. Circular practices, recycling of waste, increased use of green energy, the reduced use of chemicals and water. All these developments, all these changes, they will not just increase environmental sustainability. No, they will also improve profitability due to reduced costs. It's as simple as that. This strategy particularly focuses on climate change mitigation by decreasing the footprint of the RMG sector through the incorporation of circular practices. Concurrently, we are establishing a center for excellence or knowledge hub for universities, businesses, and government stakeholders on circularity. All these efforts are designed to foster innovation, promote knowledge exchange between the Netherlands and Bangladesh, and drive concrete action towards a circular economy in the fashion industry. We are especially pleased that this year's forum will showcase the expertise of 18 companies from the Netherlands, now in this forum visiting Bangladesh in Dhaka. And these companies drive concrete action towards a circular economy in the fashion industry. And well, these companies, as we know them, are all in the forefront of the circularity, traceability, energy, innovative design, and best possible use of materials. These companies embody the innovation and technological solutions that can bolster the RMG sector into the right direction. We see huge potential in this collaboration, and we are believing that together we can unlock new opportunities for growth, innovation, and a truly sustainable RMG industry in Bangladesh. We must move beyond incremental change, forget about the small steps, and we have to embrace transformative solutions that address root causes and accelerate positive change. I am confident that the discussions and collaborations fostered here today will significantly advance sustainability in the RMG sector. The Netherlands remains a committed partner on this vital journey. Together, we go for a circular fashion today and tomorrow. Daunabat.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Andre Carstens, for your valuable words. Ladies and gentlemen, due to a prior engagement, our chief guest will be delivering her speech early in the session before she departs. We sincerely appreciate her time and presence with us today. With a round of applause, please welcome our chief guest, Saida Rizwana Hassan, Honorable Advisor, Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change and Water Resources, to say a few words.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me here, Excellencies and our friends from Netherlands. When I was not on this side of the table, one of the things that I would always dislike is the fact that the chief guests come, you organize an event, you want them to hear something, you want to convey some messages, but they will hardly have time. They will come, deliver their speech, and go. But now I'm doing the same thing because life is actually very, very complex here. Most of us are running more than one ministry and many departments. So it's a little crazy. I apologize for being a little rude in delivering my speech early, and then I'll have to leave. When I came here, I've come here with hope. And this is something that the country at this very crucial juncture needs. We all have to stay positive and make sure that the major sectors of the country are in order. the economic sector cannot sustain any major shocks. We, of course, had almost 16 years of a fascist regime. We know how our economy has suffered. And when we are looking forward to a new Bangladesh, we are looking forward to a Bangladesh where every Bangladeshi will have a decent job, as we say. And the economy will ensure a fair play, both at the domestic level and internationally when we engage. Garment sector is very, very important for the economy of Bangladesh, and it's a major sector that provides huge employment to our people. It has come a long way. It has absorbed many shocks, but the sector has actually demonstrated leadership. It hasn't broken, it hasn't fallen apart, it has come together and faced the challenges and is still going strong. So for that, I give credit to our business leaders and also to the countries who take products from Bangladesh. I would like to thank all of you who have placed confidence in our business community, have worked with our business community to improve both the environmental performance and the social performance in the garment sector. And today is actually a reflection of the confidence that you all have placed in our business community and our laborers for so many years. When we talk about sustainability, it's actually a very difficult test. Having a green factory or having the most number of green factories does not automatically suggest that your modus operandi is sustainable. Garment sector is an energy-intensive sector. It is a water-intensive sector, and it also requires you to have good practices for chemical management. Bangladesh, many would think, is a country that is abundant in water. That is not always the case. We do have industrial belts where the groundwater level is going down, and that is creating a negative impact for the communities who depend on groundwater for their everyday needs. As garment sector is a water-intensive sector, it is very, very important that they choose production processes that are less water-intensive, and they ensure that they reuse the water and do not create extra pressure on the aquifer. Last night, the Ministry of Water Resources was finalizing the industrial water use policy, and the government is seriously thinking of putting a charge on groundwater. So far, it has been coming free to most of the industries, but the government has to stop that process. We will categorize the industries, and the extremely water-intensive ones will have to start paying for the water that they're extracting. The government will definitely give incentive for recycling activities, so we want to engage with our business leaders to ensure that they use less water and they recycle and reuse their water. On electricity, our supply has not been very consistent, and we know the disaster we have in the energy sector because of over-reliance on import. I was really happy to hear that some of the garment industries, including KEPZ, are producing their own electricity demand from renewable sources. So I would urge the business community and the our partners from Netherlands to really engage with their counterparts in Bangladesh so that they can switch from a fossil fuel reliant energy production to a renewable and sustainable energy production. Because I know that last year and the year before, many garment industries had to suffer because of lack of supply of energy to their industry. So it's important that we think about a solution that is sustainable, both for the country and for the industry itself. On chemical management, I know that when I was on the other side of the table, I was working with the Germans so that we can come out with a chemical waste management rule. In fact, a chemical management rule, and I just heard this morning that it is yet to be finalized. I think it's very, very, very important that the garment sectors have nationally endorsed chemical handling and management rules. And I must say that my ministry is committed to support you. Since we have a draft in hand, let us finalize it as soon as we can. Now, Bangladesh garments industry, which is always in the competition and has been facing the challenges, is also known for cheap labor. I think this is something that should go from the dictionary of the business. Labor should not be cheap. When we talk about sustainability, I think it has to be a shared responsibility of those who produce and a shared responsibility of those who actually consume it. If there is a call for sustainability on the producers, there has to be some degree of support that would also come to them. Creating a pressure for decent pay to the laborers has to be taken as a shared responsibility. So if we always want cheap products, we can't expect the laborers to be paid well. So I think in terms of, both for sustainable environmental management and for socially responsible business, the producers here in Bangladesh and those who are taking our products have to come together, and they have to have arrangements for cost sharing. Otherwise, for the middle range business and the small businesses, it will be an extra pressure which will not be sustainable. So I sincerely hope that the importers and exporters both will come together, will work on what should be called sustainability and what are the sustainable practices that we want to see in the textile sector, and we should also define the responsibility of each of the players. And we must ensure that we are not overburdening one of the actors, while the other actor continues to get cheap products. If it is cheap, it will not be sustainable. For it to be sustainable, it has to be a fair play. I just hope that the Bangladeshi businessmen take the opportunity of the presence of 18 business houses with whom they have been engaging for many years. I hope we manage to get more orders this time, and we manage to really ensure that people who work for these textile factories continue to earn a livelihood that will be better, that will really give them a decent living and will not treat them as cheap labor. So I really look forward to further sustainability, further improvement in the operation of the textile sector. This is truly the backbone of the economy of this country. So we look forward to strengthened partnership. We look forward to partnership that will be responsible and more accountable. Thank you so very much.
If you allow me to respond a little bit. First of all, I didn't use the word cheap labor. because in my view that is already a shadow from the past. But it's good that you remind us that decent labor, as you put it, is one of the key principles. And well, all of our companies and we as an embassy are committed to this aspect of sustainability, as you phrase it. Then, secondly, it's interesting that your government is considering to charge water consumption, groundwater consumption. Well, we as a similar country with a lot of water, we have a similar struggle because, well, we already are charging the use of water for many years. However, we realize that we are not charging enough because water is a precious source of production and life, if you like. So we share your concerns, and we believe you are making the right considerations in this aspect. And well, as you know, we have a joint agenda as well in the field of water. So it's not just garment industry, we have a lot in common to cooperate, and it will be a pleasure to continue our cooperation in these and even some other fields. Thank you very much.
Of course. Just two more points. One is about the due diligence principle that we see more and more European countries are incorporating in their domestic legislation. So I think Bangladesh businesses need to really prepare themselves to address that. And the other thing is about packaging. They're all packaging their products in plastic. And I know that some of the European countries are considering a ban on import of plastic packaging in their countries. So I think the industry leaders here will do good in investing for alternative packaging that will use less plastic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, I'd like to invite Chaudhry Ashik Mahmood bin Harun, Executive Chairman, Senior Secretary at Bangladesh Investment Development Authority, BIDA, to the stage to share his valuable perspective with our audience. Yeah, but I think she's leaving, so let's take a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a moment as our chief guest is saying her goodbye. We'll take a little moment. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on the podium we have Chaudhry Ashik Mahmood bin Harun.
Good morning, and good morning, Assalamu alaikum, adab. Thank you everyone for being here, and thanks to the organizer for having me here as well. Look, it's great to see many known faces today. This is a meeting for the future, which is also quite encouraging. Now, I think I've said this many times before, the case for Bangladesh has always been there, and we all are believers of that case. Some of the results we've seen in recent times also reflect the fact that the case is still there. So the exports in January are up 7%. If you look at the port volume in Chittagong port, it is actually up 13% year over year in 2024, despite the disruption we had in July, August. So clearly some things are moving in the right direction at a macro level. But it's also great to have these meetings where we talk about things from 41,000 feet and see how we can devise a future that looks like something like a Singapore or a Sweden or Netherlands. But my real question is, how do we translate that into executable solutions on the ground? What are we going to do in next 6 months? What are we going to do in next 9 or 12 months? And the theory of change usually tells you that obviously there will be many challenges, but we have to find quick wins. We have to identify winners who will then push the rest of the system to find new winners. So sitting in the BIDA shop and the Economic Zone Authority shop, I can share with you what are we trying to do to find quick winners. First of all, you may have seen or heard that we originally had a vision in Economic Zone to build 100 economic zones. We have cut it down to 5. We said that we need to find economic zones that are actually usable, and to do 100 is not really practical for a country of our size. But what do we do with the unused 95? And one of the solutions that we are now working on with a lot of multilateral agencies and banks is to convert those into solar parks. So how do we ensure that there is enough renewable energy at source? And as you know, Bangladesh is a very landlocked country, and finding a good piece of land to do solar project has been the biggest challenge in solar industry. So what we're trying to do is all these unused lands that we know that are not going to be industrialized in next 10 to 15 years, we're going to give them out to do solar projects. There's one pilot that's being worked on in the National Economic Zone near Chittagong, and hopefully you will see some material progress in the next 3 to 6 months on that. I'll give you another example. We've tried to use the NAS theory by Richard Thaler, where we talk about that you have to push the system, push the government to somehow perform. And we've made the one-stop service data public. I don't know if any of you have looked into the BIDA website in recent times. So historically, in BIDA website, you would go into the website and you would be able to apply for a one-stop service solution, a software solution, and getting different permits, registrations, all of that. What you will also see now, if you go to the website, is the government agency performance data. So if you had applied for a specific service, what percentage of those cases we were able to deliver within stipulated SLA? If the SLA was 3 days, how many of them we have delivered within 3 days? How many of them we have failed to deliver within 3 days? This data is actually now available in public domain. If you haven't tried it, feel free to have a look, and it actually ranks the government agencies based on the output that has happened so far. So these are smaller examples of what we could potentially do. I was speaking to a gentleman earlier today about repatriation law. We have a lot of foreign businesses here. I know that repatriation has been a big challenge. If you ask by paper, do we allow people to repatriate? Of course we do, but it feels like Hotel California to a lot of our investors because the process of going through it is so complex that they struggle to actually repatriate capital. If someone's coming to Bangladesh and wants to do business in Bangladesh, we should absolutely be very happy for them to do business here and then take their profit out. Through that process, by default, they're generating economic return for our country and our people anyway. So there's no reason for us to try to hoard the capital in this country. So that's another topic that we will really try to tackle while interim government is in play, and you will see material progress in next 3 to 6 months on repatriation. I know that interim government in a wider space, so the likes of our chief guest and the special envoy, they're looking at the labor rights and labor laws. I know we are quite far away from the ILO convention. That's something we've been talking about, harping on for a long, long time. We should also be seeing material progress on ILO convention or convergence towards ILO convention from Bangladesh's position in next few months. So if I try to go back to the future point that we as a country would like to be the leader in sustainable apparel by 2040. Let's assume that that's the collective vision of this room. I think my request to the room and the rest of the day would be, let's work together and try to identify executable quick wins instead of saying very generic items or talking about things that are 5, 10, 15 years away. They're great, they're fantastic to talk about, but at the same time we just need to be realistic that if we always talk about sitting in A about Z, we will never go through B, C, D, E, F. And what we really need now from all of you is to push the government, push the system, push the business community, push the overall ecosystem to go from A to C, not A to Z in the next 6 to 9 months. So hopefully we will all work together, and I'll have a chance to speak to some of you later today and the rest of the time when you are here. It was great to see some of you in the ambassador's residence the other day. So thank you for visiting Bangladesh. And I'll close this with a small invite. As you may or may not have heard, that we are hosting an investment summit in April, April 7th to 10th. The registration is actually live. It's called summit.bida.gov.bd. So you're most welcome to visit Bangladesh around that time. It is hosted by our Honorable Chief Advisor. And we will try to make sure that you have a holistic experience of what Bangladesh has to offer as a package. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chaudhry Ashik Mahmood bin Haroon. Next, I'd like to invite His Excellency Michael Miller, Honorable Ambassador and Head of Delegation, the European Union Delegation to Bangladesh, to please come up and say a few words on this occasion.
Good morning, colleagues. And although Rizwana has left us, I do want to thank her for her intervention, for reminding us about the need for balance between producers and consumers, and for the vision she set out for the future of this industry. I want to also note the presence of Ashik, the Executive Chairman of BIDA, and Andre and Mustafiz for inviting me to address you this morning. So, at the outset of my remarks, I would like to thank the Apparel Exchange and the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands for organising today's Sustainable Apparel Forum. The forum plays a crucial role in mainstreaming discussions on social and environmental sustainability in the RMG sector, to ensure sustainability and because it is good for business. Circular practices save costs, help meet social and environmental requirements, and maintain market access for Bangladesh to your biggest customer, the European Union. The European Union's Everything But Arms preferential trade scheme has played a crucial role in the textile and apparel sector's growth, contributing greatly to Bangladesh's economic success. And last year, 2024, more than 90% of the 20 billion euros of exports from Bangladesh to the European Union came from textiles and garments. EU consumers have in turn benefited from good value and high quality products imported from Bangladesh, just the sort of balance Rizwana was referring to. As we look ahead, our partnership, the partnership between the European Union and Bangladesh, must evolve as the EU moves forward with social and environmental transition across all sectors of our economy. It must also evolve as Bangladesh prepares for LDC graduation. In the European Union, I can tell you that I was in Brussels last week, meeting with the presidents of each of the European institutions. And our message is clear. The world may be increasingly uncertain. Some of our partners are perhaps less predictable than we would like, but the European Union will keep the course on green transition, coupling competitiveness with decarbonisation in a joint roadmap. We see that decarbonisation makes us less dependent on others whose security interests may be counter to our own. We see that circularity and bioeconomy are central issues to our competitiveness compass, and we see that green diplomacy must be explicit in the work of the new European Commission. Value chain transparency, colleagues, is important for our consumers, and we cannot, in addition, continue to import chemicals included in products that we then have to spend European taxpayers' money to clean up. It is not acceptable. In Bangladesh, the European Union offer is to partner with all of your stakeholders to ensure the success of the ongoing, very important political transition. Those issues I have just mentioned as driving the European Union's work on competitiveness and decarbonisation are central to the interests of Bangladesh, a country that, like the European Union, is vulnerable to climate change, and a country that, also like the European Union, sees the need to protect and promote rules-based international cooperation. In Bangladesh, the European Union is focused on promoting development and industrial strategies that align with global best practices and target the Sustainable Development Goals. Our focus, the European Union focus, is not shifting from economic and social development goals in this country, and this extends naturally to poverty reduction. There is a lot I could say on the need to align social, environmental, and human rights in this country with international standards. The key point I would like you to take home today is that we, as the European Union, we are determined to ensure a smooth transition for Bangladesh to the future GSP Plus trade regime post-graduation. We are, for example, supporting Bangladesh in the overhaul of its, frankly, outdated labour laws to ensure the protection of the fundamental rights of workers in this country. We are investing in environmental upgrades, and I want to underline that there can be no half measures. I want to underline the urgency of moving forward rapidly on these points. We anticipate meaningful reforms are taken forward by the interim government. We anticipate that those meaningful reforms bring about qualitative change. We need, as the European Union, to agree on what such qualitative change means, concretely, through policy dialogue with the authorities. This has to be about co-creation, building on the National Action Plan for Labour Rights, for example, which we have agreed with the Bangladeshi authorities. Now, Ashik spoke about coming down from 41,000 feet to the practical. I do want to underline that the European Union recognises this very important element. There are many challenges to the work ahead for Bangladesh as you move towards this more sustainable apparel sector. And I want to underline that we will be your country's reliable and steadfast partner in this work, including via our Global Gateway endeavours. 4 points I want to make. The first, on decent work. The European Union and our member states have a joint portfolio of over 50 programmes worth more than 700 million euros, striving to increase the sustainability and inclusivity of your economy, with improved livelihoods and decent employment at the centre of this work, meaning more and better jobs. The second, on the green energy transition, we are working again with our member states, including the Netherlands, to help Bangladesh build a power system that provides affordable, secure and clean energy, boosting renewables and reducing energy consumption and demand through energy efficiency measures. We look to Bangladesh to increase its ambition when it comes to renewables. The third is that the European Investment Bank, whose vice president was in Bangladesh just 3 weeks ago, that bank has announced that it plans to double its portfolio of lending in Bangladesh to approximately 2 billion euros in the near term, focusing on environmentally sustainable infrastructure projects. And the fourth is to recall that the European Union has, together with France and Germany, invested 64 million euros in safety for workers and environmental retrofits, working very closely with the Bangladesh Bank. Now, allow me to finish by underlining that the European Union is determined to work with Bangladesh to ensure the success of the country's ongoing political transition and to ensure that this country is equipped with the capacity to provide opportunity to its youth, create conditions that allow the RMG sector to continue to thrive, but builds in far greater local value added, and finally, that leads to the diversification of this country's economy. This is in your interest, and when you are in my place, when you are the European Union investing around the world in the stability of your partners, this is also most definitely in our interest. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And now, finally, it is my privilege to invite Mr. Mostafizuddin, founder and CEO of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, to take the stage and say a few words on this occasion.
কেউ তালি দিচ্ছে না, সবাই মনে হয় আমাকে দেখতে দেখতে অনেক বিরক্ত। Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Your Excellency, Mr. Michael Miller, Ambassador, European Union, Head of Delegation to Bangladesh, and one of a close friend of mine, I can consider, I think, and a big supporter of work, what we're doing. Your Excellency, after you arriving in Bangladesh, I'm watching that you've been a big supporter of our work, and thank you for that. Mr. Ashik Chaudhuri, actually he is one of my dream person. I'm a big fan of him, but never thought that God will give the opportunity to sit in the same stage and we meet together. As an individual, he was a big inspiration for me, and once he joined to the government, actually he started to show the path how things can be changed by one individual person, what is called leadership. I'm deeply inspired by him, and I'd like to say thank you for being here today. Mr. Honorable Chairman of BIDA, Executive Chairman, and your presence means a lot to us. And obviously, Mr. Andakaster, the Head of Mission, Embassy of Netherlands, thanks for being here today. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we have a lot to talk today. I won't go for the deep discussion of the prices and circularity, sustainability, all these things. We have 40 expert speakers today, 4 panel sessions. We have 2 breakout sessions, and we have a big delegation from Netherlands, 18 companies, around 45 innovator, investor, buyer, they are here. So you will hear from them all these stories and expert knowledge. I would like to, first of all, I would like to thanks to the Embassy of Netherlands. I usually forgot to thanks a lot of people, so I had written the name, but I know I still will thanks, but it doesn't mean that I don't value you. Please excuse me for that, but I will try to say thank you to each of you. The Embassy of Netherlands is always a part of our all initiative. Back to 15 years before, when we started Bangladesh Apparel Exchanges, from that day to till today, even this Sustainable Apparel Forum today is the 6th edition. From that first edition, if you follow our activities, you will see that the Embassy was a big supporter of there. And thanks for this support. Your support bring us today over here. I would also like to thanks none of them rather than KDS Group. It's also one of continuous supporter of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. Last many years, this organization is supporting us a lot, and especially thanks to Selim Bhai for being here today and supporting all our activities. And Accelerator Water, also thanks for your sponsorship, and without your support, this would not happen. I will say, from the early morning, many of you was asking, I look little stressed and a little nervous. Yes, obviously, it's a big responsibility, because back to last year when I was in Netherlands, I meet all these individual people who are sitting over here, and you know that they had taken the steps to come Dhaka, and it's not a very easy. Some of them are very new. They came very first time. So it's a big responsibility, and the embassy is organizing this. RVO is there, and this is a program for last 5 days. Yesterday, we took them to show around all the factories. I think they loved it. And today we have Sustainable Apparel Forum. Tomorrow we have matchmaking in BGMEA. And then we have also one-day program. So it's a 5 days packed program for the trade mission. I would like to take the opportunity to say thank you to Rosemary, Nadia, Barnice. I don't forget your name. You guys made an amazing job. And because of you, these trade missions together. And obviously, from the Dutch embassy, my another good friend, Thais, Deputy Head of Mission, Netherlands, Sarah, Tanjila Appa, with all this actually support, we as a team behind that, a big team had worked together to put this event together. And that's why today we are seeing this event. I would also like to thank, after this panel, we'll start a panel discussion. Our industry leader, Babu Bhai, Rakib Bhai, Selim Bhai, Parvez Bhai, they all are here. Your presence means a lot. Actually, I can't express my gratitude to each and all of you individually sitting in this room. And words are not enough to express how I feel. I can't show this to you, but I just try to do my very best, every single thing, and make sure that you all get the value for being here today. Like Bangladesh Apparel Exchange is working last 15 years for these things. 90,000 people around the world from 55 countries came together. And many of you sometimes ask to me what these forums are giving back to the industry or to the country. If you look into like that, Bangladesh Denim Expo, Sustainable Apparel Forum, Circular Economy Summit, Bangladesh Climate Action Forum, we create collaboration, we create connection among of the people, and then it creates opportunity and investment and a further accelerated of the business. I think our initiatives will keep on continue, and we will be doing that. The last thing I would like to tell today, you all may be aware that we had done last 2 years back in Netherlands, Best of Bangladesh. And we made a small video for 2 days, and it's the very first time we are showing this video. Let's see the video, and I would like to take 1 minute about that program. Please play the video.
In the heart of South Asia, where rivers tell stories and the skies hold endless possibilities, lies a nation of beauty, ambition, and promise. Welcome to Bangladesh. From the world's longest unbroken beach to the largest mangrove forest and the tranquil beauty of rolling hills, Bangladesh is a land of breathtaking wonder. And within these landscapes, a deeper story unfolds, a story of tradition, rhythm, and timeless artistry. Our culture is our soul. It lives in the rhythm of our music, the colors of our festivals, and the timeless craftsmanship of our people. This is the heartbeat of Bangladesh. Rooted in a proud heritage, our people have faced every challenge with courage and unyielding resilience. It is this spirit that defines Bangladesh. Through history's challenges, we have emerged stronger. From the courage of our past to the innovation of today, Bangladesh stands as a beacon of resilience and transformation. With one of the fastest growing economies in Asia, a dynamic workforce, and expanding infrastructure, the country is rapidly positioning itself as a global hub for business and innovation. Central to this growth is the world's second largest RMG industry. Bangladesh's $50 billion garment sector is a leader in global fashion. From textiles to tech, agriculture to advanced manufacturing, Bangladesh is a land of opportunity, where innovation drives industries forward. Our thriving IT sector and startups are transforming the digital landscape, offering smart solutions that empower businesses to thrive in an interconnected world. From leather to light engineering, jute to FMCG, Bangladesh is a diverse powerhouse, blending timeless craftsmanship with innovative technology to create products for the future. With over 160 million people and a rapidly expanding middle class, Bangladesh is a booming consumer market, a place where businesses can tap into immense potential and drive growth. This April, the Best of Bangladesh 2025 brings our story to the world. Discover why the world is investing in Bangladesh, a partner for progress, innovation, and global collaboration. Bangladesh is a vision, a partner, a rising force. Step into a story of progress and endless possibilities.
Just to let you know that our Honorable Executive Chairman of VIDA, Mr. Ashik Chaudhuri, I met his office. I went to meet his office. This is the very first time VIDA is supporting our initiatives. We had done this event previous time. I went to meet with him, and within 6 seconds, he said, "I'm going with you. I will be there. I will be in person to be there." Please put a big clap for that. And I think we all need to come forward like that. I would like to tell 2 words in Bangla. This morning I was asking someone that can I tell one thing in Bangla. In everywhere we speak in English, never get an opportunity outside, and also in Bangladesh. So please excuse me for other people, other friends from outside world. I will tell this word in Bangla, and excuse me for that. দেখেন আমি তো একটা ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল মানুষ 16টা বছর ধরে কাজ করে যাচ্ছি 2 হাতে কাজ করে যাচ্ছি আপনারা তো সবাই আমাকে চেনেন কেউ তো আমি তো নতুন না কিন্তু আমার একলার পক্ষে আসলে সবকিছু করা সম্ভব না এই বেস্ট অফ বাংলাদেশের ইভেন্টটা নেদারল্যান্ডের যে জায়গাতে যখন হাত দিয়েছি আমার যে ফ্রেন্ডসরা যারা নেদারল্যান্ডের আছে এখানে হলের মধ্যেও যারা আছে আপনারা একটু কথা বলে দেখবেন ইভেন কি ওনারাও আমাকে বারবার জিজ্ঞেস করে যে নেদারল্যান্ডে সবাই নাকি কথা বলছে বারবার বলছে যে বাংলাদেশ এখানে ইভেন্ট করবে বাংলাদেশ কি ওই হলটাতে ইভেন্ট করবে এটা এত একটা প্রেস্টিজিয়াস ইভেন্ট আমি অনুরোধ করব আপনাদের সবাইকে ইচ এন্ড এভরি ইন্ডিভিজুয়ালকে আমরা গত বছর ইভেন্টটাকে অনেক সাকসেসফুল করেছি এটা আমার বলে কোনো কথা না বেস্ট অফ বাংলাদেশে আমার কোনো লগোও নেই আপনারা যদি একটু খেয়াল করে দেখেন আমি সেটা পর্যন্ত তুলে দিয়েছি কিছুতে থাকতে চাই না বক্তব্য দিতে চাই না তারপরও সবাই বলে যে দিতে হয় এজন্য দিই এখানে আসলে ব্যক্তিগত কোনো কিছু না আমি কোনো রাজনীতি সংগঠন কোনো দিনই জড়িত ছিলাম না আগামীতেও থাকবো না সে ধরনের ইচ্ছাও নাই দেশের জন্য কাজ করতে চাই এই ইভেন্টটাতে যদি একটু সাপোর্ট করেন বা যদি আপনারা সবাই যেমন আমাদের অনারেবল চেয়ারম্যান বিড আমি যখন ওর সাথে দেখা করতে গেছি এক বাক্যে বললো যে আমি যাব এটা একটা অনেক বড় সাহস এবং ইন্সপিরেশনের ব্যাপার আপনারা যদি একটু সহযোগিতা করেন যে যার জায়গা থেকে একটু এগিয়ে আসেন ইনশাল্লাহ একটা অন্যরকম বাংলাদেশ প্রেজেন্ট করতে পারবো আমার ব্যক্তিগত অনেক অনুরোধ থাকবে প্লিজ একটু এবার একটু সাপোর্ট করবেন and as usual I just realized that I forgot to tell a few names so it clicked to my head I would like to thank Ministry of Foreign Affairs who was also a partner for us last year in Best of Bangladesh and also this year also along with the BIDA they are also the partner and our Honorable Secretary West Mr. Riyaz Hamidullah thanks for your valued continuous support and our friends from Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the last thing I would like to say I didn't forget Michael you are there I know Noreen Appa you are also there actually the journey of last 15 years there are few organizations was always been a big supporter like the Embassy of Netherlands European Union GIZ Lawrence Foundations and many others our stakeholder I'm deeply gratitude for that I'm very happy for that and so much thank you and if I alive if things goes okay if all of your support keep continue inshallah Bangladesh Apparel will keep on presenting you events like that let's hope for the best rest of the day we have a long day today and once again thank you for your excellency thank you honorable chairman Bida and also Mr. Andekaster and thanks all of you and my special thanks once again to the delegation who came from Netherlands. I'm sure you will enjoy a lot. Let's meet in Netherlands and please don't forget to support Best of Bangladesh in Netherlands. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mostafizuddin. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to the end of the opening plenary session. Thanks to our panelists for sharing their valuable insights and for painting a clear vision of the future for Bangladesh's apparel sector. Can we please have another round of applause for our panelists for the opening plenary session? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will move on to our first plenary session titled Bangladesh 2040, the roadmap for a resilient and sustainable apparel sector. I'm pleased to introduce our esteemed panelists for this session. We have with us Shaukat Aziz Russell, President, Bangladesh Textile Mills Association, BTMA, Chairman and Managing Director of Amber Group. We have Anwarul Alam Chaudhry Pervez, Chairman and Managing Director of Evins Group, Mahmoud Hassan Khan, Managing Director of Rising Group, Abdullah Hil Rakib, Managing Director of Team Group, and Salim Rahman, Managing Director of KDS Group. This session will be moderated by M. Riaz Hamidullah, Secretary West, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bangladesh. Please join me in welcoming our panelists to the stage. মাইক্রোফোনগুলো অন করে দিন, অন করুন। এইটাকে আমি অফ করে গেছিলাম। Requesting all of you to kindly stand for a group photograph before we start the session. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And now, handing the floor over to Mr. M. Riaz Hamidullah.
Good morning. We make a very rapid transition from a rather spirited conversation, unlike any conventional inaugural, I'm sure that we are normally familiar with. So on that note, let me welcome the distinguished panelists. I'm not going to introduce them. I'm sure that you know almost each of them, except for the Dutch friends in the room. I'm quite confident about that. This is going to be a 60-minute rapid-fire conversation. It's not going to be where something of set speeches, and sometimes if any one of you feel that you need to disagree, feel free about that. We'd first go with a round of first cycle of conversation, and then we'll come back for a bit of cross-cutting. To set the tone, I think transitioning from the inaugural, where we heard very clearly from the ambassadors, from Sir Rizwana Hassan, Ashik Chaudhry, it's very clear that we need to think of the future, not to harp on the past. I often say that future is fun, future is excitement, but also fraught with a lot of challenges, uncertainties, risks, most of all unknowns. So we were told that we had to reflect or prospect into 2040, 15 years from now. But I often think that even 5 years from now, prospecting gets difficult quite often. You would know much more than that. We heard a lot about rights. I think when the conversation began for last 1 decade, it's been about prices, rights, but increasingly about responsibility and shared responsibility. That would take us through some of the things, and where I think the Dutch ambassador said about how do we look at the problems as opportunities. So without further ado, I'll first turn to if I may say, my neighbor, or actually Mr. Rakib first. I think all of us, I would ask that রুমে যারা আছেন মেহেরবানি করে একটু যদি আমাদের মনোযোগ দেন, যাদের কারো যদি কোনো কথা বলার থাকে আমি রিকোয়েস্ট করবো যে একটু আমরা রুমের বাইরে চলে যাই, কথা বলে আসি। I'd first turn to you because I think last decade has been such where initially we were taken to the road on sustainability, automation was coming in, there was a bit of nervousness, but now we clearly see that it's about something called intelligence age, that Davos has just less than 3 weeks back said it emphatically. And AI is going to rule the roost, as the Americans say. How, as one of the champions in the industry and a long-term someone working, how are you kind of looking at it from your individual company perspective as also from the industry session?
Thank you. I think some of us say that fourth industrial revolution, some of us say fifth industrial revolutions, and a lot of very ornamental words are going on in terms of AI and IoT and implementing partnership and raising the capacity, understanding the efficiency into supply chain, having the true data to decide better. AI definitely will help us, and I think a lot of small initiative has been taken into private initiative. I think this is for the industry perspective or the country perspective, we should collect all this and we should keep innovating, and we should invest heavily to understand how we can adapt. I just want to remind that the innovations or the changes in AI is very disruptive. So having that resilient attitude to adapt and keep adapting, increasing our skill set, increasing our
Is it
time.
simply going to be about attitude or behavior, or how, for example?
Absolutely.
There's also a cost part to that. How are you going to handle?
I can tell you that if we can show the map, if we can show that investing into this technology, learning this, training your mid-level, training your managers, how do you use this, definitely will bring some efficiency. And they will also optimize the cost. So they will pay back. And a lot of us feel that we might lose jobs, but not necessarily if you have the correct mindset to train those people and utilize into the segments.
So if I may say that without revealing your business secret, are you already looking up to that?
Yes.
Yeah. That's something very interesting for everyone present in the room to note, particularly the Dutch friends. You can reach out to him later.
No, of course we'll be, I'm sure that the people sitting down on the table, and we have our honorable speakers here. I have also a lot of things to learn, and I'm sure they're also doing much more better things than me. That's a resilience what we have, and I'm so proud of our second generation. I was just meeting one young fellow of our colleague who was like second generation, and he was telling me a lot of new stories. And I think we should give consistent time on research, and next 12 to 14 months or 12 to 24 months, the industry partners, the government should do a massive research to understand the correct data to decide for the Vision 2040.
Another quick question. I know that some in the industry are already looking at mining data, because each of your factories, small ones, big ones, you have enormous amount of data, and mining the data and turning those could be business models, which I'm sure that many are doing, even in the region, South Asia region. Do you think that that is something that you may like to wake up to?
Absolutely, and that's again a change in the mindset, because a lot of us believe that I don't want to share my data. A lot of us feel that this is my business secrecy. But to be very frank, if I don't share, if I don't compare, if I don't understand, I do not calibrate the information, I actually do not know where I stand in terms of benchmark. And this is, I think, very much time appropriate that industry partners should also focus on releasing true data and considering and consolidating the data to release the report, which will be a guiding principle for us to operate and invest.
You unwittingly referred to something, another big elephant in the room, reporting, possibly sustainable. We'll come back to that. Mr. Chaudhary, once again, I'm looking at you and getting slightly scared, because I think you bring a lot of wisdom in the room, clearly, visibly. But Paras bhai, many fear that in the next few years' time, as we open up, Bangladesh economy opens up, we have to, because of the graduation, we might lose the trade preferences. And already some of the trade negotiations with some of the larger economies are on the table. How, on that score, you as a large, long-time entrepreneur, how are you kind of looking at it?
Thank you. First of all, I must give a thanks to the organizer who have invited me over here and allow me to speak something in front of our foreign guests and also our local people. As far as graduation is concerned, you know, I'm always little bit pessimistic. Number one, yeah, we cannot avoid it. The graduation has been done. Already we've been in it. We cannot avoid it. But I feel personally that we should have tried to defer it for another 3 years' time. The reason behind it is graduation is definitely a big challenge for Bangladesh. Whether we are ready for it, that is a big question. If you look for the time being, see that we are not in a good shape as far as our economy is concerned for the time being. It starts from the COVID period and move forward. Then the Ukraine supply chains has a problem, inflation is everywhere high. So, and then our political crisis has been there still. We are facing it. So our all indicator and our all the foundations, I think that is little bit shaking. You can see that even Bangladesh Bank is struggling, and I must give a thanks to our governor. He's trying his best, and our current account is a little bit positive now. So, but still, they are in a very big crisis, and they are trying to work out with all the banking sectors. Why I'm saying all those things? Because these are important to understand that the preparation. When you have a graduations, we are losing a lot of things. For example, our biggest dependency, in Bangladesh, is RMG sector. Our contribution is about more than 82% of our total export. It means our other sector are not been ready yet, number one. And this sector, if it been getting under pressure, it will be indirectly affect our economy. Look, the Vietnam by 2027, there will be a zero tariff in the Europe. And if Bangladesh goes for a graduation by 29, we'll have our importer has to pay duty on us because we lost the GSPA. We are not yet started negotiating, in that respect, bilateral or FTA and things like that, but Vietnam already is on the process already. Is a duty-free access. He's a, not duty, I said that FTA, they have under FTA, so it will be zero duty. We'll have a dependency on Europe. We have a dependency with other countries also, Japan and India. Everywhere we're losing. Our borrowing part will be higher, you know, the cost, the Bangladesh. So ultimately what would be happen? What would be our next? We are, in our other trades, we are not being self-sufficient yet.
Okay.
We are.
I'll come back to you, but just to underline, and I would invite the attention of also Dr. Zaidi Sattar in the room, because I would ask that at a later stage, we'll try to hear from you as well, from PRI, because what we understand is, or the lines are clear, that what has come from the Committee for Development Policy in UN, the pathway, Bangladesh is quite steadily on the pathway to graduation, but this would merit a separate conversation with government immediately. That's what I would like to underline, because the path looks very set. And also, how do we look at European Union in terms of GSP Plus? Because that is another conversation where with Brussels, where it has been.
These are not an easy. This is that with the interim government, it won't be work out. You know, it has to be a political government will be needed. You have to understand very clearly.
No, I just want to underline that.
I say that we are not been ready. Even we start the process, you know, there are a lot of things will be coming up. But with our present advisor, chief advisor, we can able to negotiate if he wishes, and if we can pursue it properly. Okay. To defer it. I said that we cannot avoid it, but we can defer that at least 3 years, because with these 3 years, we try to be prepare ourselves, our foundations, things, make our economy stronger.
I hear you fully, and the points are noted. May I just move on to Mr. Mahmood Hassan Khan, another industry, a long-time entrepreneur in the industry, who has seen the industry evolve and very steadily involved, where we would look at, as we speak this week, beginning from yesterday in Paris, the OECD has again started looking at, some of your friends are already in Paris, on the due diligence. We heard very clearly from Saudi Rizwana Hassan, the ambassadors and others, about that there's not an option, we have to walk the path. Question would be, I know the tensions, the difficulties for most of you while you're looking at it, because it's been for over a decade. Question would be, how are you looking at the next level of sustainable production practices on the production floor across the value chain? How are you going to prepare, and what would be your messages also to other partners?
Thank you very much, Mr. Riaz. Actually, this sustainability and this automation, okay, and it is always challenging but achievable, okay, and we can achieve if depends on individuals and mostly on leadership. Leadership from the sector, at the same time leadership of individual entrepreneur or individual factories. I can give my, I can share my experience for my factory. Say, for example, almost 7 years back, I started using renewable energy, say solar panel. Initially, except myself, almost everybody in my organization thought this is a part of compliance or some sort of showcase. But later on, in our company, we almost nowadays, now we are using 8 megawatt solar panel, and it makes worth. Now, each and every one who are in the management in terms of sustainability, they are very much confident, yes, this is possible, and this is a part of the core business. So this is an example. So as you said, this is no more option. This has to be a part of integration of a business.
But if I may ask, what we continue to hear, that the big factories, like each of you present on this side, the economics work for you to adopt these sustainable practices. But the ones which are mid-sized to smaller, they really struggle. Is that right? Or how they can cope?
This is a part of business. It is not only sustainability, but of existence of business. Business profitability is always there is a challenge for small and medium. And also I can say it not necessarily just always big size of factory they are doing the practice of sustainability. It is depends on mindset. Even I saw some mid-size factory they are also doing. So it is a matter of mindset. It's a matter of leadership. So they are doing. And then it is depends on the buyers also that to whom you are working for. So as you said that this is no more option. We do believe this is no more option. This is a part of our core business and we have to move forward. So for example, initially we started with solar panel. Now we have to think about, we are working, not only think, we are working about the water consumption. This is STP. Because previously STP was not in our regular business process. Nowadays, almost all the big factory and mid-size factory, they are working for setup. So STP, this is part of reducing water consumption or recycling of water. So recently, let me say, recently we have faces the challenges that the factory, because of its individual infrastructure, cannot set up STP. But new technology has come up so that even the infrastructure is not horizontal, even a vertical factory you can set up the STP. So to me it is a matter of mindset and then leadership.
A very quick question. I mean, I'll come to you. I know. You heard the advisor saying very clearly, I think less than an hour back, about looking at water, energy, and chemical, the responsibility part of that. Would you take it as a challenge or opportunity?
Both. It is both. It's a challenge and opportunity. So for example, what she said, their government is going to impose tariff on water uses.
Okay? But that will, how would it reflect on your balance sheet, for example?
In terms of using solar energy or renewable energy, it is definitely impacting, positive impact in my balance sheet. It's no more cost, as I said. But in terms of tariff, say, on water uses, it is going to be challenging at the beginning stage because there is two different type of tariff. I think the people who are recycling water, there should not be tariff. They should get exemption. Okay. And then the people who are only not using the recycling, that there may have some tariff.
I'm purposefully tickling you or bringing this into attention because those in the room, if you have solutions, if you think that you can stitch, because we are to prospect into future, I think that is that might be an exciting space where you can carve newer equations, newer production functions, and newer way of engagement. That's where you have the industry champions, leaders, and if you want to think that how you want to get into, you can catch up with them for later conversation. Mr. Salim, yes, I'm turning to you, Salim Rahman from Chirag.
Before you ask me, actually, I just forgot to mention something, and we just spoke the other day. Baubhai, I think he just said, you talked about mid-size companies, how are they going to do sustainability? We just talked about it. I think it's got to be a community initiative. I'll give you an example. Let's say mid-size. Why can't they, and it's been talked about in multi-factors, that I'm talking about BGME itself. Why don't they set up?
What is the percentage of factories in BGME?
I just don't have the right numbers in my head. I just want to tell you the concept. The mid-size factory, who has 8 lines and etc. Why don't you put them in a complex and have a central ETP system? Let's put it. We just talked about it the other day, and that's because 8-line factories, don't ask him to make an investment of 7 crore on ETP. It's just not doable. So those are the initiative has to be done centrally, and it can happen. We have seen it in many places, and it can be done. I just wanted to jump in on that. Thank you.
Fantastic, fascinating. We can keep it with a marker for later conversation. But what I would like to turn to you is that when we look at the future, two things look like, and we had a conversation with Ms. Ashik Chaudhary, who has left, for the industry, for each of you, two things are going to be crucial in terms of defining your next level of competitiveness. One is the logistic efficiency, and the other is digitization. How do we bring in that into transformation? We know about very interesting things being under consideration about Chittagong Port and etc. It's about entire logistics scenario. How would you look at that from your individual perspective and then industry?
First of all, thank you so much, Riaz Bhai, making me part of this, and I also would like to thank Mustafiz for this. I think the question you just asked, I think Rakib Bhai has touched upon some of them on AI and machine learning. IoT, I'm not very, I wouldn't say I'm afraid of it, because there are certain things we have learned. So if the new technology comes up, adaptation, a lot of us are capable of adapting. IoTs I'm not concerned about. But if you talk about AI and machine learning, one thing scares me quite a bit, and this thing, in a lot of seminars and a forum, they say that there is nothing an AI cannot do, a human can. So when we look at not only adaptation part of our business, or technology adaptation, or whatever, data crunching, big data and everything, you also got to consider the people, the training, etc. Because again, sooner or later, it's bound to happen. You know, there will be all our businesses are operation driven, physical operation driven. It will come less and less and less. That's a fact. There's no denial about it. We can deny about it. So how we before adaptation, how we comprehend, I am struggling. I am struggling to comprehend how am I going to. Everybody talks about big things, you know, artificial intelligence, ML, machine learning, etc. I am still in the process of comprehending, Then the adaptation part of it. Again, IoT is not going to be a problem. So, and I think Her Excellency mentioned in one of this thing, what you call the blockchain. I think he talked about traceability and visibility. So blockchain, it has to come to us in basically the fact of the thing is that from the field, from the producer to the store, the usage, again, adaptation of blockchain on the visibility and visibility, those needs to be done. Another challenge would be, and I would say any kind of automation or digitalization in the process of, let's say, when it comes to PD, product development, that we need to really adapt quick, because you have to understand our major market, even till today, it's Europe and US. We've always, I remember when I started with, with my father, lead time was what, 180 days, 90 days. Those are fairy tales. Now we are doing it at 30 days. Both of our target market are Europe and this, so lead time is going to be a factor. And if we can adapt technologies when it comes to product development, let's say on sampling stages, on all those, etc., that we need to. That's one way to fight lead time. I have few things. I'm forgetting maybe, and
no problem.
Oh, one more. I just want to make another point, and this I think it's very vital. FinTech, how hard it's going to hit us. Again, we don't talk about it only when it starts happening in surrounding our friendly countries in India. Then we'll understand how it's going to affect our business. I believe AI and then FinTech, it's going to be, those are going to be game changers for us. And how we adapt to it, that's going to give us the leverage. I don't know if I made a mess out of my answers. Thank you.
No, you're absolutely right. But one thing I would like to leave with each of you on this side of the room is that government has adopted, it's been 1.5 years now, the logistic policy. But actualization of logistic policy, that's the reason I'm purposefully bring this to your attention, is going to determine not only your individual company's balance sheet and everything, but also the country's, macro level. I leave that to you because so that you can carry this beyond this conversation. with BIDA in particular, and also once we have a longer term and political government in power, because that is going to be crucial. This could be also inviting questions from the floor, but later. The last of our panelists, distinguished panelists, is Mr. Russell, who comes from another end of the spectrum. He represents the Bangladesh Textile Association as its president currently, but also someone who has been in the apparel industry for quite some time. If I may ask you, there's another conversation going on that we are perennially dependent, for all the right obvious reasons, on importation of cotton. And the sources, origin are known. That is one part of it. The other part is that the very increasing demand that we focus, build our capacities in synthetic materials. How are you looking from your perspective, as an individual perspective, as also from Bangladesh Textile Mill Association's perspective, into this space, sir?
Well, let me give you a background of what we do. We represent Bangladesh Textile Mill Association, and we represent an investment of $22 billion. And our import for cotton is, we are probably the second largest importer of cotton in the country. It's a mosquito bothering me. Anyhow, we are probably the second largest country importing cotton. And second question was
about the synthetic
man-made fiber, basically.
Man-made fibers, right?
Yes, we could not tap into that market. A single reason being, we don't have a good policy in place. I've had number of correspondence with the government. I wish the honorable advisor was here. For instance, the plastic bottle, which you drink water, it could be converted into fiber, it could be converted into yarn, but we are not allowed to import those bottles. They are not waste bottles, they're actually raw material for us. So we are failing to convince our government. This is our bad luck. And our government is apparently too busy. I've had number of meetings with the number of advisors. All the meetings, are half-heartedly done or, cut off because they have another appointments, just like today also. This is a true disappointment, I believe. Anyhow, so going forward, synthetic fiber, world market predominates 70% of this sector, and 30% is cotton. Out of this 70%, Bangladesh is not near any numbers. So I wish going forward, we'll be able to convince the government, and we will share and give them ideas about bringing in good policies to import raw materials so that we can tap into that market. And hopefully, and we are already maintaining the ethical standard of the workers. You'd be happy to know that out of 10 green factories around the globe, I think 7 of them are in Bangladesh. And going forward, I think we are all gearing up for that. All my factories are compliant now. And my colleagues, they're all compliant now. And we are becoming compliant not by dictation, it is actually helping us. So we are beginning to realize that it is something that we need to do. And hopefully the country will benefit, the workers will benefit, the environment will be clean, and we are going forward and doing that. Thank you so much.
May I? Yeah.
If you allow,
please,
because regarding what Russell Bhai said, is a policy, at the same time is a mindset, and then support from the buyers. Say, buyers' mindset also like that. Bangladesh can do very good in the cotton products. Nowadays, their mindset is also changing, and we are also involved. I can share my experience. Day before yesterday, one of the former president of BTMA, he has taken initiative to produce synthetic filament yarn. We can import filament yarn, but if you can produce filament yarn here in Bangladesh, then it will reduce our lead time, and then we can diversify our product. So we, the entrepreneur, already in place to do producing synthetic or filament yarn from the raw material. Previously, there was a challenge in terms of tariff for raw material of producing filament yarn, like MEG or PTA. Recently, government has changed this tariff so that we can move forward. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to add on. The former minister for clothing, I had a meeting with him, and he gave us assurance to some of us. We had invested in plastic fiber. And he assured us that we'd be able to import waste plastic bottles to make fiber, but it never happened. Till today, we don't have a policy in place to import those bottles, either in bond or without bond. And if that happens, if this is how we actually behave, we are not actually helping the sector. So my urge to the, my pledge to the government would be that you actually put, government is busy with polythene, you know. Plastic has hundreds of varieties.
Yes, sir, but at the same time, I'm representing the government, I'm busy talking to you as well and hearing you loud and clear. I can only tell you that while I was walking the Honorable Advisor out, she told me that, so one of the points that I'll take back from this conversation to her is what you are underlining. Please rest assured on that. I would also request that please, if you later give a just plain piece of paper in terms of the specific. But it's very interesting what you're underlining, because there was also a press report that I've not named the country or countries, at least 2 countries I know for sure, I'm sure you'd know, where they are aggregating the plastic bottles, PET bottles as you say, and exporting to some countries, etc. So I think that aspect is also to be looked at. So what you are saying is essentially to look at industrialization, tariff, and import policies together seamlessly.
You see, converting waste into product is
Absolutely,
a new
sir.
trend, new business trend.
Waste to wealth.
Yes.
And I would invite Dr. Zaidi Satta, your kind attention, if you could help us to take this particular element to the right levels for later conversation.
Thank you.
On that note, we have limited time. We'd be opening for 10 minutes to the floor so that you have an opportunity to give your shout. Please but please, in 2 sentences, you have to ask. Others will have to cut you off. Please take your time to raise your voice, ask questions. Anyone specifically or in general, please feel free. Otherwise, there's an enormous amount of elements that has already come and surface in course of the conversations. We can actually carry on with each of you, but still, let's, yes, please. Andre, Ambassador Andre from the Netherlands. একটু দ্রুত হাঁটতে হবে.
Apologies for taking the floor again,
No
because
apologies,
I
please.
had my time already, but one of you referred to the possibility
Slightly louder.
of solar panels on the roof of garment industry complexes, and that is exactly one of the aims of one of our companies. And I'm not sure whether it is one out of these 18 we have in this room. Otherwise, it's company number 19, because I met with such a company just a couple of weeks ago. So it's on our agenda, and I hope we can cooperate in this matter, because it's another way to move forward into the right direction. Thank you.
Sure, sir. I can only add that the solar PV cell costing has come down to 3 cents, about to go to 1 cent. I only wonder when it would go 0. Anyway, there's another hand. Someone can please take the microphone and see. Sir, we'll come to you, sir, obviously. Please.
Thank you. I'm Kari Sultana. I came from different platform. I'm doing jute apparel.
Please just raise your question.
I want to know, jute is a sustainable product. I'm doing jute apparel dress or anything. So I want to say, in Bangladesh, what is the future?
Okay. Point noted. I want to come back to you with something fascinating. This weekend, Saturday, Ambassador of Uruguay traveled to Dhaka. You'd be shocked what he shared and what came out. Some of the industry friends were there, Mr. Asif Ibrahim and others. Uruguayan wool is better than Australian wool, number 1. Some of your friends, yes, some of your friends are already working on that to mix that Uruguay wool with denim to create another synthesized, or what you would say, fiber, and it's working positively for the balance sheet. I think I want to bring that. There is someone from Sweden present in the room who is doing a similar thing with jute and cotton blend and experimenting, but possibly going into industrial use. I want to keep that in abeyance. Dr. Zaidi Sattar, if I may come to you. Onake microphone ta deben. Edike. Dr. Zaidi Sattar from the Policy Research Institute.
Thank you very much. I think I just need a little bit of clarification to the point raised by Mr. Anwar Alam Parvez on the issue of graduation from out of LDC. Now, there's a very simple proposition here, very simple thing. Joining the LDC group is a voluntary proposition. Bangladesh joined the LDC group in 1975. If Bangladesh didn't decide not to join the LDC group, there would be no problem. By joining the LDC group, Bangladesh was the beneficiary for all the international support measures as an LDC. That is part of the rules-based trade regime. We are also part of the UN system. So under the UN system, Bangladesh is a member of the LDC group. Now, graduation from LDC is not a voluntary issue. It's an assessment by the Committee on Development Policy, CDP, of the UN. And once an economy meets those three criteria for graduation, the UN CDP recommends to the UN General Assembly. UN General Assembly then approves it. In the case of Bangladesh, they have already approved it. Now, Bangladesh can make an argument, which Mr. Parvez is trying to suggest, that there has been disruption and so we need to get some more time. So that probably is up to the General Assembly, but I think it's going to be very difficult.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we'll keep it in abeyance for now because that may take almost a day if you're going to discussion. But I think if you look at 2040, please tell us what exciting thing, completely atrocious even if you think that, or something to be debated, feel free to raise your voice on that, please.
Thank you so much. We have seen so many products and services as an initiative towards the sustainability goal. Now, my question is, from the public, private, or anyone, if we are trying to put that initiative under one umbrella and showcase to the world that Bangladesh is coming up with these are the initiatives. Doesn't matter if the initiative is small or is very large in the scale. So I myself is struggling to get this kind of information under one umbrella. What is your point of view?
We'll take it as an observation because we'll come back to that at a late stage. Anyone else? We'll aggregate the questions and observations, then we'll come to this side.
I have just one question that why we want to import used plastic from outside? Why not we are utilizing our own plastics, the useless one?
Point noted. Point noted. Anyone else?
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Kazi Amit Imran from WaterAid Bangladesh. So my question is which complements my previous person's question, that many of the organizations, I mean, meaning private sectors, have taken steps to recycle plastics. So if those plastics can be used by BTME and by the textile sector, then what can they actually speak, I mean, within bilaterally, or is it a completely policy issue that binds them from not using
Point noted. Thank you. Any of the Dutch friends in the room? Do you feel sufficiently excited, or you have something else to add to what you heard? Remember, we are to prospect into future, 15 years horizon, if not more or beyond. That's the time when Bangladesh would not only graduate, I would take it, you may disagree, but but at the same time, we'd go into completely different era where we have to assume newer roles, responsibilities, due diligence is just one part. There will be newer ones which are coming, we can smell in the horizon. Consumers' behavior also changing, which we are only seeing possibly 5-10 years might be completely far more challenging, if not difficult. Any other points? If not, then we'll close it. Fair enough. Please, sir.
Yes, the question about our using our own plastic. Yes, we are doing that. In America, per capita plastic consumption is 250 kg, whereas we don't even have a number. It's probably less than 2%. So we don't have adequate quantity to convert plastic into fiber. We are import dependent. And why should we not import, or why should we import? Because if we import, we can buy it as probably $300 per ton, whereas if we buy resin, which is the next level, you're looking at $1,000. So the value addition is retained in country other than Bangladesh. We're losing that money, number one. We're losing that job also. So our government don't understand that this is a loss that we're incurring years together. This is something we can retain in the country. So I have I have it documented, I have written to the government, especially the environment. I can give you a copy. And we're trying to convince the government. Our government is very slow, India is very fast, let's put it this way. Thank you.
On top of it, I just would like to add, I'm also the president of Bangladesh Chamber of Industry. By virtue of the positions, I got an opportunity to know. You'll be surprised, there are 20 big plastic recycle plant in Bangladesh and 200 medium size. These 20 biggest one, they said that they don't get enough raw material. 50% of the production is, they can't do it because of the raw material of the plastic. So if you wanted to use it, recycle yarn or even these other things, I think that will be needed very much. And besides that, I wanted to say one more thing to the audience. We talk about the sustainability, and now we come up with AI and this and that. See, Bangladesh for sustainability, if you talk about the customer is coming in this country, is for because they are getting a goods in a low price product. And we have enough working force. They are very quick learner. And the entrepreneurs are very aggressive. They are spender. So as a result, they invest the money with the latest machine, latest technology, and the workers they are working, they are a quick learner, so they picked up, and our production is getting every day improving and improving. The technology side, if you look at, even the sustainability side, if you look at, I think that we are one of the fastest growing entrepreneur in Bangladesh who are set up the lead industry event, which is a very expensive setup. You know, all those things we are doing. We are going even a ETP, the latest ETP we are setting up in Bangladesh. We don't need the pressure from anywhere. We ourselves, we take it because we know the customer needs all those things. But when it's a sustainability, you know, we talk about the global warming, and also we have to be address the generations, Generation Z and Millennium. Their target is a warming, sustainable, and all those things. We talk sustainability, but again, we talk about man-made fiber. Isn't it contradictory?
Yeah.
No, why I said it? Because, you see, one of the lady was saying that we have a jute and we can use this jute on a fabrics. Yes, we should have encouraged those kind of things. We should tell to the customers that I think that we should focus. I mean, definitely we will follow the market requirement, market demand, customer demand. But if we talk about the sustainability, the environment, then we should have concentrated not man-made fiber.
Okay.
We have a natural things,
sorry
the rock things,
I have to
jute and all these things.
Yeah.
Anyway, I took too much time. I think I bothered him, but I think that this message should carry by our customers or by our guests who are here. You know, when we talk about sustainability, we should not be contradictory. Bangladesh is discharging only 0.28 micron, but we are the victim of the circumstances.
We hear you,
know.
fully.
Anyway,
sure.
Thank you.
No, thank you. One element I want to bring to rest of you. I think there is also its open knowledge that if Bangladesh can aggregate the used cotton, I mean what we call jute, that can add up to or replace 15%, estimated to be 15% of the fresh importation of cotton. That would add to the circularity menu, etc. But I think anyone can reflect on that, whether, because we have to look at the future. What can we do?
Okay, I'll take that and I'll jump into jute again. You see, buyers are actually willing to pay you more if you're converting waste into a product. Nowadays, Walmart has a policy. If you're buying a new denim, you can throw away your old denim and they will reuse it. But we don't have a policy in place to import those denim and convert into fiber again. No, that's another debate. But instead of throwing it away, you can reuse it. You can make fiber again, you can make denim again.
No, point noted, please,
and coming back to jute, jute is something very interesting. From seed to fiber, everything is yours. The almighty green dollar is yours. Whereas RMG, not all of it is yours. Your cotton is not yours. Yarn, at times, we have imported $2.7 billion worth of yarn from India last year alone. So that's not ours. What we do value addition. We create some jobs. But jute is very interesting. Everything is yours. But we don't have a good policy to encourage this sector. This sector is declining by the day, and India is taking our market.
Yes, I can only add to what you're saying is that good part of raw jute goes to Europe, including Brazil and China. But what came out much to our surprise is that someone came up all the way to Faridpur from Sweden and set up something on blending plastic and jute and doing fabulous business. Jute is landing up with Boeing and BMW, going to industrial use and etc. I'll come to last minute with each of you, starting with Mr. Salim Rahman. Your final take, please. Based on what you heard, I mean, feel free to add any other.
Well, I mean, I can relate everybody is saying, because, you know, our experience are saying, you know, he's talking about, let's say, recycled bottle. You know, we're not.
Yeah. Can I ask you some very
specific?
Sure,
please.
One of the challenges is that I think you said it about society, people. Automation, technology, everything is maybe putting them at risk. But then due diligence would also have to factor in people. Can we keep or push people out? That's a bigger question. How do you think that the workforce that you have, how can you reskill them, take to the next level so that we do not have societal damage, for example, in the next 10, 15 or 20 years?
Well, if Europe and America hasn't figured it out, don't ask me. I mean, that's even they're trying to figure out what's going to happen with AI. But again, when it comes to IoTs, any kind of this thing, I mean, all of us will be able to tell you our adaptation capability is enormous. Only thing, as I said, I couldn't comprehend myself what's going to happen with AI. I'm not scared of it, but, you know, let them figure it out, then we'll come to it. But going back to, I just want to make a final point. I think our chief speaker has mentioned that, and I think we always talk about that. The narrative, I mean, a lot of time it's asked, producing country, cheap producing country, or cheap labor. That narrative has to change. I don't know how, but if I ask Chat GPT, it'll give you all the answers we talk about, renewable, etc., workforce, you know, all we are talking about logistics. But then, who has skin in the game, his answer is, well, I have been doing everything. We may disagree with the level or achievement. I have been doing this for 15 years. What happened? He just mentioned, I mean, some of them it comes up. What happened? I've joined the industry 1997 after my father. In my lifetime, I have not seen an FOB going up. It hurts me more When I walk into a store, if I look at, let's say if I'm looking at a product, let's say tabletop product, let's say polo shirts. From distance, you see red, white, black, blue, and green, all right? Closer observation, you'll see country of origin. And the retail price, let's say $20. You know, we know that. I can guarantee, because I know so, the FOB is not the same. Why the FOB is not the same from Sri Lanka and Bangladesh? Let's answer that. I'm again not saying that. So when you ask about human, again, IoT, I'm not concerned about it. I think technology has always played a role. I just don't have an answer yet. No, but again, I am looking for that challenge.
Because looking into the future, you know, we are not supposed to, or we can't have all the answers, frankly.
Exactly.
But that's the beauty of it.
But again, I take confidence from what we have learned so far, you know, any kind of automations or anything. I mean, if I'm looking at absolutely down the level, they don't have afraid of it. Just think about it. I mean, a person who does not know to operate anything, even does not have a signing skill, he's operating in WhatsApp or Facebook, etc. So digital footprint is there. So I mean, we are using that kind of thing. So on technology front. So I'm not afraid of it, but AI, I don't have an answer for it, honestly.
Mr. Mahmood Hassan Khan.
I'd like to answer your previous question. As you said, the 15% of waste fabric, actually, that is called jute, not J-U-T-E. That is J-H-U-T-E, jute. So practically 15% is not possible, but we can do at least 5 to 8% because of color. Because mostly white and black color we can use, but other color very difficult to use because of the concept from the buyers. Because you know there is a contradiction. They are looking for recycled fiber at the rate of 20% or more than that, but theoretically more than 20% is not possible because of the strength of the fiber and the fabric. So this is contradict. At the same time, they are looking for recycle fiber, but the quality they are looking for virgin fiber. So these have to change. They have to accept some sort of deviation in terms of quality. Then it will be a practical situation to use this recycled fiber.
Since this discussion is being live streamed and those present in the room, particularly those who are very attached to circularity, please take note of what he is saying. Last, Ms. Abdul Al Rakib. Listening to all that, you have great advantage. You can add to whatever are sort of left out, or you can add to a top of all that has been said. What would be your take in terms of your readiness, industry's readiness?
So, I mean, if I see the topic, it's about the 2040 roadmap. And I think we have a lot of challenges. And even if we see the geopolitical shift, yesterday, we was listening to the chief economist of HSBC, Frederick Newman. He was mentioning that the American government, the new policies can actually escalate the inflation and reduce purchase capacity, and that can actually make it more volatile. At the same time, they say that they will have unemployment. So having one of the major market, USA, if that is the situation going to be for next 5 to 10 years, that's going to also be a vulnerable situation for us. So there are many disruptive things into international and national situation. We have challenges with our policies, whereby I think you can understand from each of these panel speakers that the partnership between the government to understand, to have the better business acumenship and have discussion going, have a policy dialogue to have the better policies to make it more encouraging for the investment. Talk about FDI or talk about local investors, you have to give them the security of power, you have to give them the security of having an ROI for their labor cost and cost of production at large. So I think having said that, a lot of second generation or us are kind of confused that what should you do at this junction? But I can see the potentiality is enormous. The man-made fiber, even though my fellow speakers say that man-made fiber is it's actually more environment friendly. I can separately discuss with him, but our opportunity to grow in man-made fiber is enormous. And the technology, China is actually giving up this industry eventually because of their many reasons, because they're growing in different sectors. They're like hitting the hit record for the automobile sellings. So having textile shipping up, spreading out of China, that's an opportunity. And having man-made fiber and all those sports products and activewear products and athleisure product, those are the segments what we should grow. And I think there are challenges. The government have to come up with policies, and government have to invest into have a proper research to understand us, not to misunderstand. Because at this point of time, government feel that we are taking a lot of things from them and we do not give back. Let's sit.
Not simply the customers, consumers, but our people, the workforce, we featured not only in Bangladesh, but across. Without attempting any bit of summary, I think what we will conclude is that it is a shared enterprise. Dr. Rizwan Hassan said it emphatically. So if that is the case, then we need to bring it much coherent, clearer from industry association, not only BTMA, BGMA, but beyond to the out there in the public. It's also about narrative setting. I dare make something that what could be the really attractive narrative. I would not name a country, but and there's a country where said some of your peers who stand up and said garments without guilt. And I said that how do you negotiate? They said we don't negotiate with price, we negotiate on values. Question issues that can we turn that value-based negotiation to our advantage, meaning to your advantage, because I'm not in the production, by the way. On that note, let's keep this as an open conversation. Some of these absolutely we'll take to parts of government where we can with some of your assistance. And on that note, thank to everyone each of the distinguished panelists. Please offer a round of applause to them because you may not realize, but they have brought out a lot of things in terms on the table. Thank you.
Thanks to our esteemed panelists for sharing their valuable insights and for painting a clear vision of the future for Bangladesh's apparel sector. Next, we have an important presentation on the traceability and cleaner production. Please welcome Eleanor Nellie Gale, Community Engagement Director, Apparel and General Merchandise, GS1, to share insights on this topic.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and thank you so much to our hosts for the wonderful opportunity for this event and for the chance to work closer with this country. All good? My name is Nellie Gale, and I'm the Community Engagement Director for Apparel at GS1 Global Office. Together with my colleague Jeanette van der Stoel, who's here from GS1 Netherlands, we are here to talk today about the future of sustainable textiles. And at GS1, we believe that data, particularly standardized data, is what's going to power that future. Data that can be used to universally convey supply chain partners and regulators information like key materials, working conditions, working conditions, countries of origin, and more information. So we're focusing today on the white t-shirt. The white t-shirt is one of the most ubiquitous items on the market, with billions created every single year, particularly here in Bangladesh. But the white t-shirt can be more than just a t-shirt. It can represent a transition to a new economy and a new way of working with sustainability, especially when it acquires superpowers via data. So who is GS1? GS1 is a global standards organization. So we're neutral, not for profit, and focused on building interoperability between everyone in the supply chain, including the consumer. So this means we're not here to sell you a software or garments. We're not here to buy garments either. But instead, we're here to encourage you to adopt a universal business language for data. So what are standards? Standards are an agreed upon way of working that makes business more efficient for every single party that agrees. So the example I always like to give of how a standard works is the language that I'm speaking now. So right now I'm speaking in English, but in this room, I'm sure we speak between all of us over 15 different languages. But English is perhaps the most common to us for very different reasons. So I'm speaking English today for the purpose of helping everyone understand my message in the most efficient way. And GS1 standards do something very similar, but for data. GS1 standards help us to identify, capture, and share data interoperably, which is what allows your white t-shirt to convey key details like product identity, traceability, certifications, and supply chain visibility. We believe this begins with identity of products, locations, businesses, and items. So for finished goods, interoperable product identity is what helps everyone answer questions like, what is this product? How can I find out more about this product? And who owns the license to this product? The really fundamental parts of doing business with retail goods. So sometimes GS1 is known as the barcode people, but we're actually the data people, and particularly product data. The GS1 GTIN, the Global Trade Identification Number, which those of you who work in the business may also know as the EAN, is used billions of times daily as it's scanned in barcodes, all the way from the simple 1D barcode you see here on the left to an RFID EPC tag. It's an ISO conformant identifier, and it's what powers data capture and share because every product's key data can be conveyed via a universal identifier. Okay, but how does this relate to traceability? Well, we aren't just the product identity people, we're also the place identity people. So our global location number, or GLN, can do for facilities, processors, and distribution centers what the GTIN does for products. It's also an ISO conformant interoperable facility identifier. So basically, it can help companies answer regulatory questions about where items are finished, where items are grown, where products are derived. And it's the basis in many ways of traceability. So how do we help you carry the data down the chain? Why is GS1 part of traceability? So traceability is about answering these 4 W's for every single stop along the supply chain, every one or every facility that your product interacts with. And right now, particularly as garment manufacturers, as RMG suppliers, you work with maybe 20 different platforms and solution providers to help you answer a rapidly expanding number of requirements for brands, which we just heard about in the great forum before. With every new requirement comes different data languages, right? So it's as if instead of answering one question to one answer, you have to answer in English and then Bengali and then Urdu and then Hindi and then all of the other languages we speak. So GS1 provides interoperability and particularly in traceability by establishing a centralized way of identifying data. So these inefficiencies can be reduced massively. Through the GTIN, the GLN, and serialization of items, we already have a massively deployed program to help brands with supply chain efficiency, particularly via RFID. Radio frequency identification is an area that GS1 holds very close to our heart. In some ways, it's the foundation of what we do. But what we've done for logistics and supply chains with our standards, we believe can also help from raw material to finished good, and help you with creating garments and collecting data that you need in order to stay competitive in the market. GS1 standards, including data carriers like QR codes, linear barcodes, and RFID tags, can help interoperably carry data on a batch lot, trade item, or serial number. That basically means you can collect data and share data on any granularity that you want. It means more data about your products and more information that you can give your suppliers as they demand and as you decide to share. GS1 QR codes contain the GTIN, that same product identity you use in your traceability and your RFID tags. And it helps you share data about the product online. I know a big reason all of us are coming together today is because regulatory compliance is something breathing down all of our necks, right? And as much as it's great for the advancement of the industry, it presents a huge challenge to garment manufacturers and to brands. This regulation will mean that brands need to start using, if they don't already, consumer accessible data carriers on the product. So data carriers like QR codes, for example, will need to live permanently on the product, and they'll also need to have within them an interoperable identifier. The GTIN with the QR code can be the basis for this regulatory use case. Our GS1 digital link standard is what connects your product identity with the internet. So again, many solution providers have proprietary identification schemes. You might get a digital ID from one, a digital ID from the other. And GS1 believes that this is great because you may have different purposes for different things in the supply chain. But again, we want to give you a neutral, interoperable language at the heart of all of your data. So the GTIN, combined with the QR code, can go online and help you with consumer engagement, including regulatory requirements around sharing recycling information, care instructions, and traceability data. All of the data that I know you as garment manufacturers here have in your ERP systems, I know you take a lot of care to collect and have invested massively in producing. Now it's a question about how do you get that data to the right stakeholders and in a way that everyone can understand it. That's where GS1 comes in. So in total, GS1 is the framework you can use to empower your garments with interoperable data, all the way from identity, the global trade identification number, down to point of sale. So the same identity that you can put in a t-shirt or a location can also be read when you scan the item at retail. We believe GS1 is a wonderful connector between the work you're doing here in Bangladesh and the work of the brands, and additionally, what consumers will be expected to do in the future when it comes to caring for their garments, making them last longer, and disposing of them properly. Traceability is something that we're really working on expanding with GS1 standards in Bangladesh and actually throughout South Asia. But that will require that manufacturers like you work together with us to explore facility identification and adoption of standards. The global location number, the GLN, is a great way to start. So while you may have many different identification schemes already, by using the global location number, you have a solid basis with which you can communicate with all of your partners in the supply chain. So how do you get started with GS1? I've heard the bell, so I'll skip to it. You can reach out to GS1 Global Office about registering your facilities with the global location number, and also about how to communicate with your brand partners about data. So the global trade identification number, ways to communicate batch and lot data for traceability. All of this can be benefited by the use of standards, and we're here to help. Additionally, Jeanette will be hosting a panel later on traceability with a number of solution providers. So I really encourage you to go there and to dive a little bit deeper into the way that we can share data. We look forward to working together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Eleanor, for that enlightening presentation. Your insight into traceability and cleaner production are invaluable as we strive for a more sustainable industry. Our next panel session is titled From Waste to Wealth, Paving the Path to Circular Apparel. Please welcome our distinguished panelist, Thies Woodstra, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Bangladesh, Mustafain Munir, President of Cyclo Recycled Fibers, Tara Scaly, CSR Specialist Zeeman, and Cohen Warmerdam, co-founder of Aware. This session will be moderated by Michael Claude, Head of Project Sustainability in the Textile Industries Style Project, GIZ. Let's give them a warm welcome, please. Before we begin, I'd like to request you to stand in a line so that we can take a group photograph. No, he's not. And now handing the floor over to Michael Claude.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Thanks a lot to GS1 for the fantastic presentation. That is really what we want from this kind of event, to have practical aspects, to learn from new technologies and looking a bit to the future. Before introducing the panel, I would just like to sensitize us that in comparison to the previous panel, the circularity topic in Bangladesh involves a little bit of a different approach. And I do think that both on the global level, where we also will hear things from, but especially in the domestic level, we're using the term very easily. There is no circularity, right? We're all working towards it. We're all trying to find a path towards a more circular economy. But the global data shows that circularity in products is decreasing. I know that there is a lot of dynamics. I know that there is a lot of possibilities. But the way towards the hope that Rizwana gave us for this day, and the way towards the wealth that includes the headline of this panel, is a long one and is a turbulent one. And some of the stakeholders that have to play a role in this space in Bangladesh are not here on the panel. I'm referring to the sorters, I'm referring to the middlemen, I'm referring to the people that bring what we heard in the panel before, the jute, not the jute, the jute, the textile scraps, to the recyclers, or that export them to India, to Europe, to other places. So if I may just very briefly try to summarize, and I anticipate any mistakes from my side to be generously taken by you, what we are talking when we talk circularity in Bangladesh. Maybe we can divide the general topic in 3 different aspects. The first aim is to reduce primary raw materials and the direct and indirect GHG emissions. Many of us work in that space, renewable energies, energy efficiency, water resources, etc., etc. That is one space. The second space is the jute space, so the post-industrial waste. What do we do with the textile scraps? Where do they end? How do we recycle them properly? The third space is the EPR. So what happens post-consumer? There is a big hope towards wealth, that more regulation from different countries will intensify the pressure towards the system so that we can find real, robust, and general solutions. But in Bangladesh, we're mainly talking about the second space, the textile scraps and how they can be recycled. We also heard in the panel before that the narrative about using recycle to 20% or whatever in a product is maybe a challenge, because we create an artificial system that may not contribute 100% to what we aim for, which is a circularity path. It's a little bit like this famous example of the village council that says, too many snakes in my village, every snake that I get, I will pay 50 whatever. And then one smart guy breeds snakes and sells the snakes to the village councillor, and then the policy is absolved. At the end, there are more snakes in the village than before. We need to have an eye whether that is happening and how to tackle that. Now, this jute space, this second lever of circularity of post-industrial waste, how is it implemented in Bangladesh? There are these composite factories, the big ones that have their own recycling mills. They can use some of the jute for their own mills. They might need to sell some of their scraps, and they might even have to buy from outside, again, sorters, recyclers, this informal space or formal, but not really tangible space that we are missing here. Then there is a second layer of those, maybe 5 to 8% in some factories, as we also heard before, where white and black cotton, 100% cotton, is being channeled to specific recyclers. And then everything else. And this everything else is so big that I think we can explore fantastic alternatives, and they will all still fit in, because the amount of textile scraps in Bangladesh is huge. I want to close this extensive introduction by remembering that last Sunday at 3 p.m. in Ashulia, a young man, Captain Mia, was killed. A 16-year-old guy who was involved in the jute handling business, and he came into a fight between one faction from a BNP local councillor and another faction from the Chatradar League that wanted to get the governance, the ruling over the jute from one of the factories from the Pretty group. A young man that last week was alive is now dead because of all the circumstances that surround this jute industry in Bangladesh. We should be brave enough to address these topics. We should be brave enough to connect them with the potentials for the future, and we should be brave enough to include into the conversation as many stakeholders as possible. Thanks a lot for these 5 minutes additionally, but since Sai Tanvir from Pacific Jeans is not here, I think it was not a waste of time. Having a vast experience already in Bangladesh, I would like to introduce Thijs Woostra, who is not only the Deputy Head of Mission of the Embassy of the Royal Kingdom of the Netherlands in Bangladesh, but also a co-host of this event. So thanks a lot for inviting all of us and for being here for this day. Could you maybe describe from your perspective how the Kingdom of Netherlands is supporting this circularity space in Bangladesh and the aims and objectives that you connect with the trade mission that is currently ongoing?
I do have my own. Does it work? Yeah, I guess so. Good morning to you all. My name is Thijs Woostra, Deputy Head of Mission of the Netherlands Embassy, dealing with trade and development. Being here in Bangladesh for 2 years, I see a vibrant economy, but I also see, and that's what I want to say first, as on this day, International Day of Women in Science, that at least the industry is still male-dominated. And luckily we have our trade mission in, and where we see more than half of our mission is female and dealing with sustainability. So maybe there might be also some solution to the circularity and sustainability problem in equaling the male-female balance. And especially on this stage also, I guess you are the second or the third woman on stage so far. So I hope next year we also have equal gender balance at this stage. Having said that, Michael, you alluded to the jute sector. And indeed, we would like to first say that in Bangladesh, there is no waste. People are reusing the waste and making their own livelihoods and making their own economy from. And that results in an informal jute sector, semi-informal, in the second stage of reusability. And that also leads that we need to address this sector before going to rules and regulations. And it also means that you need a strong government intervention, and you also need a strong sector intervention in order to upgrade the informal sector, make it formal, and also increase the better the working conditions of the people in the youth industry, because in the beginning of the seminar we heard decent work is at the core of our agenda, and we shouldn't close our eyes on the situation that is part of our sustainability, actually working in an informal sector. The Netherlands, we have been a long-standing partner to Bangladesh. Oh, I forgot my paper, sorry. I got a good preparation from my colleague Ashim. So, we are here in a circular apparel industry. And of course, the Netherlands recognize the enormous potential of Bangladesh, and also we recognize the potential that Bangladesh has, the challenge that Bangladesh has taken upon itself after Rana Plaza to open itself, to be open to criticism, to be open to dialogue, and to open the factories for outside viewers to see their processes and also engage in discussions on circularity. And Bangladesh has come a long way being leader in the certified green factories worldwide, and we like to compliment on that. At this moment, Bangladesh creates 400,000 tons of pre-consumer waste. And indeed, that waste is now being collected in an informal sector. So where can we as the Dutch help Bangladesh or support Bangladesh in overcoming that challenge? And definitely there are technological solutions, but it's also in creating a good policy surrounding the jute sector, surrounding the informal sector, and there I guess the Netherlands is now embarking upon. We are co-creating solutions with government, and especially at this moment we are talking with the Bangladeshi government in how we can create also a favorable environment for circularity and sustainability. The Netherlands is one of the world leaders in sustainability and circularity, and we have committed ourselves to be fully circular in 2050 and 50% circular in 2030, and we're getting to that. It's cutting edge technology, it's conducive policies, and it's also conducive engagement with industry and other stakeholders. We can support Bangladesh in the reverse supply chains to see how we can do this the technology and use our expertise to upgrade that technology. And we work together with Bangladesh in our PACT project to create more sustainable garment industry. Because by transforming textile waste into more valuable resources, Bangladesh can also gain and create more opportunities and become a world market leader at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thijs. For this first round, please allow me to introduce Koen Warmadan, who is the Chief Commercial Officer of Aware. Welcome to Bangladesh. And if you could, in this first round, introduce what you want to present and how your connection to Bangladesh has grown or developed.
Of course, again. So my name is Koen. I'm a co-founder at Aware, a traceability platform to prove your compliance. So in the end, we empower product producers like you today with the traceability data their customers are looking for. And we do that in a fiber-forward approach, meaning that we really start at the raw material base and live tracking material and compliance data in every step of the supply chain. In the end, we ensure that you can prove the claims that you make towards your customers within one click on a button. And I'm traveling now for 4 years to Bangladesh, and I see a positive change the last few years. We are happy to be here with one of our first partners, using our technology with Cyclo, tracing his yarns physically, because we can add a physical tracer at source that can be scanned and authenticated in every step of the supply chain, but also digitally through our platform. So every supplier in the supply chain adds information, and finally the product producer is connecting the data with the physical product, and automatically it generates digital product passports and traceability reports that you can use towards your customers.
Thank you very much. That is originated from before the discussions around digital product passports, etc., from your own anticipation of the need of the market? Or could you maybe describe the story, how you founded this?
Absolutely. So I'm in the textile business for 15 years. I founded my first sustainable fashion brand more than 10 years ago. Mainly focusing in production in Europe, Portugal, Italy, Turkey. And I met my partner, Feiko van der Veen, 6 years ago. He was the founder of a trading company producing fashion accessories for all the big brands and retailers. Both have traveled the world, seeing supply chains in every stage of the supply chain, and saw how challenging it is to validate material claims on the final product, because we could not prove that this sweater is really made from recycled content. It is not possible, and I think how the system is organized nowadays, it's failing. We all know that with the traditional transaction certificates, that a lot of cheating is going on. I think intentionally, but also unintentionally. Because we have so many players in the supply chain. So we do it in a different way. By storing data on the blockchain and making it fully transparent, not only to the next processor in the supply chain, but to all stakeholders in the supply chain. So our narrative is really being created on full transparency, bringing real data and trusted data to the supply chain. Can you still cheat the system? Yes, you can. Even if the physical tracer is applied by Musti and his team, still people can cheat. But by training them and telling them that the data will be visible to all stakeholders in the supply chain, we think we can reduce the risks to the bare minimum.
Thank you so much. And we also welcome Tara Skelly, CSR specialist from Zeeman. Thank you very much for being here. One of the elements, and I maybe exaggerated a little bit for the sake of the contribution to our discussion, one of the elements that keeps this sector a little bit informal is also that the purchasing practices between brands and suppliers include a certain gray area around what happens with the raw materials or the textiles that are not being used for the final product, and the excesses are being, it's comfortable for some stakeholders that it's an informal space, so they can also sell certain excess materials to outside players without having to document that. How do you feel from a brand's perspective that this space is developing, and where do you see the hope or the future wealth that we are all aiming for?
Yes, well, we at Zeeman, maybe to introduce ourselves a little bit, I don't know how much the audience knows about us. Zeeman is a Dutch company, but we are active within Europe. We have over 1,300 stores. And our goal is to create our products, our textiles, as sustainable as possible, affording the consumers an affordable price. Now, this is a challenge if you want to be as sustainable as possible. So we are looking into different ways to do this, trying to see what different techniques are out there. One of them is the post-industry waste or pre-consumer waste, as we call it. Then we have the post-consumer waste, repurposing and reuse, so secondhand. So mostly now your question refers to the first category. We do try to, in two ways, incorporate circularity in our products, and we have tried to close the loop, so to say, in our own production wastes. But there are some challenges in that. So you need the volume. I think previous speakers have already explained a bit about you need to sort the different colors and materials. So there we have a challenge. Also the composition of the materials can be a challenge to reuse it again. Then the quality, and in the end, for us, both the quality and then the pricing that comes along with this. So we still need to be able to create a product that will sell for our consumer market, because we cannot price ourselves out of the market. But it is definitely something we are looking into and seeing how we can incorporate it more and more in our stores.
Thank you so much. And maybe a follow-up question. Do you also have plans or ideas, or already implementing ways to incorporate the consumer in that conversation? So to not only present the product, but incorporate somehow the consumer into supporting a higher cost or a higher price for certain products that could then subsidize or finance the more costly circularity approaches?
Interesting question. I think we are involving the consumer in a way that we inform them as much as possible on sustainability aspects, but as circularity is one of the things that we work on, so we are also working on the labor conditions, which is not a topic of today, but also our CO2 ambitions that we have. So there's actually a lot of different factors that go into the pricing. So I don't think we could say one-on-one, this is something that we can communicate and price for the consumer, but it's a total package of sustainability.
Thank you so much. And then the fourth panelist, Mr. Mustafa Mounir, President of Cyclo Simco. Thank you so much for being here. You were also here last year at the Sustainable Apparel Forum and described a little bit that the technology that mechanical recycling is using is basically similar over the last couple of decades, that now simply the new dress of circularity is coming, and one of the effects for someone that is in the business for a long time is that the prices are going down and that the business around it becomes a bit more challenging. Could you maybe from the closest of all of our perspectives here on the panel describe a little bit where are we now and where do you think we should head for in the next couple of years?
Thank you. Yeah, so like you said, we've been doing this for almost 15 years now, me personally for the past 10. So obviously there's been a lot of progress there, and on the positive side, you know, I encourage more people to adopt circular practices and invest in technologies. So from where we were last year, a lot more capacity is being built in Bangladesh to recycle more. Pacific was supposed to be here, so there's more options in Bangladesh. The challenge that imposes is the pool of good quality waste still remains fixed. Even though the garment sector is growing, it's not necessarily that we're making more white, black t-shirts every day. For the good part, we're expanding categories in Bangladesh, the product offerings and things like that. But that introduces a lot of different types of waste to the market that is not necessarily recyclable right now. So the pool has remained fixed. The amount of bidders for that pool has increased, along with persistence from India, from Pakistan, from China. So the cost of that waste has gone up quite a bit. I might have addressed this a little bit last year, but it's again a face. And then if you look at the latest reports, the prices of yarn is going down, and more business is coming from imports, especially from India. So there's a real big downward pressure on price for the items, but the costs are still going up. Power is still a big issue. So yeah, so it's a very competitive space right now, and again, it's a big battle over a fixed pool of the good waste. The other things that you can say that with in a growth perspective, again, now introducing more value additions in terms of traceability, like we've been closely working with Aware for the past few years. The adoption of digital product passport traceability is more accessible because of that partnership, and it helps solidify and create relationships with customers that are more communicative, so that you have more nominations and things like that in place. So there are positive elements happening in terms of capacity building, availability, but the negatives are still persistent. And one aspect, again, obviously about the amount of usable or good waste is there. What we've been trying to do at Cyclo is trying to figure out, okay, now the waste that is, let's say, B quality or not that, how do we use that in a manner that gives value addition to it, so that you diversify the amount of inputs that we can take. It's starting small, but hopefully we can increase that as we hone in. But mostly it's about trying to find applications for it in terms in the textile and garment space. So there's a lot of innovation around working with different fabric mills and sweater manufacturers and knitters on how to work with that. But it takes a lot of push from the consumer side, the retailer, the buyer side to get that through.
Thank you. The Export Promotion Bureau of Bangladesh estimates around 120 million or so worth of exports, US dollars, per year. Let's say recyclable textile waste. In reality, it's probably 500 or 600 million because of the coding and the customs not measuring it correctly. That's at least what BTGWPEA describes. And there is a huge market, of course, for downcycling and use the materials for other elements. So as we heard also from Thijs, that huge space is there, and it's a bit different from the shiny world of fashion industry and startups and everything that maybe a customer in Europe or in the US would relate to this topic. Maybe two questions to you, Mustafin. One is, would you say that there is enough space for all of this in Bangladesh, considering the amount of textile waste? And secondly, if you could suggest to the government any first approach, where would that be? Would that be more in the jute space, or would that be more in the VAT and tax-related space? Where would you see that?
Yeah, so that's an economic question, so there's going to be a long answer to that. But is there space for it in Bangladesh? Yes. Are the financial resources available? Not quite. Are the infrastructure resources available in terms of energy, water? Not quite. Are the government-related tax, VAT incentives in place? No. They can actually be restrictive in that sense. The other aspect of it is, how do we market and how do we communicate those aspects of kind of diversifying the use case, even if it is with downcycling, quote unquote, or horizontal cycling. All those things need to be addressed. It'll be addressed step by step. So is the opportunity there? Yes. The time frame is really where the concern is, because as he said, 2030 is, in my mind, I'm already planning for 2030. It's basically here. 2050, okay, there's some time to go, but a lot of infrastructure things have to fall in place in order for that to happen. There are some things we can do rather quickly in terms of setting up VAT incentives, tax breaks to help be more competitive in this space, as opposed to exporting waste to India, to Europe, other places like that, where it is being used, and these guys are getting incentives based on exporting just because they're exporting it. But somebody like me, I get no incentives, even though I'm doing indirect exports. So like the waste that I'm collecting, recycling, making into yarn, that's going into millions of pieces of garments every year, and then the FOB value of that is more than obviously the yarn cost. So that is in the 50, hundreds of millions being exported just from the waste that we've collected and made into products from Cyclo. So again, the opportunities there, we have to have room for growth also in use cases for the downcycling, whether that be the non-wovens, or the insulation materials, things like that. That still has to be recognized in order for that to expand. Plus the financial incentives have to be there, because if it's not profitable, then it's not going to make sense. So carving out profit in this industry is very difficult. Not to say it's not been done, we're doing it. But to have that profit in a very narrow realm, that can sustain for so long, but it cannot scale as quickly as a linear type of model. I hope that kind of addressed some of the points.
Yeah, great, thank you. Maybe for the second round, of course, you can say whatever you think you want to say to the audience. But one thing that would be interesting for me, but I don't know if we have an answer there, is all these new technologies that are, let's say, innovative by themselves, the Spinnovas, RenewCell 2.0, or Soldra, or the different approaches. Would you see the perspective of them coming here, or do we have to strengthen the shipment of products to the places where these technologies are being developed? Again, that's just a frame question. You can feel free to say whatever you want, and I would like to start with Tara. Whatever you think this audience might be interested in from your work.
What do you mean?
You can say whatever you want, or
or answer that question. Well, I mean, your question is quite technical, so that from that sense, I will leave that to other speakers. I think from our perspective as a company, what is really important, we would like to discover all of these different techniques that are out there, and the industry is rapidly changing. So for us, it's really interesting, and we would like to invest in that more. But we need to create an industry where we make that possible and profitable. Because at the moment, it's crazy to me that buying something from raw materials created new, it's cheaper than to invest in recycling or repairing. So this kind of industry, we need to create an industry where there's a fair competition to invest in these kind of techniques. Otherwise, the process we are still exploring this. We will continue with that. But if we really rapidly want to increase that, we need to change and raise the bar for all the companies. So also that's a shout out for some government representatives from Europe that are here today. Yeah, for us, that's something that's really important to be able to grow this industry.
Thank you so much. Yeah, raising the bar, that could also be something, maybe Thijs, if you would want that to describe what you are maybe working with the government of Bangladesh towards policy adjustments in that space.
Thank you, Michael, for first of all for a very interesting question on a subject which I'm not too familiar with, and of course it's a technical question, but also a question, I guess, which the market can decide itself, as long as we get to a sustainable and responsible garment sector. And I guess I agree that the policy directives also needs to be in place, and not only in place, but also implemented and being overlooked that they are really being used. Of course, we see possibilities for Bangladesh being a circularity hub in the region. Of course, you are the second producer of garment, and so you have the most waste, and you also have the highest technology. But indeed, it has to be affordable to use the technology, and we have to create a level playing field between for reuse of materials and not asking a new use of new materials. So I clearly support your view, and I guess that also legislation as well as incentives should be in place and also be part of the European policies and directives so far. Without having said that, I'm also at liberty to say something, and I would like to draw your attention to the textile hackathon, which we have started with the Bangladesh University for textiles, where 5 young students are making solutions for a more sustainable garment industry. And you can vote for the winner, and this afternoon we will hand out the awards to the winners of this hackathon. And it also gives that there is space, there is knowledge in Bangladesh, there is also willingness of the industry to act, as my neighbor says here. Now it's also time for us as government officials, as policymakers, to deliver, and we are here to support Bangladesh in helping to create a policy framework that they can also take their responsibility and deliver on the sustainability of the Bangladeshi garment industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Mustafin, maybe Renewcell.
Yeah, so again, I'm both practical but also an idealist in this space. So yes, the short answer, I would love to. I dream of being able to bring these or at least being a part of being able to bring these technologies to Bangladesh, because a lot of them do show promise, and you know, this is something that I dream about, sleep, eat, everything. It's part of my life. So in order to get that technology into place, we have to work on a longer time frame, because first it has to show that the product works in the countries that they're producing it right now. It's going to be more expensive over there, and it's going to be expensive for us to start this as well. We have to be willing to take that risk. I do think it's a investment or risk worth taking. You have to have a longer perspective in terms of when you're going to get a return on that investment, but a return on that investment should be there, because as of right now, consumers have shown that they are not willing to pay more. That, again, I hope changes in the generations that follow, or at least they don't want to buy more cheap stuff. They can focus a little bit on buying more, or focus better things. So again, for those technologies to come here, it's been addressed before that about energy policy, in terms of taxes and duties on bringing in the technology, the skill gap, the scientific knowledge needed for all that. You know, we have the talent here. That'll be developed. There's going to be my ideal future of it, that there's a harmony between the mechanical recyclers, the chemical recyclers, that certain things go towards mechanical recycling. The waste that's produced in mechanical recycling, some shorter fibers and things like that, hopefully that's applicable to go towards chemical recycling. So you're balancing out the cost amongst the different technologies. So some of the more expensive waste, but that's cheaper to convert into usable products, can go in certain technology. And then because you're creating waste from that, can go towards a chemical recycling, let's say the shortest fibers that you can't spin, if that can be dissolved and made into a good fiber again. And then those things are blended back together, sent back, and we really create this kind of circular future. Of course, I have a kind of a utopic vision of this, which is not practical as of right now, but I do believe that in the future it will be. Of course, you need regulations in place and things like that, but at the end of the day, what you need is consumer engagement in these things. First, having them care and having them be able to have the trust that indeed that this is what we're claiming. To put any value on that, solutions like Aware, where you can trace everything very easily with the QR code, it helps, excuse my language, like de-bullshit a lot of the claims that we're making. that's a big barrier, a psychological barrier that needs to go over through the consumer, because they, wanted sustainability. People are offering claims of sustainability. They called bullshit on it, and so now they're like, okay, we'll just buy used clothes. But at the end of the day, we're still producing more clothes. There are warehouses full, overpacked in Europe and the US with used clothes that are not sellable. So something's going to have to happen with that stuff right now. If it's being burned or whatever, it's probably not the best used. But it's going to take a collective effort all the way from consumer down to us. And yeah, at the end of the day, a lot of structural changes are going to have to take place. But it's about having the willingness to do that, and having a partnership, a coalition of partnerships to help share those risks.
Thank you so much. Koen, you have 1 minute 30 left to describe maybe also how your solution might be connected also with ESG reporting or due diligence data system. Will it be only the data, or is it even a compatibility of the technology itself?
Absolutely, we offer that. I think we all talk about impact, and the last few days I was traveling again, and all the factories were presenting fantastic reporting tools, the impact that they are making. But in the end, it's all about the reliability of the data. If we cannot verify the materials that we use or the compliances that we store on databases or internal systems, we cannot also be sure about the impact that we are making. So I think that validation process is key, whether it's for a solution like Aware or any other solution provider in the world. There need to be a kind of standard, and I think policymakers also need to play an important role in it, that we cut out the bullshit, sorry for my language, that Musti was referring to. Because I see all kind of savings and claims that are made, and it's not true. It's not based on reliable data. So let's agree with each other that claims always need to be backed up by data, and that otherwise they are not being accepted. Because otherwise we are presenting the same wrong data towards the consumer. So we can introduce solutions like digital product passports. But if we showcase the wrong data towards the consumer, we will not solve the whole greenwashing challenge that we face in the textile industry today. So I think there are a lot of challenges in that part too.
Fantastic, thank you very much, right on time. And Ashik encouraged us to propose solutions that are 6 to 9 months doable. So I would say we can go to BGME and BKMEA and request from them to train their member factories in waste segregation or waste preparation to allow for a cleaner and more sorted waste coming out of the factories. That could be a very quick measure that might have an impact for recyclers and for the sorters out there. Thanks a lot for your attention, and I'm handing back over to the organizer.
Thanks to our panelists for sharing their expertise on circular apparel and for highlighting the opportunities to transform waste into wealth. Up next, we have a presentation on how brands and factories can collaborate for cleaner production. This session will explore the power of collaboration in driving sustainable practices across the supply chain. Please welcome Annie Miek-Smits, Corporate Partnership Manager, Solidaridad, to the stage.
Hello everyone, thank you for providing us with a time slot. I'm actually together with my colleague Abdullah Mohammed Yusuf Khan, and today we will present a little bit, with our presentation we aim to inspire for collaboration among brands and factories for cleaner production. So, Solidaridad, we are an international civil society organization. We work in more than 40 countries. And the mission of our organization is to bring sustainability back in international value chains. And our focus is on the producers and small-scale farmers at the beginning of the supply chain to empower them and improve their livelihoods. Now, how this works? Oh yeah. So for sustainability, to have a sustainable and fair textile supply chain, several elements need to work together. For example, factories need access to technologies to improve the sustainable production, and good working conditions needs to be implemented. But factories cannot do that alone. For that, governments need to implement policies, and brands need to pay a fair price and have good policies and procedures to support their factories. So as Solidaridad, we work on different levels. We work with governments, we work with trade associations, we work with factories, and we work with brands. So we try to stimulate that collaboration and have a thriving textile supply chain. So I'm going to give you an example of how this can work in a program. Currently, we are implementing the Better Meal Initiative. This is a program in Bangladesh. We have implemented it before in Ethiopia and China, and also in Bangladesh. And this program aims to address the environmental practices of wet processing manufacturing. By doing so, also improving the health and safety of the workers, and working with the brands on due diligence practices and procedures. So a little bit about how the program is set up. We started the program back in 2022. We did an evaluation of both the brand and factory practices when it comes to environment. And based on that assessment, we started working with the factories and brands on improvements. So my colleague will tell you a little bit about what we are doing with the factories, but to give an example, we saw that some of the factories could improve their chemical management, and we saw that some of the brands could also improve their procedures and chemical management. So by working on this topic with both the factories and the brands, we aim to really stimulate this systemic change. And I think now I give the floor to you.
Yeah, thank you, Animik, and good afternoon, everyone. So my colleague already told you about, or briefed you about the Better Meal Initiative, which we are doing right now with 4 Dutch fashion brands and with their 8 supplier factories. So in the first phase, we have already done the baseline assessment, where we have tried to find out the gap in their environmental performance and also occupational health and safety. So during the first phase of this project, you can see that in the slides that there are findings which are very essential to address. There are several critical findings came to light. One of the most pressing challenges was the lack of baseline data and monitoring system. So in many factories, we have found that the data on energy, water, or chemical or air emissions, greenhouse gas emissions were either inadequate or entirely missing. So this makes it difficult for us to measure the progress, set targets, or ensure the compliance with the international standards. So besides this, another challenge was identified as there was suboptimal use of resource efficiency measures. Factories were not fully tapping into the opportunities of energy, water saving, or optimizing the chemical use. And besides that, we have also observed significant gaps in chemical management and safety. Factories lack comprehensive inventory system or proper storage or labeling or risk control measures for the workers or handling of the chemicals in their workplaces. Besides that, we have also seen a lack of integrated environmental compliance and reporting mechanisms. Factories, not all of them were sufficiently aligned with the international standards like ZDC. You all know about this on chemical management. And also, there are upcoming initiative of science-based target. That is also, we have seen that most of the factories are not aligned with that. The targets they have set, it's not scientifically measured or calculated. So there is also a gap there. Lastly, we have also found out that the workers' training and awareness program were insufficient, and also we have not seen that clear policies are there to improve their or set the long-term vision for their cleaner production practices. So if we now go into the phase B of our project, or second phase of our project, which has been started last year. So in the phase B, we will focus on addressing these challenges with significant actions. So we will focus on the cleaner production practices, on energy efficiency, renewable energy, then chemical management, water conservation, and also wastewater management. So one of the first steps will be the policy and strategy development. We will work with the top management to establish policies on energy efficiency, water conservation and chemical management, ensuring the alignment with the ZDC and also SBTi. And also another new initiative comes up, that is science-based target for nature or fresh water. So we will align those policies with that. And these policies will serve as the foundation for the long-term improvements in the factories. We'll also implement the benchmarking and resource efficiency reviews to assess each factory's performance with the global standards. So by that, we'll help the factories to identify the bottlenecks or opportunities for improvement in the area of energy, water, and chemical, and we'll try to tailor the solutions for them to optimize the resource use, energy use, then water consumption, reduce the greenhouse gas emission, and also lower the operational cost. The main component of this approach will be the conservation strategies. In the morning, we have heard from our executive chairman of BDA that about quick win. So along with the long-term plan or long-term achievements, we also need some quick wins. So in this regard, during these conservation measures, we will not only establish the short-term plan with the factories, but also we'll support them to devise the long-term for them, and so that they can introduce or implement the cleaner production practices in their factory. And the second, then the next part will be the capacity development, which is very key, and we'll adopt the trainer approach, where we'll equip the mid-level management and workers in the area of energy, water, and also chemical management, and also workers' occupational health and safety. So finally, advisory support and evaluation will play a vital role in this phase. By providing continuous guidance and conducting inline assessments, will ensure that changes implemented in these factories will be effective and aligned with these global standards, and it will maintain the momentum and continue the improving their sustainability performance. So during this whole journey of our project, of our BMI project, the collaboration between the brands and factories will be very essential, and by working together, we can ensure the factories have resources, knowledge, and support. In the morning, we have also heard from our environmental advisor that they are working on putting the price on the water, then also on chemical management practices. You can see that from the government side or macro level, we also need the policy support to introduce these cleaner practices and make a business case out of this. Without any pricing in the water, we will not have any business case, and suppliers will not feel or encouraged to implement this kind of thing. So thank you very much for hearing us. Again, good afternoon.
Thank you very much for sharing those valuable insights on collaboration for cleaner production. Up next, we have an important presentation on Closing the Loop, Pacific Recycled Fiber Limited's mission to make fashion truly circular. The presentation will be delivered by Luthmila Farid, Director, Pacific Jeans. Please welcome her on stage.
Assalamu alaikum. And a very good afternoon to you all. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ludmila from Pacific Jeans. Pacific Jeans, you might have heard, leading apparel manufacturer in the country, and it deserves acclamation for state-of-art manufacturing, for pioneering innovation in the industry. But today I'm not here to talk about the operational excellence of Pacific Jeans, but talk about its commitment towards sustainability and the new endeavor it has launched. We are all aware of the detrimental impact of linear economy, which is take, make, and waste. The apparel industry also experiencing the detrimental impact of linear apparel industry, and days have gone of linear economy, and we have to move forward circular economy. So, quick. The apparel industry is responsible for 8 to 10% carbon emission globally, and it is expected that the way it is growing, it will be responsible for about 25% of carbon emission by 2030. And the amount of apparel we are producing now will grow at 63% in 2030. It's growing at 3 to 4% every year, and annually 80 billion pieces of garments are being produced, which is 400% increase in 20 years. So if we want the sustainability and the fast fashion to coexist, we have to embrace circular apparel supply chain. We have no other alternative of embarking towards circularity. Bangladesh is generating 400,000 tons of textile waste annually, and only less than 5% jute are being recycled in the industry. The potential loss of these is 5 billion in a year. So we want to harness this opportunity, and we want to introduce Pacific Recycle Fiber Limited, which will transform the waste, the textile waste, into wealth, into high quality fiber, which will add competitive edge in our country, in our manufacturing unit, and it will also give an upper hand in sourcing sustainable materials. So Pacific Recycle Limited will transform the pre-consumer waste into high-quality fiber, and it will provide the traceability to our customer. They can trace and know which fiber has been used in their material, what we have produced, and it will not confuse them about the source of the clips or the composition or the quality of the clips, textile waste. So this is something very unique, and it will help the Bangladesh to rebuild the recycle industry, recycle infrastructure to become a part of circular apparel industry. So we have measurable environmental benefits of this initiative. We will be saving 586,000 kg of carbon emission from 1 month's production. And we will be saving 1.6 billion liters of water, and 10.2 million kilowatts energy will be saved from producing this fiber. So the facility is itself designed in a way so we can nurture the sustainability at its best. 70% energy of the facility will come from renewable energy, and it will have a net metering system where the renewable energy which will be unused will go back to the national grid. We will be harvesting rainwater from the rooftop, and it will be stored in the tank underground. We will implement inverter system so we can have efficient use of energy. It will use IP3 rated energy efficient technology. So how the society and country and the industry will be benefited from this? It will strengthen the local capacity of jute recycling, the waste recycling. The waste will be recycled and will go back to the apparel industry, where most of the jute are being misused and downcycled and wasted. And we will be reducing import dependency of cotton and reduction of virgin materials. And we can implement the ESG, environmental and social governance in the jute industry worker, which is mostly informal currently in our country. So there is nothing wasted in the nature. It's human who is wasting things. Whatever we extract from the nature, we have to give it back without a footprint in the biosphere. So in this endeavor, we have started and embarked into the circularity model of business. And we invite you to join us if you are keen to know more about the Pacific Recycled Fiber. Then you can reach out and help us to grow circularity in the apparel supply chain. Thank you. Thanks for your patient hearing, and I would like to, I'll request you to see the short video clip of our company. Thank you.
Every year, Bangladesh's RMG sector produces over 500,000 tons of textile waste. Most of it is discarded. But what if waste could be a resource? With only 5% to 25% of textile waste recycled locally, Bangladesh misses a $500 million savings opportunity. Recycling just 1 ton of fabric can prevent 3.376 tons of carbon dioxide emissions. Meet Pacific Recycled Fiber Limited, transforming textile waste into high-quality recycled cotton fiber, paving the way to a circular textile economy. Our process turns waste into resources, efficient, sustainable, and ready for reuse. Every step saves resources and creates new value. With a capacity of 4,800 tons per year, We're reducing cotton imports, cutting emissions, and shaping a sustainable future for the fashion industry. At Pacific Recycled Fiber Limited, sustainability is more than a goal. It's a responsibility. We are actively working to enhance our operations with globally accepted sustainability principles, ensuring that every fiber we produce contributes to a greener future. We don't just recycle textiles, we drive meaningful change by aligning our innovations with the SDG goals, focusing on responsible consumption, climate action, and inclusive economic growth. Join us in creating a circular economy. Visit us at www.pacificrecycledfiber.com and follow us to reshape the future of sustainable textiles together. Pacific Recycled Fiber Limited, turning waste into wealth.
Thank you very much for that informative presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a well-deserved lunch break. Please enjoy the refreshments and take this opportunity to network with the fellow attendees. We will reconvene in 40 minutes. I would also like to take this moment to make a quick announcement about our breakout sessions, which will be starting soon. The breakout sessions will take place in Mollika Hall, Level 2, starting at 2 o'clock. We have 2 exciting sessions: Navigating Traceability, Challenges and Solutions, Future-Proofing RMG, the Role of Worker Upskilling. If you are interested in these topics, please make your way to Mollika Hall. These sessions will provide deeper insight and practical solutions to some of the most pressing challenges in the apparel industry. Please do enjoy your lunch.
Welcome to the best of Bangladesh.
In Europe.
I have many more things to offer to this industry and my country, Bangladesh.
The Netherlands is honored to have been a long-standing partner of Bangladesh.
Best of Bangladesh is not an event, it's a process.
Bangladesh has emerged as the fastest growing economy in the world.
It's a great initiative, it's very good organized, great location, so that also gives a good atmosphere, so well done.
I see a number of people, new faces, which is quite interesting for us as an exhibitor to connect the dots.
Being at this event really makes me feel part of Bangladesh.
Bangladesh has made immense progress in the past decade in providing its workers with a safe and improved working environment. Safety is not only ensured against potential hazards, but a myriad of services are offered within the facilities for the welfare of the workers. The RMG sector employees are now under the protection of stringent safety programs to avert workplace accidents. Safety committees are obligatorily formed in every factory. Training programs to convey safety and health concerns are performed throughout the year. These outline the preventative duties in times of structural, fire or electrical crisis. Factory inspection reports are made public through online channels to boost transparency, earning Bangladesh a Leader in Transparency title from McKinsey. Society's perception of women's responsibilities has shifted as the RMG sector made room for women in the workforce. Now, women stand to be financial contributors in their households. 60% of the RMG workers are women, making them the majority dominating this industry. The RMG Sustainability Council, RSC, is an unprecedented private national tripartite initiative to carry forward the significant accomplishments made in workplace safety in Bangladesh. Wages have been brought up by 381% since 2010 to substantiate livable income. Anti-sexual harassment committees are formed to protect the workers against personal violation. The country is heading in a positive direction through a mutual collaboration. The workers are given room to develop and harness skills that are beneficiary for their career prospects. Leadership qualities are nurtured within these facilities, which leads them to open up their own boutiques and tailoring businesses after they leave their jobs. Women are given the space to acquire top positions even in technical departments. Lately, the premises have started incorporating medical centers, daycare centers and fair price shops to extend the range of utilities the workers can enjoy. Workers who have come from other regions also get to reside in dormitories. As the journey from cash to digital payment is gathering pace, garment-producing companies have discovered how digitizing wages can save time, reduce cost, increase transparency, and empower workers by improving their access to finance. Many of the firms in the RMG industry go the extra mile with their charitable intent and build schools and hospitals for the collective betterment of society. The process of social development is acknowledged to be continuous. However, Bangladesh assures persistent efforts to improve the working conditions and therefore the lifestyle of its working class population.
I think Sustainable Apparel Forum is a big forum that is doing advocacy for the sustainability in the RMG supply chain, and by this I think the people in the industry, all the stakeholders are getting to know the idea of sustainability, the benefit of sustainability, and why Bangladesh must go for more sustainable production of RMG products.
I think it's great the Apparel Forum is bringing so many different people together today. It's bringing together brands, it's bringing together exporters, diplomatic community, business, government. So all of these people have a stake in the sustainable future.
This initiative to have a big international forum is just spot on in terms of marketing the sustainable Bangladeshi apparel industry.
This forum is extremely important for actually three reasons. One is to actually ensure that we all know that Bangladesh has been working very hard in upgrading its safety and security record in the industry. I think this forum helps Bangladesh enormously.
Clear benefits from doing an event such as this one. One is that it will help all the participants agree on a way forward, reinforce the need to continue what is already happening. There is a positive shift happening, and it has to continue. The second benefit is that it will provide tangible proof, communication material to be able to show the rest of the world that Bangladesh is taking all this seriously.
This sort of initiative helps a lot to understand the challenges and to develop a vision for Bangladesh to understand and to be aware of the new technologies abroad and how to integrate them to Bangladesh.
Growth in any industry without acknowledging the environmental factors is no longer applauded in the current global climate. Bangladesh has re-evaluated its values and purposes, incorporating the global ESG requirements to internalize sustainability in the RMG industry by 2030. Now, 8 out of world's top 10 green garment industries are in Bangladesh. The aggregate benefits from green production are not only reflected in the environment, but also in the productivity of the workers. Social and health benefits can be attributed to these eco-friendly atmospheres. Therefore, world's second largest RMG exporter has taken extensive measures to avoid being a significant contributor to pollution and ensure sustainability by investing in green factories. These factories are constructed with daylight simulation, rainwater harvesting technologies, indoor air quality, thermal control, and several other tech-oriented features to revamp the traditional factory ambience. These green factories implement laser washing and ozone washing to significantly reduce chemical and water wastage. The country's further investment in sustainability involves solar rooftop projects. Factories utilize an extensive amount of energy. It could be successfully replaced with a more efficient and renewable method of solar power. Bangladesh is also keen on employing the circular economy concept in its textile industry through the implementation of recycling. The RMG sector aims to contain 30% of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 as a commitment to the UN Fashion Industry Charter. But the country's persistence in pursuing environmental sustainability will not stop there, as it will continue to innovate and adapt to secure global competitiveness.
Ladies and gentlemen, hope you're enjoying your lunch. I would like to take this moment to make a quick announcement about our breakout sessions, which will be starting at 2 o'clock. We have 2 exciting sessions planned. 1, navigating traceability, challenges and solutions. 2, future-proofing RMG, the role of worker, upskilling. If you are interested in these topics, please make your way to Mollika Hall at 2 o'clock. These sessions will provide deeper insights and practical solutions to some of the most pressing challenges in the apparel industry.
It is the core of our business and how we need to collaborate here in Bangladesh to improve the practices, not just for Bangladesh, but for the global textile industry. And this forum puts the focus exactly on this.
I think it's extremely important that Bangladesh has some national platforms and stakeholder engagement sessions.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again repeating, at 2 o'clock we will have our breakout sessions. The topics are navigating traceability, challenges and solutions, and future-proofing RMG, the role of worker upskilling. If you're interested, then do, after lunch, make your way to Mollika Hall.
Definitely help to develop not only the industry, but also the country itself, because together with the RMG sector, you have accessories, you have different sectors involved in the industry that will impact the progress of the country in the future.
I think the Sustainable Apparel Forum is a great forum to bring those manufacturers together, with the buyers, the retailers and brands like the one I work for, to educate and to collaborate and really to drive the innovation that we need in this sector.
This is a great opportunity that Sustainability Apparel Forum showcases Bangladesh in the global market, and I think the time has come after so many years of this journey that Bangladesh has taken. It comes to a maturity level now.
And we still are far behind when it comes to building our image to the rest of the world. And events like this, where the participants come from different parts of the world and they are listening to us, they are actually seeing the examples that we are creating for the rest of the industry.
I think it brings in a lot of ideas together where we look at concerns or challenges or issues that needs to be addressed on the industry level.
October 4, 2023 marked a pivotal moment as the Bangladesh Climate Action Forum emerged, igniting a transformative surge of awareness and igniting crucial dialogues around the formidable climate challenges ahead. The first edition of this remarkable initiative unfolded just in time as Bangladesh grapples with the impacts of climate change. The Bangladesh Climate Action Forum marked a significant step forward, proactively embracing the journey towards a net zero carbon future. The theme of the Bangladesh Climate Action Forum underscored the role of technology and innovation in sustainable solutions and advocated for collaborative financing efforts to bolster climate action. The event transpired with clear objectives. The forum culminated in 5 dynamic panel sessions, where experts and stakeholders engaged in in-depth discussions on pressing climate issues, further enriching the collective knowledge and commitment of all involved. Presentations and case studies were thoughtfully interspersed, offering valuable insights and solutions.
On October 10, 2024, the second edition of the Bangladesh Climate Action Forum elevated Bangladesh to a crossroads, facing the challenges of today while building the solutions for tomorrow. Experts, leaders, innovators, and changemakers came together to ignite change with one purpose: to reimagine a decarbonized, sustainable Bangladesh. Beginning with a message of unity, purpose, and powerful words from our honorable special guests and leaders, the opening and welcome address set the stage for a day dedicated to the opportunities within our grasp to build a sustainable, decarbonized future for Bangladesh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the breakout sessions will start at 2:15. Once again, the topics are navigating traceability, challenges and solutions, and future-proofing RMG, the role of worker upskilling. After lunch, you can make your way to Mollika Hall for the breakout sessions, which will start at 2:15.
From exploring climate adaptation and renewable energy solutions to addressing circularity in the supply chain, the event inspired fresh ideas and concrete actions. Key partnerships were forged, new initiatives were launched, and strategies were shared to accelerate the decarbonization journey. At the engineering workshops organized by Bangladesh Climate Action Forum, experts from around the world demonstrated real-world strategies and solutions to participants, such as facility decarbonization, lighting and pump optimization, solar system design, low-carbon facility strategies, and steam system optimization. The exhibition zone offered a glimpse into cutting-edge innovations, sparked collaboration, and showcased pioneering solutions, reflecting our shared commitment toward a sustainable tomorrow. The Bangladesh Climate Action Forum 2024 was more than a conversation. It was the start of a real change. The actions we take from here will shape the road ahead, ensuring that Bangladesh rises to the challenges of tomorrow with courage and collaboration. This is more than a milestone. It's the beginning of a movement, a journey toward a brighter, cleaner, more resilient Bangladesh. Together, we are not just imagining the future, we are building it.
Circular economy has been growing its roots aggressively as an economic system that targets sustainability by shifting the focus towards the reuse and regeneration of products and raw materials. The first ever Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit served as a platform where diverse businesses, policymakers, and members of the development community converged to delve into the practicalities of transitioning towards a circular economy within Bangladesh. The summit, held on June 15, 2023, took place with the explicit objective of initiating the implementation of inclusive business models. The Bangladesh Apparel Exchange orchestrated this esteemed gathering, exemplifying its unwavering commitment to fostering sustainable economic advancement across all sectors. The first half of the event proceeded with a generalized approach in dispersing the principles of circular economy and how it can be put into effect across the wide-ranging sectors. Multitudes of subject matters received coverage for plenary sessions such as food and beverage, circular economy, and mapping opportunities across industry. Roundtable discussions and presentations were held to generate more engaging exchanges and share meaningful ideas for incorporating the application of circularity in the respective industries. Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit provided sincere solutions that can be utilized going ahead in these industries. The objective of the Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit was to offer valuable perspectives on the changing dynamics among brands, manufacturers, and legislators.
The second Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit on June 11, 2024, at the Radisson Blue Water Garden, Dhaka, was a resounding success. The summit brought together industry leaders, policymakers, apparel manufacturers, brands, development partners, recyclers, and textile waste sorters to forge the paths towards a sustainable future. Through panel discussions, presentations, workshop, and networking sessions, the summit explored various aspects of circularity. At the inauguration ceremony, a year-long textile hackathon was launched by Tees Woedstra, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Bangladesh, where Jan Janowski, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Germany in Bangladesh, was also present as the special guest. A comprehensive report on fashion circular economy in Bangladesh by Mostafizuddin, founder and CEO of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, for thought-provoking plenary sessions, formalizing the informal jute sector, closing the loop of textile waste, circular design, reality versus challenges, transparency and traceability in circularity addressed the circular transition, while 3 insightful presentations, EU due diligence and legislations on circularity, market incentives for eco-design, the case of eco-modulation, a national circular textile roadmap for Bangladesh, with the objective of driving systemic change and unlocking new opportunities. The second Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit served as a catalyst for transformative action towards a more circular and sustainable future for the country's apparel and textile industry and beyond.
So the Sustainable Apparel Forum can play a big role here because they can do the bridging, and they can do the bridging between the buyer, between the development partner, between the manufacturer, between the producer.
Sustainable Apparel Forum is a very important forum for industry stakeholders because
through this forum, we come to know about a lot of best practices that are taking place globally.
The Sustainability Forum has been successful on a number of fronts. Firstly, it was very well attended, and it brought together all the key stakeholders, global brands or buyers. It brought together the factories, brought together governments, particularly the embassies and also the development agencies. So I think that it needs to be a multi-stakeholder approach, and the Sustainable Apparel Forum was very successful in doing that.
This is actually a unique initiative taken by the Sustainable Forum, and it's helping us to branding the Bangladeshi industry as a sustainable supplier.
But I think it's a great neutral ground for everyone to come together. This sector, this issue actually is live, so it's no longer theory. So I see that working with SAF, that we can come together, we can connect, we can talk about the issues. It's been a great day so far, great insight, but we really do now need to start to take action.
For the entire industry, it's very important that seminars like SAF is taking place in the country and making aware of our industry, how they are progressing. At the same time, the importance of sustainability in the apparel industry is also at the same time it is stimulated.
The Sustainable Apparel Forum is allowing us to showcase that Bangladesh is not only about the cheap apparel, Bangladesh is about sustainable apparel sourcing destination.
It's very important to have these kind of convenings that SAF has been very good at and has consistently been organizing in order to create a platform for organizations like businesses, the government, the workers and professional organizations to convene and talk about sustainability.
The Sustainable Apparel Forum is a really important initiative because I think what it does is it brings together a diverse group of stakeholders from across the industry, from policymakers to garment manufacturers, brands, retailers, associations.
The Sustainable Apparel Forum, as the title describes, brings those ones together who are interested and, let's say, committed to sustainability. Not finger pointing, really discussing with each other, understanding each other, hammering out potential solutions, cooperate. So it's a common sense driven event.
The Sustainable Apparel Forum can take a very important role in connecting actually different stakeholders. And for us, it's we were also present at the latest year's forum, and for us it's a great chance to meet in one day many stakeholders, so manufacturers, but also other players in the industry, in the financial and in the textile apparel industry.
Sustainable Apparel Forum brings together all the key stakeholders in sustainability and circularity in Bangladesh, but also beyond, and that are all very passionate about bringing sustainability or increasing sustainability in the apparel sector in Bangladesh. So it plays a very important role to really unite these organizations and ensure that they can build on these solutions together.
The Sustainability Apparel Forum is bringing industry leaders together, bringing attention to the topic, not only for Bangladesh, but also in the global area. Now, also bringing Bangladesh into the global discussion about sustainability is super important, not only for Bangladesh, but also for the industry as such.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have 2 breakout sessions starting at 2:15 at Mollika Hall, Level 2. One session will be about navigating traceability challenges and solutions, and the other session, future-proofing RMG, the role of worker upskilling. If you are interested in these topics, please make your way to Mollika Hall after lunch. These sessions will provide deeper insights into practical solutions to some of the most pressing challenges in the apparel industry.
Annually, the world generates 92 million tonnes of textile waste. With Recycle Exchange leading Bangladesh's sustainable ready-made garment sector, we efficiently sort textile waste. Recycle Exchange, with a compliant sorting facility in Ashulia, Dhaka, we're spearheading textile waste collection, sorting and supply, closing the loop and establishing a sustainable value chain. In collaboration with manufacturers, recyclers, brands and other stakeholders, leads the charge in advancing circularity within Bangladesh's textile sector. As a joint venture between Bangladesh Apparel Exchange and Uptex Netherlands registered in the RJSC, we're redefining textile waste management. Our mission is to demonstrate the feasibility of a local circular and social textile value chain. Recycle Exchange emerges as a key player in the circular economy, redirecting textile waste from landfills to new productions. The impact of Recycle Exchange goes beyond environmental benefits, creating jobs and promoting sustainable business practices. At Recycle Exchange, we're catalysts for change. Leading the charge in sustainable practices, Bangladesh's textile sector sets the standard for circularity. Transparency and traceability define our operations, showcasing our commitment to accountability and a greener future.
Welcome to the best of Bangladesh
in Europe.
Many more things to offer to this industry and my country, Bangladesh.
The Netherlands is honored to have been a long-standing partner of Bangladesh.
Best of Bangladesh is not an event, it's a process.
Bangladesh has emerged as the fastest growing economy in the world.
It's a great initiative, it's very good organized, great location, so that also gives a good atmosphere, so well done.
I see a number of people's new faces, which is quite interesting for us as an exhibitor to connect the dots.
Being at this event really makes me feel part of Bangladesh.
In the heart of South Asia, where rivers tell stories and the skies hold endless possibilities, lies a nation of beauty, ambition, and promise. Welcome to Bangladesh. From the world's longest unbroken beach to the largest mangrove forest and the tranquil beauty of rolling hills, Bangladesh is a land of breathtaking wonder. And within these landscapes, a deeper story unfolds, a story of tradition, rhythm, and timeless artistry. Our culture is our soul. It lives in the rhythm of our music, the colors of our festivals, and the timeless craftsmanship of our people. This is the heartbeat of Bangladesh. Rooted in a proud heritage, our people have faced every challenge with courage and unyielding resilience. It is this spirit that defines Bangladesh. Through history's challenges, we have emerged stronger. From the courage of our past to the innovation of today, Bangladesh stands as a beacon of resilience and transformation. With one of the fastest growing economies in Asia, a dynamic workforce, and expanding infrastructure, the country is rapidly positioning itself as a global hub for business and innovation. Central to this growth is the world's second largest RMG industry. Bangladesh's $50 billion garment sector is a leader in global fashion. From textiles to tech, agriculture to advanced manufacturing, Bangladesh is a land of opportunity, where innovation drives industries forward. Our thriving IT sector and startups are transforming the digital landscape, offering smart solutions that empower businesses to thrive in an interconnected world. From leather to light engineering, jute to FMCG, Bangladesh is a diverse powerhouse, blending timeless craftsmanship with innovative technology to create products for the future. With over 160 million people and a rapidly expanding middle class, Bangladesh is a booming consumer market, a place where businesses can tap into immense potential and drive growth. This April, the Best of Bangladesh 2025 brings our story to the world. Discover why the world is investing in Bangladesh, a partner for progress, innovation, and global collaboration. Bangladesh is a vision, a partner, a rising force. Step into a story of progress and endless possibilities. In the heart of South Asia, where rivers tell stories and the skies hold endless possibilities, lies a nation of beauty, ambition, and promise. Welcome to Bangladesh. From the world's longest unbroken beach to the largest mangrove forest and the tranquil beauty of rolling hills, Bangladesh is a land of breathtaking wonder. And within these landscapes, a deeper story unfolds, a story of tradition, rhythm, and timeless artistry. Our culture is our soul. It lives in the rhythm of our music, the colors of our festivals, and the timeless craftsmanship of our people. This is the heartbeat of Bangladesh. Rooted in a proud heritage, our people have faced every challenge with courage and unyielding resilience. It is this spirit that defines Bangladesh. Through history's challenges, we have emerged stronger. From the courage of our past to the innovation of today, Bangladesh stands as a beacon of resilience and transformation. With one of the fastest growing economies in Asia, a dynamic workforce, and expanding infrastructure, the country is rapidly positioning itself as a global hub for business and innovation. Central to this growth is the world's second largest RMG industry. Bangladesh's $50 billion garment sector is a leader in global fashion. From textiles to tech, agriculture to advanced manufacturing, Bangladesh is a land of opportunity, where innovation drives industries forward. Our thriving IT sector and startups are transforming the digital landscape, offering smart solutions that empower businesses to thrive in an interconnected world. From leather to light engineering, jute to FMCG, Bangladesh is a diverse powerhouse, blending timeless craftsmanship with innovative technology to create products for the future. With over 160 million people and a rapidly expanding middle class, Bangladesh is a booming consumer market, a place where businesses can tap into immense potential and drive growth. This April, the Best of Bangladesh 2025 brings our story to the world. Discover why the world is investing in Bangladesh, a partner for progress, innovation, and global collaboration. Bangladesh is a vision, a partner, a rising force. Step into a story of progress and endless possibilities.
Welcome to the Best of Bangladesh
in Europe.
I have many more things to offer to this industry and my country, Bangladesh.
The Netherlands is honored to have been a long-standing partner of Bangladesh.
Best of Bangladesh is not an event, it's a process.
Bangladesh has emerged as the fastest growing economy in the world.
It's a great initiative, it's very good organized, great location, so that also gives a good atmosphere, so well done.
I see a number of people's new faces, which is quite interesting for us as an exhibitor to connect the dots.
Being at this event really makes me feel part of Bangladesh.
In the heart of South Asia, where rivers tell stories and the skies hold endless possibilities, lies a nation of beauty, ambition, and promise. Welcome to Bangladesh. From the world's longest unbroken beach to the largest mangrove forest and the tranquil beauty of rolling hills, Bangladesh is a land of breathtaking wonder. And within these landscapes, a deeper story unfolds, a story of tradition, rhythm, and timeless artistry. Our culture is our soul. It lives in the rhythm of our music, the colors of our festivals, and the timeless craftsmanship of our people. This is the heartbeat of Bangladesh. Rooted in a proud heritage, our people have faced every challenge with courage and unyielding resilience. It is this spirit that defines Bangladesh. Through history's challenges, we have emerged stronger. From the courage of our past to the innovation of today, Bangladesh stands as a beacon of resilience and transformation. With one of the fastest growing economies in Asia, a dynamic workforce, and expanding infrastructure, the country is rapidly positioning itself as a global hub for business and innovation. Central to this growth is the world's second largest RMG industry. Bangladesh's $50 billion garment sector is a leader in global fashion. From textiles to tech, agriculture to advanced manufacturing, Bangladesh is a land of opportunity, where innovation drives industries forward. Our thriving IT sector and startups are transforming the digital landscape, offering smart solutions that empower businesses to thrive in an interconnected world. From leather to light engineering, jute to FMCG, Bangladesh is a diverse powerhouse, blending timeless craftsmanship with innovative technology to create products for the future. With over 160 million people and a rapidly expanding middle class, Bangladesh is a booming consumer market, a place where businesses can tap into immense potential and drive growth. This April, the Best of Bangladesh 2025 brings our story to the world. Discover why the world is investing in Bangladesh, a partner for progress, innovation, and global collaboration. Bangladesh is a vision, a partner, a rising force. Step into a story of progress and endless possibilities.
Welcome to the best of Bangladesh
in Europe.
I have many more things to offer to this industry and my country, Bangladesh.
The Netherlands is honored to have been a long-standing partner of Bangladesh.
Best of Bangladesh is not an event, it's a process.
Bangladesh has emerged as the fastest growing economy in the world.
It's a great initiative, it's very good organized, great location, so that also gives a good atmosphere, so well done.
I see a number of people's new faces, which is quite interesting for us as an exhibitor to connect the dots.
Being at this event really makes me feel part of Bangladesh.
Bangladesh has made immense progress in the past decade in providing its workers with a safe and improved working environment. Safety is not only ensured against potential hazards, but a myriad of services are offered within the facilities for the welfare of the workers. The RMG sector employees are now under the protection of stringent safety programs to avert workplace accidents. Safety committees are obligatorily formed in every factory. Training programs to convey safety and health concerns are performed throughout the year. These outline the preventative duties in times of structural, fire or electrical crisis. Factory inspection reports are made public through online channels to boost transparency, earning Bangladesh a Leader in Transparency title from McKinsey. Society's perception of women's responsibilities has shifted as the RMG sector made room for women in the workforce. Now, women stand to be financial contributors in their households. 60% of the RMG workers are women, making them the majority dominating this industry. The RMG Sustainability Council, RSC, is an unprecedented private national tripartite initiative to carry forward the significant accomplishments made in workplace safety in Bangladesh. Wages have been brought up by 381% since 2010 to substantiate livable income. Anti-sexual harassment committees are formed to protect the workers against personal violation. The country is heading in a positive direction through a mutual collaboration. The workers are given room to develop and harness skills that are beneficiary for their career prospects. Leadership qualities are nurtured within these facilities, which leads them to open up their own boutiques and tailoring businesses after they leave their jobs. Women are given the space to acquire top positions even in technical departments. Lately, the premises have started incorporating medical centers, daycare centers and fair price shops to extend the range of utilities the workers can enjoy. Workers who have come from other regions also get to reside in dormitories. As the journey from cash to digital payment is gathering pace, garment-producing companies have discovered how digitizing wages can save time, reduce cost, increase transparency, and empower workers by improving their access to finance. Many of the firms in the RMG industry go the extra mile with their charitable intent and build schools and hospitals for the collective betterment of society. The process of social development is acknowledged to be continuous. However, Bangladesh assures persistent efforts to improve the working conditions and therefore the lifestyle of its working class population.
I think Sustainable Apparel Forum is a big forum that is doing advocacy for the sustainability in the RMG supply chain, and by this I think the people in the industry, all the stakeholders are getting to know the idea of sustainability, the benefit of sustainability, and why Bangladesh must go for more sustainable production of RMG products.
I think it's great the Apparel Forum is bringing so many different people together today. It's bringing together brands, it's bringing together exporters, the diplomatic community, business, government. So all of these people have a stake in the sustainable future.
This initiative to have a big international forum is just spot on in terms of marketing the sustainable Bangladeshi apparel industry.
This forum is extremely important for actually three reasons. One is to actually ensure that we all know that Bangladesh is being working very hard in upgrading its safety and security record in the industry. I think this forum helps Bangladesh enormously.
Clear benefits from doing an event such as this one. One is that it will help all the participants agree on a way forward, reinforce the need to continue what is already happening. There is a positive shift happening, and it has to continue. The second benefit is that it will provide tangible proof, communication material to be able to show the rest of the world that Bangladesh is taking all this seriously.
This sort of initiative helps a lot to understand the challenges and to develop a vision for Bangladesh to understand and to be aware of the new technologies abroad and how to integrate them to Bangladesh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting shortly, requesting all of you to kindly come inside the hall and take your seats, please. সম্মানিত অতিথিবৃন্দ, আমরা আর কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই আবারও শুরু করতে যাচ্ছি। আপনাদেরকে অনুরোধ করছি আসন গ্রহণ করবার জন্য।
The global ESG requirements to internalize sustainability in the RMG industry by 2030. Now, 8 out of world's top 10 green garment industries are in Bangladesh. The
Distinguished guests, we will be starting shortly, requesting all of you to kindly come inside the hall and take your seats, please. সম্মানিত অতিথিবৃন্দ, আমরা আর কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই শুরু করব। আপনাদের সকলকে অনুরোধ করছি হলের ভেতর এসে আসন গ্রহণ করবার জন্য। Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting shortly, requesting all of you to kindly come inside the hall and take your seats, please. আমন্ত্রিত অতিথিবৃন্দ, কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই আমরা অনুষ্ঠান শুরু করতে যাচ্ছি। আপনাদেরকে অনুরোধ করছি হলে এসে আসন গ্রহণ করবার জন্য। Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting, requesting those of you who are outside the hall to please come inside and take your seats, please. Before we move on to our next presentation, I would like to take this moment to make a quick announcement about our breakout sessions, which is taking place in Mollika Hall. We have two exciting sessions: one, navigating traceability challenges and solutions; two, future-proofing RMG, the role of worker upskilling. If you're interested in these topics, then please do make your way to Mollika Hall. And now for our first session after lunch, it is a presentation on accelerating financing for textile water stewardship. This presentation will explore innovative financing mechanisms to support sustainable water management in the textile industry. Please welcome Jonathan Farr, Director of Policy and Partnerships, Resilient Water Accelerator, to the stage.
Hi there, everybody. I know you've all just had lunch or finishing your lunches, and you're going to be feeling sleepy after such delicious food. So, but please enjoy our session that's coming up over the next half an hour to 45 minutes. It's going to be exciting and interesting. We've got some great panelists. But before that, you can listen to me for a few minutes. So, yeah, first of all, ladies, gentlemen, honored guests, please allow me to welcome you to our session today on behalf of the Resilient Water Accelerator. And as I said up there a minute ago, I'm Jonathan Farr, I'm Director of Policy at the Accelerator. I'm usually based in London, but it's my pleasure to come to Bangladesh for the fourth time and speak at this prestigious event. And as I've been saying all day, these are absolutely critical issues for Bangladesh. It's, Bangladesh is a leader in global textiles. It's not just important for Bangladesh, it's important for the world that conferences like this happen. And you've got the opportunity here today and going forward to show a pathway to truly sustainable apparel globally in one of the world's fastest growing economies. You'll have been hearing all day today, I'm sure, about the threat from climate change to Bangladesh and to the sustainability of the sector, and how many of those threats will be felt through water, whether through droughts and water shortages, or through flooding, which is becoming an increasing threat, or through increasing salinity left by that flooding and other threats to water quality. And I'm afraid to say, as the world gets warmer, this is only going to be exacerbated. It's a major concern, but as I said, we know that this is the place to get work started on that. This is where we expect to see the innovation and the bravery required to take urgent action on this important issue. We can get ahead of these risks by managing our water appropriately and making the right investment decisions, and also to make that transition into an economy which is water secure and which is fit for the future. The Resilient Water Accelerator, which I've been working on for 4 years now, and for which Bangladesh is one of our priority countries, wants to ensure that we can all realize that the economic success story of water, and that Bangladesh's economic success, can endure long into the future. We know that the apparel industry is critical to that, and we hope to identify exactly what is needed to happen to ensure that any threats can be managed, and that we can catalyze public and private investment and action to ensure water security for generations to come. Thanks to our backing from the UK government, we're working to ensure there is the data required to make informed decisions, and that those decisions can lead to sustainable, innovative impacts that will again, as I've said before, be far-reaching throughout the globe. But of course, saying all those things, saying words like innovation and investment are easy. What we really need to see is those partnerships stretching across the different parts of the apparel sector and into the water sector. And that is, again, why this forum today is so important, because it's bringing people together and it's making those connections. And we've already heard this morning some of the really exciting work that's already happening, which is demonstrating clear alignment between sustainability and capital. Our long-term plan, once this clear investment case is made, is a pathway for resilient investment, lower transaction costs for developing future programs, and triggering the green transition we need to see. Research undertaken last year shows that the garment sector in Bangladesh will increase water use by more than 300% in the next 2 decades. And while that is a sign that there is much needed investment in water getting through, it also shows a huge opportunity to ensure that investment is smart in relation to climate and water. You, all of you here, are on the front line of that effort. And we look forward to supporting that work that you're doing today and will continue to do, and collaborating with you over the coming months and years. And therefore, it's my absolute great pleasure to introduce my colleague Mafruda Rahman, who already brings with her a formidable track record of securing green investment in Bangladesh, and will now lead this panel session. But first of all, let me thank you for your attendance today, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you very much for that wonderful thoughts that you shared. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Mafruda Rahman. I'm working as the Country Strategy Manager for Resilient Water Accelerator in Bangladesh. It's a great pleasure and an honor for me to be amongst you today. It is needless for me to say that the impacts of the climate change are increasing day by day in Bangladesh. But do we really think about what is going to happen when we're severely affected by climate change in the coming years, especially when it comes to water? Industries in Bangladesh are drawing significant amount of underground water, and 98% of them are actually dependent on underground water. But this underground water, due to extreme heat and changing environment, are also depleting at a very high rate. Almost 3%, 3-meter decline every year. So this is a significant issue that needs to be dealt with immediately, because these factories, the apparel industries, are highly dependent on water, and our study shows that by 2042 they will be at the brink of water crisis. So what is the main challenge here? Why are we not talking much about water? Why are we not seeing much investment in water? The main reason is that there's a significant funding gap in the market. Research shows that there's a $35 billion funding gap in the market, and this is why the textiles are often left without any options. But the good news is investment in water actually pays off. Apparel Impact Institute says that investing in water, simple technologies like water metering, steam taps, and replacing your boiler with an efficient one can actually give you almost around 30% return, and also reduce the carbon reduction by 20%. So there is a business case surrounding investment in water. What we need to do is talk more about it, create awareness in the market, and create access to the required amount of financing that this industry needs. Today's panel will be discussing more on issues related with how we can support this textile industry in accessing finance. And I would request the organizer to please set the stage so that the panel can take their respective seats on the stage. I would request the organizer to please set the stage so the panelists can come and sit on the stage. So by 2050 and beyond, it's actually, it will be how the factories are using the water will actually determine how competitive they are in the market. And this is mainly because of some of the converging challenges that's coming up. So we all know that there are new laws that's coming up, which is creating severe challenges, I would say a higher compliance issue at the suppliers' end to follow, and which also requires higher amount of investment. There's also a pressure from the investor side. So these are the investors who are investing in brands, and they are talking more day by day and pushing the brands to focus on nature and to help the environment, protect the environment. So there will be a pressure coming from the investor sides as well. And they're of course increasing awareness among the consumers as they start talking about how this fashion industry is going to impact the nature. So all these pressures converging towards the suppliers will create a new environment where they will be requiring finance to shift to a better water management process. For this, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our esteemed panels. So among us, we have a representative from the leading factories who are heavily investing in sustainability. They will talk to us more about how this returns on investment has taken place when it comes to water. We have representatives from the brands who will be talking about how they are setting the water targets in their value chain. We have industry leaders from the financial sectors who will be also discussing about these new financial models that are there to support the factory owners to actually have this shift smoothly. And finally, we will discuss about how we can make this water stewardship a financial priority so that sustainability isn't just required, but it is also rewarded for the suppliers. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to invite our panelists on stage. I would request Mr. Azizur Rahman Chaudhary, Managing Director, JM Fabrics Limited and Director, New Asia Limited, to please take his seat on the stage. I would request Ms. Saeeda Afzalunnisa, Head of Sustainability, HSBC, to please take her seat on the stage. Requesting Ms. Hosna Firdaus Shumi, Senior Private Sector Specialist, World Bank, to please come on stage. We have with us Neil J. Keelan, Delegated Representative Water at the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Bangladesh. And from the brand side, we have our very dear colleague, Louise Isaac, Water Stewardship Manager, Primark, joining online from UK. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time. I know you are very busy and you've been waiting quite a while for us to start. Louis, can you hear us properly? We can't hear you, Louis.
Kate, can you hear me on the call?
Okay, great. Louis, we can hear you clearly.
You can hear me now? Okay, fantastic.
Great. So we'll start with Louis. We'll try to understand how the leading brands like Primark and other brands are actually focusing more on water and water stewardship in their value chain. And we'll also try to understand from Louis that how they're also supporting their supplier in the process of doing so. So Louis, over to you.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be talking to you all today on such an important topic. So yeah, thanks for the introduction. I'm Lewis Isaac, and I have the pleasure of leading Primark's 2030 water stewardship strategy. Bangladesh is a key sourcing region for the business, and so it's no surprise that much of our work on water stewardship is geared towards Bangladesh and the river basins situated in Bangladesh. In terms of high-level objectives, we very much look to work with our suppliers to reduce their dependency on fresh water and also to mitigate the impacts of using fresh water, mainly through the lens of water quality and pollution. We do this at site level, working with suppliers directly, but we also do it at an aggregate basin level. So we look at the aggregate amount of water that's used from suppliers in areas like Dhaka and the amount of potential pollution risks associated with that. We have targets set on reducing our freshwater consumption, and then we have projects to support that. So just very briefly, we work with our suppliers on resource efficiency programs, reducing water dependency, energy and chemical usage. We also partner with the Alliance for Water Stewardship, where we have a project in Dhaka with suppliers, and that's to introduce a comprehensive water stewardship standard. And then we very much back and are very much focused on water reuse, and it's a real priority area for us because we see it as an enabler for reducing dependency on fresh water, but also combating wastewater pollution. We have a landmark project that is soon to launch in Dhaka. It's a collaborative project between Primark, another brand, H&M, technology providers and NGOs. One of those NGOs being WaterAid. And we're very excited about this project. It's working collaboratively with the British government and with a proactive supplier partner in a sort of factory in Bangladesh to introduce technology to recycle and recover wastewater. And our role there as the brands is really to disseminate this data, create a business case, and to help scale this across the industry. So we want to see more of our supply chain partners be proactive. We feel that finance and green finance in particular will play a key role in helping to break down those barriers, and we'll play our role in disseminating that data across the industry. So yeah, that will be launched in June, hopefully this year. So we welcome guests to that invite, of course, into that event. But yeah, I think that's probably it from me. It's a great panel. I'm really looking forward to hearing more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lewis. It is evident from what Lewis said is that the brands are now very serious about considering water into the value chain. They have been focusing on energy for a while, but of course now water is also a priority. So keeping this in mind, we now listen from the industry leaders, people who are heavily investing in sustainability and who are at the forefront of the water stewardship in Bangladesh. We have with us Mr. Azizur Rahman Chaudhary, Managing Director of JM Fabric Limited and Director of New Asia Limited. We would like to know more from Aziz Bhai that what was the incentive for your organization to invest in water efficiency? What kind of returns are you receiving in terms of costs, in terms of your overall operations? So basically, what was the motivation behind it, and how did you source the fund? Did you face any kind of challenges in accessing those funds?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for including me on this very prestigious panel, and it's a subject that's actually very dear to my heart that we're speaking on, which is water conservation, sustainability, because it's something that we as investors and entrepreneurs in Bangladesh, we have a responsibility towards our country and towards the industry which is providing us with our bread and butter to make sure that we look after the planet for the next generation. So that's where the initial thoughts came from, that, okay, we have an industry which is, if you look at the textile value chain, dyeing is the most water-intensive part of the whole value chain, and it pollutes a lot because you need a lot of water to dye fabric, to wash it off, to do various chemical treatments and washes. And if you look at the entire garment life cycle, about 70% of the total water consumption comes in the dyeing stage. So we are a composite manufacturer where dyeing is a key part of our operations. So we always thought that what are some ways we can reduce this impact, because having such a large environmental impact for clothing, which people will need around the world at all times, is very important. So that's where the initial thought started. However, once we deep dived into the subject, we worked with organizations or programs like PACT and various other GIZ, other organizations together. We tried to find a roadmap on how we can reduce our carbon footprint or water consumption. And the surprising thing was, 80% of the journey was the mindset, which is something that we found out once we started it. A lot of things that we do on a day-to-day basis when we are running our machines, it can be carelessness, where a certain process is supposed to go on for 55 minutes, we let it run for 60 minutes, for example, thinking that 5 extra minutes won't make such a big difference. But if you add up the 5 extra minutes on all the machines, 365 days in a year, that's a lot of minutes of extra water that's running that you could have saved. So the first part of our journey was to train our people to build it into the mindset that don't leave a tap running, put a pressure sensor on it or something like that, or where you don't need so much pressure, reduce the water pressure. Then there are other auxiliary water usage like cooling of the dyeing machines. You have to put in water just to bring the temperature down of the machine. And previously, it would go through a heat exchanger, a coil. It would cool down the machine, and it would go straight into the drain and through the ETP into the environment again. So when we started understanding these things, that if we can capture this water that we're using to cool the machine, what it's actually doing is it's taking the energy from the machine into the water, and that water is heated up from ambient temperature. Let's say from 30 degrees, it goes up to 70 degrees. So if you put in the 70-degree water into your boiler, then your boiler doesn't have to fire that extra 30, 40 degrees to get up to that temperature. So there is a saving there as well. So when we put all these little things together, the initial low-hanging fruit was very easy to achieve. So immediately, just by changing mindset, we were able to save about 30% of the water or the resources that we were using to dye 1 kg of fabric. Then the second step after that was to modernize the machinery, because with technology, everything is moving all the time. And one of the machine suppliers explained it to me in a very easy way. If you're washing your hand in a basin, the previous technology was you fill up the basin with water, you soak your hands in there with soap, the water gets dirty, you drain it all, you fill it up again, and you wash your hands again. That's how, it's called drop and fill. That used to work like that for fabric dyeing. Now there's continuous rinsing, which means you're washing your hand under a running tap, and the water is draining out at the same time. So you're doing two things at once. So that brings down water consumption substantially. So all of these things can be incorporated into our existing machinery, into our existing infrastructure, with not a whole lot of investment. It's just changing a few PLCs, changing a few parts here and there. It can be done. So doing this, it was a big challenge to get the mindset right first. But when it came to investment, it was actually minor investments that give you a lot of return from it. So this was encouraging from us. And then there's lots of low-cost funding that's available now. So Bangladesh Bank has a few schemes like GTF, which is Green Transformation Fund, SREAP, which is for retrofitting and engineering improvement. Then there's another one called GTF, Green Transition Fund. All of these funds are available at a lower interest rate, like 4%, 5%, around that, which is almost 9 to 10% lower than the market rate. So when there are such instruments available in the market, it's actually very ignorant of us to not use these instruments, because they are easily accessible. And yes, there is some problems there. For example, there's a lot more paperwork. You need to have a third-party consultant who will check all the requirements to make sure that you comply, and only then you qualify. So where the bottleneck happens is, once you invest in a technology, until it's fully running, you can't avail the fund. So for that period, let's say 6 to 9 months, you need bridge financing, which is at the market rate. So that's at 15% or 14%, whatever the market rate may be at the time. So that's only for a period of 6 to 9 months, but then you can get a long-term payback, 6 years plus 1 year moratorium. So you can have 7 years to pay back your investment. And this is actually something that's out there. But a problem is the limit of the fund is very limited. So for SREAP, for example, for one project or one group, you cannot avail more than 80 crore taka. For GTF, I think it's something like $3 million is the limit of that. So if these limits were a little more flexible based on the scale of the industry, instead of a hard limit, if it could be a certain percentage of the investment or something like that, that would be a request I would have for the people who are designing these programs. That would give us a lot more flexibility to avail these funds.
Thank you, Aziz Bhai. I think this is very important for us to understand that when it comes to bridge funding, the ticket size is also an important issue. So you're spending a lot of time accessing these kind of complicated funds through that are channeled through the central bank, a lot of paperwork, and then the ticket size is very minimum. So I think this is also something that should be considered, that when factories are applying, we have to keep in mind that a handsome amount of ticket size is there for the efforts that they're putting in. Thank you so much, Aziz Bhai. Thank you so much for those wonderful remarks. When it comes to best uses of water, I think the best country we can learn from is the Netherlands, as they are the global pioneer in water management. They've been dealing with floods for a long time, just like Bangladesh. 2/3 of their country are prone to flood, and they are spending centuries in resilient water solution. So from this context, we have with us Ms. Neil Jakielen, representative of water from the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Ms. Keelan, Ms. Keelan, I would request you to share more of some of the best practices that your country has done so far. And the Dutch government has been a very strong partner for the Bangladesh government as well. So could you share more on this multi-stakeholder platform that usually the way you work in Bangladesh? What was your experience and some of the thoughts that would you like to share with us?
Sure, thank you. Maybe for people that don't know the Netherlands very well, you know, like Bangladesh, we are a low-lying delta, and well, as you said, for centuries, even since the medieval times, you know, we have been dealing with floods and excess of water, draining, building dikes, which led to, you know, our polder landscapes with the windmills, very well known, and the iconic delta works. So, but it's regarded as a water-rich country like Bangladesh. And then when, you know, we started developing building factories with the economic growth, you know, water quality became a concern. Then with climate change, you know, also water scarcity became a concern. At first it was seasonal, like in Bangladesh, still in the monsoon season, for us in the winter season, plenty of water, but slowly it has become, you know, a year-round concern. So how we are dealing with that in the Netherlands, we work in partnerships, as you say, and one of the big iconic programs that we have where private sector, government, research institutes are working together is our Dutch Delta Plan, where we are trying to deal with, you know, national issues of flooding, water security, and I've been personally working for many years on the water security part of it. Now, we've been working together with Bangladesh on building a Delta Plan here as well. But if you look at specific issues concerning water, or in fact any issue that we have, we work in what we call in the Netherlands a diamond approach, where private sector, government institutes, research institutes, and civil society come together to tackle specific issues. And when you look at water technology, we have, for example, something which we call WETSIS, which is in the north of the Netherlands, part of our water campus. And there you have, you know, water startups, industrial leaders, government bodies, knowledge institutes, universities. They join hands to tackle and pioneer solutions for pressing societal problems. So in this approach, when you look at water issues, we tackle, you know, the entire water cycle. And the innovations that we have pioneered, you know, over the past few years include optimizing water reuse, reducing water footprint, but also recovering raw materials from wastewater. As I said, you know, we have been working with Bangladesh for a long time, over 50 years. In fact, today is our, they call it Friendship Day, 11th of February 1952. The Dutch recognized Bangladesh as an independent country. And in fact, tonight we are celebrating this together with alumni Bangladeshis that studied in the Netherlands. So it's also a big day today for us. So yeah, we worked with Bangladesh on their Delta Plan, and which was approved in 2018 by this government. And to overcome all the water problems here in Bangladesh, it's huge. And a lot of resources are required. They made some calculations, and in fact, 2.5% of GDP is required to tackle all issues related to water and to make Bangladesh, you know, future-proof, as we call it, but to reach their ambition of becoming a prosperous country in 2041. Now, they looked in it, you know, raising these amounts of funds is going to be a challenge, but 20% should be able to be raised from private investors. That was at least the estimate. But then if you look, you know, to make a business case in water, that is quite a bit of a challenge, because a lot of the water problems are in the public domain. But then scans that have been done, and we have been hearing it here the whole day, one of the areas where you can actually raise private funds, because it makes also a positive business case, is in tackling water quality issues. So our embassy in May of this year, so we are very interested to work together with Bangladesh on reducing, you know, the water quality problems that you have. We actually partnered up with the Bangladesh Economic Zone Authority to see if we can build a positive business case for CATPs. So it's a central effluent treatment plant. I think here today we have heard a lot on individual treatment plants, but especially, you know, in the economic zones, it makes a lot of sense to do it together. But also, I heard for the smaller and medium-sized industries, if you look at clusters of industries, there it might also make sense. So at the moment, we are working together on a pre-feasibility study to see how the business case could work. And here also we are looking at, you know, the innovations and the technological developments that we have pioneered in the Netherlands to, you know, to reduce the amount of chemicals, the amount of energy, so to make it actually cheaper. However, it's difficult. Especially, I think, in a country where the raw material, and we heard it this morning as well, you know, the raw water is free. You just pump it up from the groundwater. And on the other side, you know, the law enforcement on disposing the effluent is also weak. So here comes a third incentive.
And like the advisor said, Ms. Rizwana said that the government will be soon charging for the water as well.
Yes.
And with the rising impact of climate change, access to quality water will also be a challenge.
Yes.
So with time, I think we will also start realizing that water is very scarce, like Azizba has mentioned. And then over the time, we will require that finance ready when the textile industries are willing to invest in efficient water management.
Yes, that was the very encouraging bit that I heard this morning during the opening session. That's very good to hear.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Neelja. Thank you for those wonderful insight. Hopefully one day we can also be like a world leader in the textile water stewardship with the help of the Dutch government. Thank you so much. I think it is now very clear for us that water is important. There is a business, there will be a business case for water very soon. And how do we finance this? Now let's hear from our leaders from the financial sectors to understand that how this landscape in the financing area is actually changing over time to support these textile factories to transit to more sustainability and compliance. My first question would be to Ms. Hosna Ferdoshumi. She's a senior private sector specialist, finance, competitiveness and investment in World Bank. So my question would be that World Bank has done a lot in the space of energy efficiency. There has been a lot of big programs running with blended finance, with the support of IFC and other partners that you have, but not much has been done in the water. We understand that so far there hasn't been a business case for the water, but it will be an upcoming issue in the coming years. Does World Bank have any plan on investing on water anytime in the future? Are you planning for some kind of fund or that can actually drive Bangladesh towards a sustainable water management?
Thank you for your question. Am I audible? Okay, thank you. You are right that we have been working a lot on the sustainability, and there are a number of projects, and project sizes are also not that significantly small. These are like a couple of projects are there to work with the industry, the different sectors, and on various aspects of sustainability, including water. There are also. So, and also the question that you are coming up, like you don't see much, and also the market conditions. I mean, I would echo with our fellow speaker that the mindset is actually still not there. Because from the industry point of view, since you are still getting groundwater, the kind of like they are complacent that we are still getting. So investing in like water efficiency is still a kind of like only frontier firms are doing this. Not all, because there are alternate sources. Right now they are working, I mean, okay. So I think that a lot of awareness raising is very much important to change that mindset. So from that point of view, it's not only like World Bank, actually the multilateral, bilateral, and also other development agency, and including the association, like business membership organization. If this awareness raising can be done in a like a combined way, in a constructive way, I think there will be like more demand for this. Right at this moment, I mean, financial products are very much demand driven. If there is a demand, definitely the product will be there. And as you have, like our previous speaker also mentioned about a couple of financial products already available in the market. And if you look into their disbursement, they're not disbursing fully because the demand is not there. So to create that demand, actually, this kind of like awareness activity is required. Along with that, I would say there are a couple of knowledge gap is also there. How to do it? What are the measures? So those are also, again, those kind of technical knowledge probably like through different projects, different program where World Bank Group as a whole, including IFC, we have been working a lot with the Better Works program, with PACT program, working with the farms to provide them with technical assistance on different kind of measures. So, but then those are like only with number of firms, right? But then if you want to have like a scale up effort or spillover effect, then you will need like a lot more will be required. From our project, we have been working on this sustainability through different projects. One of the project I can mention is like with Economic Zone Authority. The project is Private Investment and Digital Entrepreneurship Project, where we are supporting to develop this Mirashara Economic Zone and also other private economic zone. And then water is one of the major areas, establishment of CETP through a public-private partnership model. So that is also ongoing right at this moment as we speak. And also there are like usage of water, and there are also facilities for farms to avail through this project on this knowledge gap, on this investment, so they can also like work through this project and support that. Specifically on apparel sector in the economic zone, there are two dedicated zones, 2A, 2B, is dedicated for apparel and textile sectors. And other like supporting facilities, including CETP and then other solar and all the kind of facilities are actually designed around this area. So those are the ongoing activities that are going on. In terms of finance, as the speaker mentioned, like financing products are available, but I think this requires a kind of reform based on the market demand. The return period, it's also from the private sector point of view also, the return they get from that investment, how long that will take, there is uncertainty. Not very much clear. Though there are like buyers, different kind of requirements are coming in. And you know, like EU, they have like different kind of ESPR, including like many of the requirements are coming in. So those requirements will be like very much implemented like in next couple of years. Do we all understand that? Do we, the private sector or the investors, not always like all the measures are required. So this probably needs some effort from the development sector, can really play a critical role in bridging this gap, knowledge gap. So that's where I see opportunity to work. Still we are working on, World Bank is working through different projects, but I see also a lot of opportunity to collaborate in that front. In terms of policy reform, I see a lot of effort that can be done. Say for example, shadow pricing on water, which has been mentioned in the water development documents. And also like there are many kind of incentive that can be designed, so that private sector are also encouraged to invest in this area. So this is definitely in one of the focus area, but as I said, it will require a lot of knowledge and also awareness building across the sector. Thank you.
But one more question for Shumiappa is that the small and the medium-sized factories are often the ones that cannot access the right kind of financing. Can World Bank really support these factories to access, because they will require concessional, like Aziz Bhai was saying, the bridge fund that's available, one, it's not concessional, and two, it's the ticket size is very small. So can really World Bank play a role there to mobilize blended finance so that this transition becomes...
We actually have a couple of projects, like say for example, IPFF, Investment Promotion and Financing Project through Bangladesh Bank. There are projects which are providing financing, and there are specific areas identified that the firms can really access those concessional financing. So that's possible. But again, as I said, as you can see, the frontier firms are taking initiative. Similar is not actually happening in small and medium firms. They are not aware of it. So demand, first the demand needs to be created. Otherwise, you will only create funds which will not be disbursed because demand is not there. So I think that's why I was focusing on first the demand needs to be created from the other side, and then financing will definitely flow. Thank you.
Thank you, Shumiappa. I think it's very important for us to note that, so in the beginning, Mr. Lewis from Primark was saying that yes, we are now focusing on water. Water will be an issue in the upcoming, this is DDD law, that's European Union law that's coming in. And the financiers are saying there has to be demand in the market. So I guess there is a communication gap that needs to be filled, and we have to create more awareness regarding the, yes, there is demand in the market, but right kind of financial product maybe is not reaching the right customers. So moving on, my question will be to Ms. Saida Abzul Nessa, Head of Sustainability at HSBC, that HSBC has been actively playing a role in sustainability-linked finances, and you're also becoming a part of the Future Supply Initiative. If you could tell us more about how HSBC is thinking in supporting the textile industry in water stewardship.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me here. Just to give you a brief on sustainable finance, the products which are available, one we have discussed heavily is the Bangladesh Bank refinancing scheme. Of course, that is a low rate available. Secondly, sustainability linked loan. So sustainability linked loan is linked with any of the ESG criteria. It can be touching on water to energy efficiency to the entire portfolio, even social covers it, like having female empowerment in the workforce. But as you know, sustainable finance needs some evidence. So it has to be evidence-based to avail these kind of financing. So moving back on sustainability linked loan, so you link maybe with water efficiency or with less groundwater usage, you set a target. So a manufacturer can set a target and then can avail a loan, and within a year of time, there will be a percentile set that they will be improving their water efficiency. And upon that, there is a discounted rate that can be availed by the bank. So this is a product that we have. And I would say another one is sustainable supply chain finance. It's not in Bangladesh, but just giving a global example, what can be adopted in Bangladesh here. So what brands do is they set targets for their supply chain. So few may have decarbonization as priority. So they can select their suppliers and provide them a target. So they can get advance payments from the banks itself with the agreement with the brand and the bank and the selected suppliers. So it's sustainable supply chain finance. Another thing, as you have mentioned, on the Future Supplier Initiative. So we have partnered with Apparel Impact Institute as well. And so one of our priorities this year is to work on future supplier initiative. And so going forward, we will be planning for this year's execution on how we can proceed, how we can work together in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But I would also like to know more about, so HSBC has a huge customer base of the brands. And like you mentioned, the brands are also participating in accessing some of the initial funding for the suppliers through HSBC. So how this relationship do you think will look like in the coming future? Can the brands come in and say that, okay, we want to provide some kind of guarantees for our borrowers so that they can get the right amount of money at the concessional rate? So those kind of co-financing or a blended finance model, could that really work when it comes to commercial banks like HSBC?
It depends on case by case. So, of course, when a customer comes for a loan, their balance sheet strength and everything, is determined by that. So, even if you were mentioning about the small factories as well. So, as part of our Apparel Impact project, these were also our findings, like small factories need financing, and there's a gap as well. But they don't have that strong balance sheet on the payback and the payback capacity as well. And in the morning, there was a good session going on. I would like to quote that. One person was mentioning having a separate zone for these factories, small factories, because it won't be efficient, working energy efficiency in a separate way, water management in a separate way. If they're in one compound and there are all facilities available, I think that'll be a brilliant outcome and cost effective as well.
Thank you so much. I think it's very important to note for us that the banks are ready to finance. Some say there aren't enough demand, and the brands are also saying that we are coming with new laws and new targets for our suppliers. So keeping all this in mind, we feel like in the upcoming days there will be a very good business case for investment in water, and we have heard from our industry leader that yes, investing in water does pay off. So it is interesting when it comes to water. We also have to keep in mind that sustainability is not an option at this point of time. It is something that is critical for economic survival. So what happens next? We are hoping to create a working group where we want to bring in the financiers, the brands, and the suppliers, and we want this working group to discuss more on how organizations like Resilient Water Accelerator can support. So we heard that data is an issue. When you're creating a business case for water, you'll have to show, real-time data, and science-based targets are also upcoming under the new law. So how organizations can RWA can really facilitate in these areas. So our working groups will mostly focus on incentives and rewards. How do we want to focus on rewarding the suppliers? How can we ensure access to finance for the suppliers? And also we want to talk more about industry-led solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patient hearing. I would request all the stakeholders who have just started talking about these issues to also join these conversations. We want to support you in leading the pathway for sustainable water stewardship in Bangladesh. With this, I would like to thank you all. There was supposed to be a barcode on the screen. Can I request the organizer to move on to the presentation that was showed initially? So there will be a barcode on the screen in a few minutes. Maybe you can scan that to know more about how we are working in Bangladesh and what are our products. You'll also have a leaflet in front of you very soon that from which you can also know more about us. So please stay in touch. We'll be discussing more on textile watership in the coming days, and thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll take a group photograph to requesting you to stand together in a line, please. Once again, thanks to our panelists for sharing their expertise on water stewardship in the fashion supply chain. Next, we have a presentation on decarbonizing the supply chain and investing in companies in Bangladesh. This session will explore strategies for reducing carbon emissions and attracting sustainable investments. Please welcome Willem Grimming, founder and managing director of One to Watch, to the stage.
It's a presentation, right?
Yeah.
I'll just get it finished.
Can I start? Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to start, but maybe I am, actually. I'm looking at the lady in the middle. She was getting me something to give my presentation a swing. All right, here we go. Okay. And I think this is a logic device to use. Okay, hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Willem Grimming. I come here often to Dhaka, and that's not only because we get these great invitations from Mustafiz and his team to be part of this forum. I've been part of the last forum as well, and I want to really thank you guys for organizing these discussions, because I think they're really necessary on a path to decarbonization. Let me then also mention that the next discussion we're going to have will be in Amsterdam. I'm happy to say that because I am from the Netherlands, and we're happy also to host everybody in Amsterdam in April on the Best of Bangladesh. My name is Willem, I'm from the Netherlands, and I'm one of the founders of One True Value. And my business partner is right there, Jan-Jaap Verboom. We are doing this together, and he's giving me the honor to speak today. I have asked ChatGPT to make a really dramatic photo for the start of my presentation. So there we are, because we're going to talk about the transition from the fossil fuels to low carbon manufacturing. Let me tell you one more thing about One True Value, so that gives a bit of context on what we do. We are here in Bangladesh basically focusing on two things, helping SMEs, small medium-sized enterprises, to grow, and in that grow, greenify or make their operations more sustainable. And we are part of an initiative called the Green Garment Initiative, together with Soulshare and Bestseller, to finance rooftop solar. It gives a little bit of context to the story, but I'm really going to start with this dramatic picture. Using this device. Here we go. Okay, I have another dramatic chart, and that's on the right side. And it shows that the temperatures are rising and that climate change is irreversible. And I know I'm absolutely not the first speaker on this stage to tell you this story. And this story has been told time and time again. Still, I like to mention it because it's an important story to understand. And if you live in a delta like we do in the Netherlands, you know what severe water events will mean. And I think that if looking here in Bangladesh, the protection against those events is not enough. So really doing something about climate mitigation, climate adaptation is existential. But what I also noticed is that it doesn't really pull the trigger to make manufacturers growing to a more low carbon economy. It doesn't really do it. Now, what could be another trigger? The EU sustainability legislation has really stepped up. We have CSRD, now we have CSDDD. So every brand needs to know what is happening in their supply chain, and they are forced to lower the carbon emissions. And is this then really pulling the trigger for manufacturers, for the supply chain partners to lower their carbon? Well, there's a dialogue going on, and that's also why I think it's really important to be here to have that dialogue. But because it's really going to be about the question, okay, who's going to do what? And eventually, who's going to pay for it? And that's something that is not set at the moment, and that's where the conversation needs to center on. But does it really pull the trigger? I'm actually not sure. What may be more and more becoming important is really the business case around decarbonization. In the next 10, 20 years, the business case will improve, and you will see that whether the political winds or changes in the environment, this transition towards a green economy is here to stay, is here to survive, is here to dominate. And I think if you look at it from a manufacturing position, you need to understand, okay, how can I bring carbon down while saving cost? And you can save cost, because if you look at it from today's general situation, you need to reduce your carbon if you want to export to the EU markets by 60%. That's a factor of 2.5 today. But if your company is growing, if this industry is growing with, let's say, 15% each year, that means the factor will double in 6 years. The cost of transitioning to a low-carbon economy will be double the price. And that's a simple math, and that math really needs, in my view, make the manufacturers think together with their brands to do something now. So it's time. So it's not only time because the temperature is rising, it's time because you need to comply, it's time because you can save money. So where are the quick wins? So how can you do this? How can you start this tomorrow? Well, in that transition, there are many steps to take, and you cannot take them all today. But you at least can take 2 steps today. So if you look at 100% of your carbon emissions, 70% will come from energy. And in that 70%, 70% comes from electricity and inefficiency. So if you multiply those two, you can save 50%, really starting using renewable energy and get a good information, getting good data on your energy use. So you would say that's a no-brainer. And I've been working in this field for many years, and I also know that no-brainers don't work in this field. So we really need to do something about getting companies into renewable energy. At the moment in Bangladesh, it's about 4% of all the factories using renewable energy. And I've seen a lot of those, because most companies I go to, or I get an invitation, they already have solar energy. But it needs to improve dramatically. Let's go to the next slide. So what are the key challenges of putting solar panels on your rooftop? Okay, I'll try to wrap this up. But let me go through this channel. So there's this high initial cost. It costs a lot of money to put it on the rooftop. Access to capital is difficult because the risk perception is high. If they ask me, you're FDI, why don't you come into Bangladesh? Because so much opportunity, you got great opportunities, but the risks are also high. So we need to do something about reduction of that risk. There's profit pressure because I know your margins are small. Taking out money for solar panels is maybe not a good idea. It's better to put that in your capacity, in the company growth. And there's this point of shared responsibility that comes with the EU legislation. And the question, who's going to do what, and who's going to pay for that? These are the challenges that we need to overcome. But there are also a lot of accelerating factors. There's a lot of government support. This government at the moment is working on a bill to reduce the VAT on solar and is looking at to improve the net metering the net metering policy. And you will see there are the energy markets are volatile, and this really accelerates the decision to go to renewable energy. Now, what do we do? And that's where I stop before they kick me off the stage. We work together with Bestseller and SoulShare. Sebastian is here to talk about SoulShare later in the panel. We offer a financing solution to solar energy. So we say, we invest in your captive solar energy plant. You pay us a tariff at discount rate. Now, it's hard to beat that proposition. This is creating data. This is helping you also with the traceability tools, what we talked about earlier today, helps you to slot that in to the compliance demands of your buyers. I have a great video that I would like to show. I don't know if we have any time for that, but I leave that up to you, Khalid, my friend. You can say yes or no to the video, but it will explain what GGI can do for manufacturers here to go to a low carbon manufacturing practice. Khalid, I'm looking at you.
In Bestseller, we have a public target of reducing our Scope 3 emissions by 30% by 2030. And one of the ways we are delivering on that is by building renewable energy infrastructure in our sourcing countries.
If you were a factory owner and you have, let's say, €500,000, you can either invest it in increasing your capacity to produce or in putting solar panels on the rooftop. So then it's the question, where do you get the higher return? So we wanted to ease that decision and say, what we'll do is Bestseller and SoulShare form a company which is called Greener Garments Initiatives, or GGI. We install the system on the roof of the factory, and the factory commits to pay us the electricity which is produced from those panels on a monthly basis against a discount. That means the factory cannot lose, because usually they pay to the utility from the national grid, and they get a guaranteed discount against that while not needing to invest any euro.
You see, the third party is jointly doing it, and you people are helping us. So our investment is, in fact, just we are providing the place. Here we are in NAFA Apparel Limited roof. Here altogether there will be 234 kilowatt peak of solar system, which will be delivering 287 megawatt hour of energy on an average per year. Over the 20 periods of power purchase agreement life, it will reduce approximately 2,600 metric tons of carbon for the whole factory. So this will contribute on average 20% of their total energy consumption. We are very happy that Bestseller has come forward with this. We have got 28 factories. We are installing in 4 factories at the moment simultaneously. So we have got scope for other factories as well. And we are very hopeful we can go forward. This is something very new for the industry. This is totally new for the factories as well as other brands, and from our supplier side, we are getting very good feedback for this initiative. People will, who are not using this thing, my colleagues, those who are working in other factories, they are coming, they are asking, what is the benefit you are getting? We are also doing, yes, we are getting benefited out of this. And I'm hopeful in the coming days, all will have to go for solar energy. 4 factories are under construction. Hopefully from mid of November, the solar plants will be operational. And another 2 is under process. And recently we have signed another 2 MOU. And some other factories also in that discussion phase. So I think within next 1 or 2 months, we'll see that some more factories are joining here. The way basically Bestseller and Heartland came forward with the investment for the solar, so I think we can look other revenues also, how we can be a partner of a supplier. So that might be in the water management side, that might be in the energy management side, that might be in the wastewater management side, but we have a lot of opportunities to work together with our supplier.
I just quickly want to say, well, thank you all, and a pleasure to be here. If you have any questions, come to us after the meeting. And thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Willem, for sharing those valuable insights on decarbonization and investment. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more presentation. It is on Rethinking Cotton Value Networks by San van den Dungen, co-founder of Radis Cotton.
Apologies if I pronounced your name wrong, though. It's just this one, right? Yeah. Okay. Hello, everybody. Really happy to be here, and I also try to keep it short and crisp. My name is Sanne van den Dungen, Dutch national, and I would really like to tell you a bit about what we are doing and how we are rethinking cotton, often seen as a culprit, water guzzling, pesticide using, but what if it can be an accelerator of positive impact? And that's what we believe in, and that's what we have been doing, and I like to show you how. So what is regenerative? You would have heard it a lot already. Many people are using the terms. What does it mean? I think like with sustainability, like with circularity, that those meanings will slowly fade when we don't have a strong framework for it. So how we see it is that really regenerative agriculture can leave the soil behind in a better way that we found it, can uplift communities, can restore water, and all of it rain-fed, so nothing irrigated, no use of fertilizers and pesticides, no GMOs, etc. Really different. Food and fiber landscapes. Cotton grown together with all kinds of different crops, really building on the indigenous wisdom that is there, and really looking into ways how can cotton be grown in harmony with nature. Then having that full transparency throughout the supply chain from the cotton seed onwards, really tracking it at every different step. We are there even physically. And what we are then producing is lint, yarn, fabric, and garments, which we then sell, which we export or provide for domestic sale. So again, I like to emphasize it's all about that full transparency. So the brand partners we are working with, they know exactly which acres, which farmers, which villages. They can come, they can see, they can interact with farmers. We really want to create a different system, a system that is based on trust and transparency. And how do we do that? We have a hybrid model. Again, like I say, we go directly to the brand partners. We get commitment from them, long-term commitment on the basis of acres. And then these brand partners also support in the implementation of the farm program. So they really have to take shared risk, shared ownership, so that this can be done, and that this can be done in a good way. So first we assure the offtake, only then we go and involve the farmers. And then of course you have real on-the-ground impact that comes from where it should be coming from. And that's what we can measure, and there we can also, of course, contribute to reporting. And then certification, so Region Agri certification is the certification we are following by Control Union. And again, most important thing here is that transparency. Then who are we already working with? We have a growing number of smaller but also really bigger brand partners that are then every year committing and also increasing their acreage and growing with us. And here I would like to just pause for a second. So because we are so much involved at the beginning of the supply chain, from really the cotton seed onwards, working directly with farmers, then how can we treat this valuable cotton in any other way than with utmost respect by creating a cotton cascade where we can really reuse cotton, recycle cotton as many times as possible in a cascading model. So we start with the highest application, and slowly, as the cotton degrades by recycling, we go into lower applications. For that, we work together with all kinds of different companies. So in the Netherlands, we have formed a consortium with Dutch and Indian parties, supported by RVO, that is the Netherlands Enterprise Agency. This is really something that is close to our heart. This involves all the support of all the stakeholders involved, because our end goal mission is that the cotton is so safe that it can return back to the biosphere, where it can be a landscape fabric and really replenish and restore the soil. And of course, for that, everybody has to work together in terms of the choice of dyes, auxiliaries, etc. We felt that putting such a audacious goal will help everybody in the right direction. And I think that's it. Yeah. So thanks everybody for having me, for having us. I'm most delighted to be here, and please come to me with any questions you might have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our final panel session of the day is titled Power Protocols, Exploring Renewable Energy Frontiers in Textile Manufacturing. This session will delve into the role of renewable energy in driving sustainability in the textile industry. I'm honored to introduce our panelists, Edwin Koik, Team Leader, Green Inclusive Development and First Counselor, Delegation of the European Union to Bangladesh, Mohammad Sohail, Managing Director, Bangla Poshak Limited, Asif Zahir, Deputy Managing Director, Onuntu Group, Sebastian Groh, Co-Founder and CEO, Solshare. This session will be moderated by Faisal Rabbi, Energy Specialist of World Bank. As we set up the stage, taking a little time, I would like to request all of you to please come up once we're done setting up the stage. Handing the floor over to Mr. Faisal Rabbi.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible, right? It's what, 4 p.m. So I guess whoever is sitting here is quite committed. Yeah, so that's a good thing. Kiara there already promised us that she will be very attentive. So we have at least one person who is committedly attentive to this session. So she's the standard. Rest of you guys, please keep it up. We are going to talk about renewable energy. We are going to talk about the Bangladesh situation. We are going to talk about textile and RMG industry. And someone like me who has been talking about this for some time, who you have probably seen a few times in this same stage talking about the same thing, you probably are bored and you know all the cliches. And we will probably repeat ourselves a little here today as well. But I think the repetition is key here because not a lot have achieved in terms of renewable energy in Bangladesh. Not a lot have achieved in terms of renewable energy in textile and RMG industry yet. We have a long way to go. So the discussion today that we are going to have we would like to see how this can happen. We have a few panel participants here who are representing the textile industry, a couple of them. We have someone who is working in the renewable energy sector in the electric vehicles as well. And we have Edwin as well from the European Union, who is from the development partner side, also can explain what they are doing and how they are planning to support Bangladesh. So I want to start with Asif Bhai, with you. So the question that I have for you is basically, being a textile entrepreneur, what sort of challenges you are facing right now in terms of transitioning to renewable energy? I know that there are many factories right now in Bangladesh who are using rooftop solar, but there could possibly be more, but that's not even enough. I know we have done quite a few strides in terms of energy efficiency as well, but at the same time, we probably need to do a lot more. But what's stopping us from doing that? Is it about finance? Is it about the policies? Is it about the price of electricity? What's stopping us from going there, from your perspective?
Sure, thank you. So I'm representing Ananta Group, which is one of the leading apparel exporters in Bangladesh. We have about 7 different factories, mostly in the garmenting stage of the production. 3 of our factories are in the jeans kind of production stage. So we actually have the cut and sew, as well as we have the laundries for the finishing of the jeans, which actually run 24 hours and are quite water and energy intensive. So I think when you talk about transitioning to green energy or renewable, so we have kind of implemented rooftop solar in one of our denim units. It's been running for the past 1 year, and if you look at it, the impact is quite tiny actually, right? So when we looked at it, the total electricity that's being consumed with the sewing as well as the washing, and the washing runs 24 hours. The solar panels are only kind of providing about 5% of the total electricity requirement. And that does not include the thermal requirement, the amount that we're actually using to produce steam, which is coming from the gas, actually. So you can imagine, say, as a requirement for the total energy requirement for that particular factory, it's much less than 5%. It's probably like then coming down to 2% or even less. And part of the problem is, again, like the factory is multi-storied, so we don't have a lot of rooftop space compared to the amount of production space that's there. And then, of course, in Bangladesh, it's a cloudy country. The solar panels are only working about less than 4.5 hours per day, if you do the math. Versus if the garment factory is running like 10 hours, or the textile or the laundries are running, say, 24 hours, then by definition, the solar is only going to like provide a very small part of the total requirement. So, I mean, the good news is that solar is cheap. It's definitely cheaper than what we're paying to the grid right now. There is a lot of low-cost financing available. So we're not seeing any issues related to the cost of solar or the financing opportunities. There's also companies like SoulShare and others who are offering an OPEX model where they will install and charge the factories on an ongoing basis. So I think the rooftop solar is great. It works. It's affordable, and we should go ahead and do it. But at most, you're talking about 2 to 5% of the total energy requirement. And as Ananda Group, we're also looking at investing in textiles. And again, textiles is the same thing. It's going to run 24 hours. It's a very energy intensive, a lot of water, a lot of energy, a lot of chemicals. So how do we actually, when you're talking about transitioning, are we talking about 100% transition? And that's frankly unrealistic at this point. So we'll see how like the cost of storage and all of that comes down. Now I think one of the things that no one's really talking about is in Bangladesh, the gas is highly subsidized. So right now we're paying about 30 taka per cubic meter, and the government recently said they want to double it to 70 taka, because that's what actually the government is paying to import the LNG, and essentially they're subsidizing it, which is really unfair to the taxpayers of the country, right? So if you assume that the gas will double over the next 1 year to 70 taka, then essentially it becomes not very affordable for us. And so the only alternative now, as factories, we should all be looking at actually coal, right? So switching the entire infrastructure to coal, because that's obviously cheaper than what the true price of LNG is. But of course, coal is dirty, and no one wants it. But if you look at the reality, our main competitors, China, Vietnam, India, are all running on coal, and the customers seem to be fine with that for now. So, so that also is a topic I think we need to discuss. We've also looked at as an alternative to coal, maybe some kind of a biomass, solution that can come in. There's some innovations in Taiwan and other countries around using biomass and some of the you can use the cotton waste, but that of course is more valuable as like kind of recycled fiber. So biomass could be a solution. Otherwise, it has to be coal. If you really reflect the true price of LNG, it's not really affordable for Bangladesh and for the textile producers. And then I think finally the real solution, I think, going forward, probably has to be innovation at the process level. So we need to adopt technologies that use less water and which in turn would use less energy and less chemicals. So as Ananta, we are looking at solutions to probably do away jeans finishing altogether, go into some kind of digital technology, or we are looking at for fabric dyeing, looking at some waterless or very low kind of water usage. So I think the innovations at the process level can really make the difference, because otherwise rooftop solar is only going to get us 5% of the solution. And then we have this problem with LNG, and ultimately we have to switch to coal in a year. So that is a much bigger headache, right? So I think these are kind of some of the topics we're working with at the moment. And we'll see how it goes. And of course, our customers are kind of very supportive. They're also looking for solutions. But if you're talking about getting to 100%, it's not going to happen in a year, or if at all, unless we really change kind of how we're using the water and the energy and the chemicals that goes into our production process.
Maybe I have a supplementary question to that. Of course, that was not included in the cheat sheet. So Asif bhai, you pointed out to quite a few things that are very important. First of all, of course, roof space is never going to be enough. Even if we cover all the roof spaces in Bangladesh, it will only cover 17% of the energy demand that you guys have. So where will the rest of the 83% electricity come from? 17% if you cover the rooftops of all the factories. That's yeah, okay, yeah. We can argue about the data all the time. So this 80 to 90% of the renewable electricity that you will additionally need, where can that come from if you want to do the transition? Of course, you are right that LNG price is increasing, and on top of that, there is LNG supply crisis as well, that over the years, our industries has been hit by that, right? Have you think about anything about off-site procurement of electricity, like off-site solar plants and stuff like that? Of course, currently the Bangladeshi policy does not allow that, but do you think anything of that sort will help you? Or is there a battery storage solution that can be useful? That's something that we can talk about?
So I think that's under works. I think the government is looking at like an off-take agreement kind of thing. So you'll still have the similar problems, because you need a lot of land. If the government provides the land and investors come in, that's good. We can always off-take, but again, the sun only shines for 4.5 hours. So again, that is the problem, right? So unless you have battery storage or some other solution, it's not going to be able to like offset. And then, so I mean, those fundamentals are not really changing at the moment. Maybe it will in the future. So I think just to say that we'll have so much land, and I don't know if the battery will come in at some point that to be able to power textile factory 24/7. Right now, when you do the calculations, you have to say if a textile factory costs like $50 million, just to have enough battery storage to electrify the factory, it'll cost you 100 million, just to take out the gas portion, right? So it's right now it's not feasible. The 100 million for the panels and the battery, and not even including the land. So it's just too expensive right now. But we'll see how that comes in. So those are problems that I think government will need to figure out actually.
Thank you, Asif bhai. I think on that point I will come back to Sebastian at some point. But for now, I want to go to Sohail bhai. Sohail bhai, similar to Asif bhai, you are also in the textile industry. You are also doing this business for some time, and Bangladesh textile industry has the history of energy efficiency and energy savings for some time now. But if we still visit the factories, we still see that a lot of the machineries are old. A lot of motors are not even rated. Some motors are probably IE1, IE2, but we are not really go for the high efficiency motors yet. is just one part of the game. There are so many other things happening in the textile process, as Asif Bhai was just mentioning, that we need to have innovation in the process level. Why do you think that even if the technology is available, it's not penetrating the Bangladesh market in a speed that we would really love it to? What's happening here? What are the blocks or the challenges in this road?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, organizer, to give opportunity on this dais. I will explain in a little bit different way, because renewable energy we can adapt by solar panel, there is the waste water management. Everything is possible for us, but it is investing money matters. In my factory, in Bangla Poshak, I'm representing SME. I don't have dyeing factory. I only the sewing unit. I make fabric myself, but I buy the yarn, I knit it myself, and I dye in like a big, some other factories who have dyeing. So in my factory, we don't have that much space to put all these things. What we are doing at this moment, renewable energy in the long run, it is our investment. We focus on that part, and we think that our opportunity, the customer are conscious about the environment and sustainability, they will encourage us, and we have our own branding. So what we are doing in our capacity, we are changing our machineries in automations, glass motor to servo motors. What is in our capacity, we are doing very slowly, step by step. We segregate our jutes in a different format. We separate ourselves. We don't have enough space in our factory. We take outside rent, and we are segregating there. So in this way, we are keep our step in the this sustainable life. In most of the SMEs, that is, Mr. Asif is telling very well, that we don't have any space. But in my factory, I have a multi-story, that is 5 floor, 5,000 square feet per floor. So with the compliance, structural and fire and electrical, all the space is gone. Even that with the expert, I work with Solidariat, we assess our factories. We can put solar panel, we can establish wastewater management STP, we can put rain harvest water, but it is cost-wise, obviously for the long-term investment is okay, but presently it is very difficult. So my point of view for the SMEs, what we can do, there is some factories nearly very close, or some residential building also there. So we can use all the top floor with the other residents also, investing in a big way, supply to the 3-4 factories and taking the rent every month, because we can get the stable electricity supply. It will reduce the pressure of the national grid, and it is very important for the machineries uniform electricity supply. Now we are getting from the national grid, as well as the stop, we are even giving the diesel generator, which is carbon emission is very high. So my point of view to awareness is one of the most important to the owners as well as society. Then we can cluster the things, and in that way we can go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Salve. That actually is a brilliant idea, that we do not need to look only inside the factory premise for land and for space. We can look beyond our factories, where we can put up solar panels and we can offtake the electricity directly from there. It can be direct power purchase, it can be other methods of power purchase, but we need to have certain policies in place so that we can do that in Bangladesh. So very interesting point, and thank you very much for that. Sebastian, as promised, I'm coming back to you. So we have heard from Asif Bhai, we have heard from Suhail Bhai, and they have pointed out to the same thing, that first of all, we can only put so much solar panel on the rooftop. So even if we do it everything for the rooftops, this is not going to be enough, first of all. And to be frank, we have not even achieved that, so that also needs to be considered, that we have not really done so much there. We have still a long way to go, but still. So that tells us that there is really a business need for energy storage, right? So how that can be handled? I understand that we had this discussion some time ago, and that Bangladesh has 5 million electric vehicles, if we call them that, right? So these are like 5 million distributed energy storage around. So is there an opportunity that we can connect these two ideas somehow? Is there anything that we can do beyond that? And both of them was talking about the space constraint for solar panels. So what can be done here so that this sort of offtake of electricity from different location can also happen? So two questions directed at you.
Thank you, Faisal. Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me here. I'm representing Solshare as well as the Greener Garments Initiative, which is a special purpose vehicle between Bestseller and Solshare, and recently also One True Value. First things first, so we have a capacity based on research which is 30 gigawatt peak in rooftop solar. So we're talking here from individual factory levels, and I hear us if it's only 5%. I think that's quite, obviously that's quite disappointing from an individual factory owner's perspective. But if we look at the bigger picture of the country, we have 30 gigawatts. And even if it's only 4.5 hours of sunshine, if you take this times 30 gigawatts, we're done. Right? Then problem solved. It's not as easy, obviously. And I think you hinted already toward, but also on this note, if you have a diesel generator, I'll make you the case today that I put you solar and storage, which will be cheaper than your diesel generator. If you consider not only the diesel cost, but also the amortization of your diesel genset itself. So I think even though we have this huge, and what Asif said, if the gas price doubles, we'll also be cheaper than gas with solar plus storage. And then is when things become really, really interesting. So the elephant in the room, and we had it in the discussion before, is the electricity price, right? In Pakistan, we have a significantly higher price. How much solar PV have they imported last year? 15 gigawatt. I mean, they have a whole different discussion right now. They have a discussion on, okay, now we have 15 gigawatts of solar, how do we stabilize our grid because we have so much intermittency? We also have this discussion here sometimes, but I'm not sure why, because as you just said, we have a long way to go to even get to this point. But we will, and that's why I agree we need to think about storage from day zero, and storage is very expensive. Asif gave the numbers. I mean, that's obviously in no comparison to the total, if the electricity infrastructure is more expensive than the factory itself, right? So on those EVs, I think what is important also to realize is that in Bangladesh, because of so much captive generation on the premises of the textile industry, our peak in Bangladesh, peak load is actually in the evening, which is peculiar, but it is the case here. And unfortunately, last time I checked, the sun doesn't shine when we have peak load. So that's a fundamental problem we have to address. And I don't see any other solutions than deploying storage. Now we can think of big storage, and I think there the prices are coming down, and certain projects are being done right now as on a pilot base. But on those EVs, if we have 5 million vehicles with batteries, so how can we not imagine a future where those EVs not only move people, but also move power? Because at the end of the day, you have 5 million batteries on wheels. If you can remotely control them, you can leverage them. And that's not only a theoretical concept. We have recently deployed the first of those, we call it a rickshaw VPP. A VPP is a virtual power plant, but it's very real on the ground. And if you extrapolate those numbers, you can buffer 30% of the total national load with those combination of those batteries. That is significant. And even if you do something very simple and those 5 million vehicles are not allowed to charge up to midnight, you already take a lot of pressure from the grid at these peak hours where, what do we have there? We have all the dirtiest plants imaginable, which we have to power up with those rental power plants. Everybody's against it, but we need them right now because we have that pressure. So shifting demand is one thing, which ideally you do automatically through IoT, but also then we have the data by now. We have millions of vehicles coming at 7, 8 p.m. into those garages with 30, 40% depths of discharge on their battery. This can be discharged to a healthy 15, 20%, and you buy it back at midnight at a lower tariff. It's a typical play of a virtual power plant, but we can actually do it in mass here, because the big difference is in Europe, in the US, all those EV owners, this is one Tesla or one BYD, but our garages have 50, 100 units in the same place every night at the same time. So if you're smart about it, you can leverage those. So we have done it in a small pilot. We're looking to scale it up, and that means that the cost of storage is already inbuilt because the battery is bought for that vehicle. So you don't need to invest additional capital for that storage. You can just leverage what is already there. So you have a double use case there. I hope I made a bit of appetite on innovation here, Faisal.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sebastian. That's a bit theoretical and technical, of course, but you said that you have done some pilot.
It's done.
It's done, and then we can scale it up. So
Edwin is laughing. It's not science fiction. It's done. It's happening. Anybody who wants to see it, I can show you the data. I can bring you there and can show you.
Perfect. So that means that there are challenges, and there are some solutions that are coming up, or some solutions that are already there, and we can work on that. But going from this very technical discussion to a bit of a very real discussion, I'm coming to Edwin, because 50% of the textile that we export from Bangladesh goes to Europe. And Europe is the major export destination for us, and Europe is coming up with a lot of legislation to control this fashion industry. There is eco-design for sustainable product regulation, there are carbon border adjustment, there are due diligence, there are many, many things coming up, Edwin. So what I want to know from you is how this is going to affect Bangladesh, how this is going to affect Asif, how this is going to affect Sohail, and how you think that Bangladesh should plan for that, first of all. Second of all, what sort of advice or you will give to the policymaker to look in the policy landscape and change that will help these industries to grow further and sustain?
Thank you. Am I audible? Yes. Yeah. Thank you, and many thanks for having me here. So indeed, I'm Edwin from the European Union, working on climate, energy, environment with a big team and many projects. First of all, indeed, it's good to explain where Europe is coming from and why this is important for European buyers, because indeed Europe is now the biggest market for export from Bangladesh. So also with the new European Commission, we had elections in Europe, we have a new European Commission, a new European Parliament. Also with our new European administration, climate change and the European Green Deal is at the core of our legislation. In the mission letters to the new commissioners, it has been phrased every time, our success will be assessed on the basis of how successful we are with the implementation of our so-called European Green Deal. And this Green Deal has targets for 2030, which is at least minus 55% greenhouse gas emissions. But now we are discussing the target for 2040 in the context of the need to update our nationally determined contribution, which we need to submit under the Paris Agreement. And the target that the Commission mentioned in earlier studies is minus 90% of greenhouse gas emissions by 2040. So just to explain, we are very ambitious at home in the area of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We have a lot of legislation in place that is about to enter into force or that is entering into force, such as the Corporate Due Diligence Directive already mentioned by you, which is not only focusing on labor rights, but also on meeting environmental standards. And relevant for the discussion today It also requires buyers to look at their suppliers. They become sort of responsible for the supply chain, and they need to make a climate transition plan. And I will get back to that. There is also the Corporate Sustainable Reporting Directive, which requires the companies to report on how they meet labor rights and environmental standards. Then there is the digital product passport, which is a digital passport for the for sustainable products. So also in the textile sector, it means that you can digitally see from what material the product is made, where it's coming from, and by doing so, this gives manufacturers, retailers, and also consumers the possibility to take well-informed decisions. Then there is the Circular Economy Action Plan, which contains the idea of extended producer responsibility. Again, climate being one of the elements, because by having a more circular economy, you reduce your greenhouse gas emissions. You simply need less energy. You also mentioned the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which actually at the moment is not relevant for the textile sector. The textile sector is not one of these sectors that is subject to the carbon border adjustment mechanisms. But this year there will be an evaluation where the new sectors will be added. I don't think that currently this is one of these sectors, because we really look at the carbon intensive industries in Europe, like steel and cement and also electricity actually. So I'm not saying now that this will likely be one of the new sectors, but currently it's not. Having said all this, I'm trying to make the point for the buyers from Europe. It's extremely important to be able to say that the projects that they buy, that they are coming from producers that are actually taking decarbonization seriously. And while Bangladesh is doing well, I think in the area of circular economy, other environmental standards, Bangladesh is not doing well if you look at decarbonization. This I learned from the buyers. Actually, they are carefully looking at the decarbonization trajectory of Bangladesh and those of your competitors, India, Indonesia, Vietnam, China, Cambodia. And what you see is that in those other countries, the electrification rate is much higher, and the share of renewable energy in the energy mix is much, much higher. So my advice to Bangladesh would be really look at the decarbonization trajectory of your sector and really try to see how you can strengthen the grid and how you can increase your renewable energy share. I can talk for much longer, but I understand that my time is up. So just very briefly, so we are trying to support Bangladesh in this green energy transition through a so-called Team Europe initiative on the green energy transition. So this means not only the European Union, but also the EU member states. We're all very active in promoting renewable energy. We have a Bangladesh Renewable Energy Facility, which is a 350 million loan and a 45 million grant, trying to increase the share of renewable energy in the grid. We also have, for example, a project I think that's very relevant for the audience here that now just finalized. It's the so-called Safety Retrofits and Environmental Upgrading Project, which provided loans to factories at factory level for effluent treatment plants, energy efficient machinery, and also rooftop solar. And it had both a loan and a grant. So if the loan was really used in the way it was designed and it was a successful project, then there is also a performance grant. And we have been able to support 62 factories in total, and the full loan has been allocated to these factories. So for us, that's a very successful project, and we are now looking into, together with AFD, because the loan was coming from the AFD and the grant from EU and KfW. We're now looking into possible phase 2. There's much more to say, but I
Thank you, Edwin. Thank you. That's actually great. So we now hear from you that there is a barrage of regulations that are coming at Bangladesh being a textile production country, and we need to prepare for that. And we hear from you like what sort of support European Union is providing us. Now I see that I have 4 minutes left. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly summarize what we discussed here, and then I'm going to give you one further opportunity because I need to also take away from you guys as World Bank what would be your expectations. So let me come to that. So if I summarize, so Asif Bhai was mentioning that first of all we do not have enough roof space. Second of all, we do not have enough solar irradiability, so which leads us to the discussion of solar storage, that we need to have some sort of renewable energy storage to make sure that our grid, first of all, we have enough renewable energy, and then we also need to think about our grid stability. On that point, Edwin, you also mentioned that we need to look at the transmission and distribution network of Bangladesh, like how we can improve it, how we can enhance it. So this is also an area of interest for Bangladesh. If they want to transition to renewable energy, there is nothing without the grid being improved. Sebastian, you also pointed out like the solutions that are already available and being tested and tried. For instance, like the electric vehicles, their garages, how they can become a battery storage solution, how they can become virtual power plants, and how they can support the textile industry at the same time as well. So I also mentioned the transition that they are doing in terms of energy efficiency, in terms of other activities that they are doing, and how it is difficult for a SME to find the investment and find the financing and to do a much better job. But at the same time, we also pointed out that there are huge business cases very easily to transform the diesel generators that we have, take them away and put solar panels on their places, and it makes absolute business sense. So now we have 2 minutes left, and I want to give each of you 30 seconds and to explain what is your takeaway and what would be your expectation from the multilateral agencies, how they can support the transition in Bangladesh. Thank you. Asif bhai,
I think there was a great discussion, so just definitely hearing the different perspectives. So I think my takeaway is that as a textile producer or apparel producer, we need to have a roadmap in place. The regulations seem to be quite real and coming up soon. So I think from an individual factory level as well as the BGMA or the industry, it's high time we have a roadmap that is clearly communicated to all the stakeholders. That what's the shift to the renewables looking like? How can we support not just the big factories, even the smaller factories, the SMEs? Maybe discuss with the government in terms of acquiring land and investing in kind of those solar projects, storage projects. So I think it's high time we come together and kind of have that roadmap published, so that creates a lot of clarity for our customers, as well as in the European Union and so on. And maybe we won't be 100% tomorrow, but at least let's have the roadmap to get there, at 20%, 30%, whatever that is, next few years.
Thanks again. So very briefly, my takeaway is indeed that we need to work, which we are trying to do closely with the sector, to see how you can improve energy efficiency, how you can use other land which is available to, or other rooftops which is available to increase the renewable energy in the energy mix. But also, I think there is an important role for the government to have a good integrated energy master plan to strengthen energy efficiency, renewable energy, the grid, storage, and in our narrative, we also think it's important to have regional energy connectivity, to be well connected to the neighboring countries. Thank you.
Thank you. I put one request here, because World Bank is here, European Union is here, Solaric here. So I request from European Union as the World Bank, give some specialist, technical specialist, accumulate with BGMA and BKMA, assess the big factories one way, and smaller factories also, SMEs, like 50 factory visited and technical expert are assessed, what can be scope of storage, what can be the scope of renewable energy to be assessed. And accordingly, that should be we can invest ourselves, we can take some soft loans, because I assess my rooftop panel, it will pay back almost in 5 to 7 years. So this needed to asset as a cluster-wise 50, 65 factories. Then you know the real picture of execution of this renewable energy. That is my request to survey the first to see the real picture. So if it is a storage possible, we can go for a storage. I don't need a diesel generator. I don't need personally. So that's my request in this platform. Thank you very much.
Next is suggestion. I'm happy to do that. We have the money sitting here to finance it. So I think we're all, if that's our takeaway from the session, that's good. And one final thought, if we know something is happening, as in electricity prices will go up, then we shouldn't wait until it's happening, right? We should start right now. And the last thought is, I would urge the textile owners not to underestimate the complexity of investing in a 20-year long-lasting asset. Because we hear a lot, oh yeah, I can do that. I think I would think twice if I want to commit to such an investment. I'm talking now CapEx versus OpEx, which we didn't cover, maybe next time. But that would be my last thought, but I like yours much better.
Thank you. And I think we have only taken 2 to 3 minutes more than the estimated time. So thank you everyone for keeping us on track. And thank you for whoever was attentively listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a special announcement. We are thrilled to reveal the winner of the Textile Hack Competition, which recognizes innovative solutions for circularity in the textile industry. Before we announce the winners, I'd like to request Thies Woodstra, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Bangladesh, to please come up on stage. I'd also like to request Sarah Van Hove, First Secretary, Economic Affairs and Private Sector Development of Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Bangladesh, to please come up as well. I'd like to request Professor Ayub Nabi Khan, Pro Vice Chancellor, BGMEA University of Fashion and Technology, to please come up, along with Khalid Hussain, Director of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. Mr. Thies, would you like to say a few words before we go on announcing the winners? You.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shubha Bikal, it's almost 4:30, I guess, in the afternoon, and you have heard enough speeches, so I better not speak. I guess you all know that the Netherlands is very committed to sustainability, that Bangladesh Apparel Exchange is our great partner also in sustainability, that we are very happy to have you here, that we are very happy to have also buyers and sellers here, but also what we are very happy to have is that we have bright young minds here who took on the challenge to start a hackathon on a sustainable garment and sustainability in the garment industry. And the most best part of it is hackathon is a Gen Z word. So at last we have, after so long discussion with old people, now we have Gen Z on stage. So I would like to call upon, can I call upon the winners of the, or the participants of the hackathon? Where are you?
I'll do that. I'll take it from there.
Oh, you take it from here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. We're very excited to announce the winners. We'll start off with the People's Choice Award. Attendees who had come today had voted, so we'll start off with that. And the People's Choice Award goes to Graphinix. Congratulations. Can I please have Graphinix on stage?
And most importantly, Graphinix is a gender equal team, so that also sees the future of Bangladesh. So welcome, Graphinix.
Congratulations, Graphinix, for winning the People's Choice Award. Can we please have a louder round of applause for these young kids on stage? It's working. Can you say a few words on what you're doing? Should I give it to you?
So, hi everyone, we are Team Graphinix from the University of Dhaka, and our project today was to treat textile wastewater, which is heavily polluted with dyes and heavy metals and other chemicals. So we proposed a solution that uses a combination of activated carbon block and activated carbon and graphene oxide composites to efficiently remove dye molecules as well as heavy metals from the textile wastewater. And we also propose the idea of circularity by regenerating the composites using thermal treatment, and with that we can reuse the water as well as reuse the composite and the dye over and over again. So thank you so much for people who voted us. It was really an honor to be here. Thank you.
Congratulations once again. Thank you very much. And now moving on to announcing our runners-up and winners, which were decided by internal judges comprising of industry experts. And our runners-up for Textile Hack Competition is Covalent 4. Congratulations, Covalent 4. Can I please have you on stage? Congratulations. Can you please say a few words on what you did.
Hello everyone. We are team Covalent 4. We developed molded packages from garment wastage. Basically, we developed the molded packages from post-consumer garments, which ends up in the landfill. So we know that the worldwide market of pulp molded packages is $6 billion. So, and we waste our apparels every day, and the amount is almost 6 million tons of garment, 60 million tons of garments we waste every year. So we thought that if we can turn the wastage into the valuable product. So we have developed the molded packages from the wastage garment. So I think we will get support from the people concerned with the development and sustainability. Thank you.
Congratulations once again.
And we are from the BGME University of Fashion and Technology. I think people will love our university. Thank you.
And now for the winner. And the winner of this competition is Accenti. Congratulations. And the winner of the Textile Hack Cohort 1 is Accenti. I think they deserve a bigger round of applause. Can we please put your hands together? Can you please say a few words on what you developed?
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. I'm from University of Dhaka, Applied Chemistry and Chemical Engineering. Our project was focused on minimizing microplastic emission during apparel processing. So we used waste material to produce materials that can treat the fabric to reduce microplastic emission. Microplastic emission is a very serious problem. We as a society don't really care about problems until it gets too big. But in this case, this problem is still fixable. And if we work together, we can minimize the effect that it has already had. So yeah, thank you so much.
Congratulations once again. Requesting all of you to stay on stage. I'd like to request the other two teams to please come up as well. Can I have Graphenix and Covalent 4 on stage to have a photograph? Those two teams are coming as well for a photograph. Okay, ঠিক আছে এইটা করে নেই তারপর ডাকি Can I now request the other teams to please come up as well for a photograph? Requesting the other teams who are a part of the competition as well, requesting you to come up. Can a few of you come to this side? Ladies and gentlemen, can we have another round of applause for these teams whose innovative solution is a testament to the power of creativity and collaboration in driving the circular transition in Bangladesh's RMG industry. Mr. Thijs Woodstra, I think you have an ending announcement to make. Do you want this or do you want to?
I take yours. Okay. What we just saw was the first group of winners of the Textile Hackathon. And I'm very happy to announce that there will be a second round of a hackathon where we will see in half a year, we will see new winners of a hackathon, and let's hope that we find even more bright ideas to increase the sustainability of the garment sector. So, big round of applause for the winners and see how they can compete with the new ones coming up in half a year. So that's it?
Is there a video? I think there's a video, right? Well, we're looking forward to the innovations that we'll get to see in the next Textile Hackathon. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of an inspiring and thought-provoking day today. I would like to take a moment to thank all of our distinguished speakers, panelists, guests, and participants for their invaluable contributions. Your support has made this event truly possible. Let us continue to work together to build a more sustainable and resilient future for the apparel industry. Thank you very much for joining us at the 6th edition of the Sustainable Apparel Forum 2025. Before we conclude, we invite you all to stay for a network break over tea and coffee. This is a great opportunity to connect with your fellow industry leaders, exchange ideas, and build collaborations. Thank you very much, and see you once again next year.
Where rivers tell stories and the skies hold endless possibilities, lies a nation of beauty, ambition, and promise. Welcome to Bangladesh. From the world's longest unbroken beach to the largest mangrove forest and the tranquil beauty of rolling hills, Bangladesh is a land of breathtaking wonder. And within these landscapes, a deeper story unfolds, a story of tradition, rhythm, and timeless artistry. Our culture is our soul. It lives in the rhythm of our music, the colors of our festivals, and the timeless craftsmanship of our people. This is the heartbeat of Bangladesh. Rooted in a proud heritage, our people have faced every challenge with courage and unyielding resilience. It is this spirit that defines Bangladesh. Through history's challenges, we have emerged stronger. From the courage of our past to the innovation of today, Bangladesh